like we're from a different star, flying over streets and our broken hearts. But they can't even touch us, we found a different beat. Paradise is waiting and we bought the leads. Ooh, getting caught in the mist, there's so many that never get out of. They're feeding the fears and the doubts. Ooh, but we go and we run to the end and we run without shame. We own the game. And we ride on the flames till the morning light. Baby, cause we're dynamite. Ain't nobody gonna hold us down. Break all the rules, let them run and hide. Baby, cause we're dynamite. Gonna let the world know.
Still, all of these people are gonna eat my words. I'm just so quick on it, man. Wi-Fi getting so many picks. Believe me, I get appalled with Wi-Fi. Riptide with the bomb, looking to catch something. Maybe. Oh my god, what a high day on this wall.
It's actually a big wall. And Jack with a huge girthy shatter. Oh, what a chat. Hey, one Team MTD member to another, but good show. Good BPL here.
We're from a different time, yeah, we're of a different breed. Cause what we got is timeless, we supersede. And we hold in the key, yeah, we're tight as can be. We're rolling, just like we please. Ooh, getting caught in the mist, there's so many that never get out of. We're feeding the fears and the doubts. Ooh, but we go and we run to the end and we run without shame. We own the game, and we ride on the flames till the morning light. Baby, cause we're dynamite. Ain't nobody gonna hold us down. Break all the rules, let them run and hide. Baby, cause we're dynamite. Gonna let the world know.
Window comes out by Mazzino. Not by you yet. Helping out. Oh my word, though, but the year with the duplicate on the line and the shatter to go with it. This S is there to keep the team alive. Oh, the bombs, the bombs. Oh my god, that's different sort of thing. And oh, the shatter thing that gets all six on the floor. The shatter's gonna come up from Fuga, but it will not get anywhere near the amount of value. This is gonna be a huge barrage, possibly. Another one for Bucky. The big one. Another.
Hello everybody, welcome back. It is for the final time, the final weekend, BPL Season 2. I'm joined by Vic. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great. How are you doing, Solomon?
I'm doing very good. We've got an amazing weekend planned. I hope you guys are all excited. It's the final weekend. This weekend is the final broadcasts of BPL Season 2. It's been a long road. It's been a fun road. But we have some amazing matches to close off our season.
Absolutely. I'm very excited for this weekend. Our final match is probably going to be, the best matches, hopefully. And we're also going to be joined by 3 guest casters, as you might have realized on Twitter. So that should be a lot of fun. I'm very excited to welcome these casters into the BPL talent pool, so to speak. And
yes.
Yeah. But they should bring some extra hype for us. It's our final weekend. 3 more days and we're done.
Yeah, we will have Avril, Trid, and Avast. This random guy we found on the street, Avast. We'll be hopping in with some of our community casters this weekend, all of Avril tonight for the final 2 games. So thank you so much to them for wanting to get involved and giving up their time to come and cast and celebrate our final weekend. We'll see them throughout the weekend, so that's gonna be really exciting. And of course, we finished this weekend with our brilliant grand finals. Oh, I'm so excited. But let's talk about today. So we have 3 more days left. We have today, we're live tomorrow at Saturday, and we're live on Sunday as well. Grand finals, Sunday, 6 p.m. That's it.
10 matches to go.
10 matches to go. We've done 110 matches of BPL, 10 left to go. This is the schedule for today. As you can see, we're starting with Drip Difference versus PXP. That'll be starting in a few minutes' time. That's an elimination match. That is part of the lower bracket. The winner of that will continue through the lower bracket. The loser goes home. Very close match. I'm very excited for that one. That's winner takes it all. Then we have Sydney Surfers versus Client. That's an upper bracket match. Winner of that will head through to upper bracket finals tomorrow. Nightdrive Malding is again in the lower bracket. That's another loser. You're out. So we will lose 2 teams today, and Katboy Crew is heading back up to the bracket. Talking of the bracket, so glad that you asked, Invictus. This is as it stands. So you see DDPXP, Nightdrive Malding fighting to stay alive there in the lower bracket. Then we have upper bracket games today. Katboy Crew, Resurge, Sydney Science. I don't know what that is.
Sydney Science. Yeah, I'll love to see it.
Science and the Clients will be facing off as well in our second game of the day. And losers of those will drop down and face the winners of the other low bracket games. You know how that low bracket works.
Yeah. Last week I asked you a question that who's going to be the lower bracket runner, and I think both of us said Majesty, but they're out. So
yes, we did say
who's
Majesty,
going to be the other lower bracket runner?
My other thought was Drip Difference. I think between them and honestly Nightdrive Malding, which I think could go either way. I think Drip Diff have potentially the best chances of making it through, but I think it's going to be tough in their next game, which will be with one of the losers of the upper bracket, right? I think those 4 teams that are still up there are tough opponents, and Drip Difference are going to have to really work to get against them. But this is what's going to happen. So the 4 matches that you see that are incomplete there on screen are happening today, and then we'll finish off the rest of our bracket this weekend.
Do you think Resurge will face a challenge in the upper bracket here by Katboys? Because I think Katboys has a decent chance of taking it, honestly.
I think maybe. So obviously Resurge run their little comp, their little silly comp that they like to run, and I think if Katboy can force, a rush mirror or something like that, I think that Katboy could, realistically make it close.
True. But we're playing on the experimental mode, right?
Yeah.
Yes. There we go. Confirmed.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Why not?
So yeah, I'm very excited. These games are going to be really close. We get some banger matches. All of our casters, not just the guest casters. That's the word that have come in. We have Rain and Pioneer will be casting the finals. I'm so glad that they're around and able to do that. That's going to be an amazing match. And we have a bunch of other amazing casters throughout our amazing matches. It's good. I'm so excited, really, really excited. But I think that kind of wraps up what we need to talk about before we get into the games, because I think we're pretty much ready. We have to start off an elimination match. It's going to be Drip Difference versus PXP. Vic, you want to talk about this really quickly before we send it to casters? What do you think is going to happen?
I think this should be a close match, but I think Drip Difference will take it in the end, and I hope they do, because I want to see them do that lower bracket run. So I'm very excited for the match. Sure. Good luck to PXP, but I think Drip Difference is heavily favored in this game.
Yeah, counterpoint, PXP have known to be improving, right? We've seen them improving throughout the season. Maybe that's something that they can tailor towards the Drip Different comps that we'll see today. But that is it from me and Vic. I'm going to hand it over to our casters for this first game, K-Wing and Jace.
Hello, and welcome, as Solomon and Invictus said, to the last weekend of the Bad Patch Mario League Season 2. We're here with the playoffs in our first game of this last weekend, the beginning of the end, with Drip Difference and Punk X Passion. Drip Difference have been riding high, but Punk X Passion are on the up and up. This is going to be a big game for both of these two teams. Win or go home for both of them. I am K-Wing, and I am here with Jace. Jace, who do you think's going to come home with the victory? Who do you think's going to move on?
Well, I think number 5 versus number 10 seed. We saw the prediction come down from Invictus, and I think I'm going to follow along. I'll wait to see what the chat goes. As I am a man of the people. I follow the crowd. I have nothing original to say. But it'll be interesting to see how both of these teams play up to this. It's a high-pressure situation, and this really is, Let's hope to see that we don't get any sort of Philadelphia Fusion level chokes from either of these teams. We're going to be going into this first map here, which is just going to be Archenwald.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you definitely have that, number 5 versus number 2 Punk Expansion, of course, being the 10th seed coming in. But they did come in and upset Majesty, who took a pretty close game against Resurge, who have lost, I think, about 5-6 maps this entire season as we come out of the doors on Eichenwald. Just kidding. No, we don't. You fools.
You guys thought we were going to play Overwatch today? No, this is a Torch Show stream. This is absolutely a it's all good. Be here in a second. I think we should have a side swap. I'm going to get back into it. But yeah, Resurge definitely the team to beat right now. And if any of these two teams need to compete with them, they've got to go a long, long way. However, we've seen runs in the lower bracket before in all sorts, every competition. San Francisco Shock did it when they won their first title, and we've seen it from other teams in the past as well. I believe Seoul made a decent run in the lower bracket. What tournament was it? The one alludes me, the June one, I think. But yeah, the lower bracket run is possible, but you got to take it one game at a time. So yeah, we will still be sticking on Eichenwald, just going to be a side swap here. So I believe Drip Difference electing to go for the defense to start up here. What do we think we're going to see?
It's difficult to say, but I think when you're talking about Eichenwald, you can really run a lot. You can run a bunker and hold far away from the choke. You can run sort of more of a rush comp and hold close to the choke. It's going to be up to Drip Difference here. They're going to come out on a pretty standard-ish, goodbye Wi-Fi. They're going to come out on a rush composition compared to an Orisa Ball from Punk X Passion. Pretty interesting comp. Well, Orisa, now.
Yeah, so we're going to see Punk Passion's comp for sure. Drip Difference could go with absolutely anything here. One thing that I really like from PHP here is this Baptiste. When you can play around this bell tower that is so common in the middle of the point, right, guys? Just that ability to pop out instantly with that window as it charges lightning fast and be able to kind of just blow someone up is really, really powerful. Even though PHP's comp is more brawly and it's not spam-based, still the potential for that early fight to end with window could be absolutely brutal, so just look out for that as we get into this first fight.
Absolutely, it is, and we see all of these teams. Cynex is on the Pharah, and you have a lot on Punk X Passion to deal with it. You have the Diva, you have the May, apparently, from Aquarius. I feel like that's the last thing I would think to shut down the Pharah, but hey, crazier things have happened. The Orisa's going to go down, and a quick fight win for Punk X Passion.
Yeah, I would think out of all the things with a Kree, a Baptiste, and maybe even a Diva, the last thing I would expect to headshot the Pharah would be Aquarius, but May is a sniper now, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen it from some of the better Mays, we've seen it from Ivy, we've seen it from Prophet in the past, just being able to nail Pharahs. And that's exactly what happened. That's just going to be a free fight win for PXP.
Absolutely. When you lose that source of damage in the Pharah, you can't do much else as we get into this next fight. Here comes the rush. What it's known for, what it's named for, the Immortality field will come out early, but there goes the Orisa. Cynex is going to use the barrage to seal out the fight. Going to get themselves 3 or 4 picks, and they will take point A and have a pretty healthy time bank to boot.
Yeah, live by the bird, die by the bird. Justice is well and truly alive and showering down on Eichenwald. I like the tempo though from PXP. They went aggressively. That's exactly what you need to do against the Pharah to win this game. However, the important part is the lamp from Minikui, too late. The DM from Chasey, almost non-existent, had to have that drained out to deal with the spam from Sages. Now, 4 minutes in, PXP have potential to go with this window high noon, but Drip Difference have got all the control and all the space here. Force the next to really just rain down hell on this Pharah, sorry.
I completely agree with that. Here comes the high noon. It'll take down the Pharah immediately. We'll have to see if it's going to be resurrectable. Wi-Fi is actually going to get taken down, and the resurrection will come in onto the Cynex, but the Orisa is going to go down. So will the Torbjorn. The Nano will come in onto Cynex. Drip Difference, they want to win this. All the ults are coming in. Here comes the Shatter, the Diva Bomb. It'll take down the Pharah. Guac is a 1, going to get taken down by that Fire Strike. and Aquarius napping on the job, but still going to come away with a 1 fight. Holding pretty close here, but close to a choke.
Yeah, to actually like the close hold here. It allows them to play undercover from the fire, but they had to invest so many ultimates into that fight. However, they still have this mail that's going to be available. Never mind, Minikiri also got the window as well. But Drip Difference now, they swapped comp, and they're electing to go with this Mirror Brawl.
It's a complete mirror, but Punk X Passion, they do have a bit of an ult advantage, but I think there was a triple stun with a flashbang out from Sage. And already, the window will come out, but all Drip Difference needs to do is just wait it out. Wait until it goes away, just hide behind these walls. And they can just come in when all those ults are gone, take down Wi-Fi, and Chase is gonna go down soon, but so will Sage. But Punk X Passion are getting shredded by this Reinhardt, by this Diva, and by the entirety of Drip Difference. Punk X Passion are trying to get something. Rain does have the Shatter, won't be able to use it as Guac is just on fire.
There we go, Guac cleaving through everyone, showcasing the power of the Reinhardt on this comp. It is a rush comp, exactly what you want to do. You want to play around that Reinhardt, big German hammerman, go burr, and that's exactly what he did. But nice patience for the side of Drip Difference. There's a real hesitation, especially in this playoff clutch situation. It is win or go home, ladies and gentlemen. Even on this first map, with the potential to just rush in and sort of live off the adrenaline, it's very, very dangerous. But Drip Difference waited, and then to try and play this slowly with a High Noon to start the fight.
Oh, the High Noon is going to get blocked off by the wall. Synex is going to try and get something going, but the Shadow's going to be there to catch 5 in that, and there's just nothing else you can do. Rain will try to get something going, but it just won't happen, as it'll be almost a team kill for Drip. It'll be a team kill for Drip Difference, and this card is going to be rolling towards the end of point B.
Yeah, sometimes that's an ego bruiser, that one. 5 months, I believe, from Guac, just going to basically win the team fight on their own. No recontest likely available. They have to go with
they're actually going to be able to contest. They're just barely able to contest, and Grunt
they didn't win it.
They're actually up here by 2. Here comes the Diva Bomb. Everyone's just gone, and Punk X Passion, we didn't even think they were going to touch, much less win this fight. And now Drip Difference, they spun miles away from the Cardin.
And it was potentially coming up all roses, but now it's done sort of wilted thorns here for the side of Drip Differences. They got that hold, they got that snowball. I did not think there was going to be a recontest. It was very unlikely, but now they've got to push through this castle. Very tight choke points against a Maywall, and Aquarius has got Blizzard as well. Nice Maywall over to pop over. A really nice tech.
Absolutely, you don't want to push through that tiny little door sort of on the right side of the screen. They still have a tight choke.
I think they're going to try and pop over the top here. Oh,
it's an absolute gladiator arena here. Feels like 2 inches of space for these teams, but that's where Reinhardt's thrive, baby. And Punk X Passion will get another fight win, and that took a lot of time off the clock. 30 seconds for Drip Difference. They need to get a fight win here.
Yeah, absolutely. Game of inches, and it was just an inch off the wall from Aquarius to be able to punish Guac and lock him away from the side of his team. Aquarius actually managed to hang on to that mail as well, so they're going to have that to go for this final fight. And this could potentially be really dangerous. Drip Difference, I like to go with this long rotation, got to go all the way through this bridge if they want to win this.
Absolutely. Oh, the Shatter from Guac just gets blocked by Rain. Here comes the beat from Noir. It'll get everyone, keep them alive, but maybe not for long. Maybe not long enough. Sage will fall to the Diva Bomb, but here comes the Shatter. It's gonna get 4 people on the ground, and Rain is gonna... You know, you had Synex saying justice rains down from above, but Rain's saying so do I. As well, it's not over yet, but it's 4v1 with just the Diva. Gonna get D-Macked and gonna get taken down. And Punk X Passion will hold right before point B.
Yeah, a lot of showers going down here. When it rains, it pours. As rain, I think we saw maybe a lot of block shatters out, but hey, they hit one when it count in that last clutch overtime fight. Is sort of ever a time that I want my Reinhardt to hit a 5-man slam. That is absolutely it. And from there, was with both Mayults down, there was really nothing that any team had left. It was the final nail in the proverbial coffin for Drip Difference, ladies and gentlemen. Really impressive hold for PXP.
That was, but now, as impressive as the hold was from Punk X Passion, they need to match the push from Drip Difference, and they're not. Sage is not.
Yeah, we're being griefed. We're being griefed. Yeah, there we go.
My heart.
Bit more of a.
You do that to me, Sage.
Bit more of a standard comp here for the side of Drip Difference, electing to just play for this brawl. Same win condition for them. They're going to have this window that comes up early. They're going to be able to play forward with this sort of with this mail from this May wall, coming out from Synex. Map Preds come in 64% for Drip Difference. So a lot of people really hoping that they can, for the sake of their channel points, I believe, hope they can get this hold. And although it is only 126 meters, particularly with the strength of that second point, it can be really hard to track. Historically as well, we've seen even the best teams like Season Apex 4 Runaway get held on this point for 3 or 4 minutes. So it can be a toughie.
That it can. Synex on this May going to try and get a clutch wall. Try to catch Punk X Passion out on the rotation. Here comes the wall from Aquarius, but Rain's going to get stunned and almost get demolished. But the Immortality Field will be there to keep them up. Chase is going to get demeched and in trouble, but so is Synex going to go down to Rain on the Reinhardt. Wi-Fi will fall as well. Amay and McCree both down for each of these teams, and they're both just trying to stare at each other. These spawns, not really one favoring the other, but Punk X Passion will have to withdraw because they don't have that. They don't have the D.Va with that defense matrix.
No, but they're gonna get what they are gonna get is this window from Minikui to be able to pop open from this left side here, and Drip Difference did an incredible job to soak the sponges. This is a window high noon coming out from Sage.
That it is. The Immortality Field is going to get taken down, and windows still there. Here comes the Blizzard. Everyone's in it, I'm pretty sure, but it doesn't matter. Aquarius will take down block, but it'll be the only kill. Front Footlock and Synex are both going to pop ultimates late into that fight, and that could doom them coming into these next few fights because they don't have any ults.
Yeah, the ult bank of Drip Difference is absolutely dry. It honestly just flooded Q buttons there that entire fight. So many ults committed, both Blizzards, I believe, both High Noons, both Windows, one Sound Barrier, one Shatter on the flip side as well. And now this really is the fight that PXP absolutely have to win. They don't have the clearest win conditions in the world, 2 dynamic ults in sort of the D.Va and the Reinhardt, but this beat should keep him very, very healthy as they try and go on the Reinhardt. That's a nice aggressive beat.
It should. The beat's going to come in aggressive. The Shatter will find a few. Here comes the D.Va bomb from Chasey. Won't find anything specifically, but I think Chasey killed Guac in a baby D.Va form. That's just always fun. You do love to see it, and there you go. Punk X Passion, they will get through Objective A, and the payload will start moving with about 4 minutes to get 120 meters.
There you go, 120 meters, 4 minutes left. I think it's all about how they take this first rotation. If they can secure this high ground, if they can snowball this natural advantage you get from winning a fight, then it could look very, very tasty for them. But one thing I wanted to point out is just the absolute sponginess of Drip Difference. They're taking so much pressure from Wi-Fi, Aquarius, and Chasey in particular. And the defensive usage, the defensive cooldowns from Grunt and Obscure have been almost sublime. Borderline perfect, just to be able to really soak all this aggression that's coming down and be able to throw it back at them. Throw it back to the side of PXP 10 times a fold as they start on this high ground here. So this is going to be potentially a free high noon for Sage.
That it could be. Here it comes, Sage, but here comes the wall out from Aquarius, and here comes Wi-Fi. Maybe not the quickest shot in the West, but definitely the deadliest is Wi-Fi. This is going to take down everyone on Drip Difference, it seems. But Synex is trying to come for the throne, but Wi-Fi will say, you come at the king, you better not miss. Take him down with a flashbang. Wi-Fi. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Wi-Fi splashing his name over that left side of the kill feed. Really, really accurate on the McCree. Just so sort of deliberate and precise with his playing that as now this payload is going to be rolling in. There has to be a touch for the side of Drip Difference. It comes from
the wall comes in. The wall almost blocks everyone off, but so does the Blizzard. The D.Va bomb's going to take down Guac. And Rise actually falls off off on the Diva. Already 2 important picks gone. Noir on the loose heel, boots off Obscure. Here comes the High Noon from Wi-Fi just to seal it off. The whistles sounding out, a Punk X Passion win, and they are at match point.
Yeah, it's one map, so it is first blood, but it's also match point. Punk X Passion strike first. They strike hard, and that defense from them was really, really impressive. As there we go, takes advantage of the Diva being out of mech for the High Noon, is on the off handle, as you like to see from McCree. This is just everything I want from my headstand player on that hero. So really, really well played. You can see so much healing coming down from Min Kui there on the Baptiste. That hero is absolutely nuts in the Brawl comp.
Absolutely, and I mean, just the thing is that you knew, Wi-Fi knew that they were going to get a big play there. You knew that he was just like, I know I'm going to get a big play here. I'm going to spray. I'm going to look at the wall. You know, I sprayed. Look at me. I'm going to go pop off, and he did. So definitely an upset map there for Punk X Passion, as some channel points in a bit of jeopardy here, as Drip Difference, they're down 1-0. They need to win 2 in a row to keep their tournament hopes alive. Punk X Passion, they just need to win 1 more.
They have to reverse sweep, and I wonder how the mental's going to be feeling from Drip Difference going into this second map. We were very heavy, we were praising them, particularly praising Cynet and Guac and Obscure, and as I said, solid players and have made a lot of good plays individually, but Punk X Passion kind of just chipping in there, sort of just ironically dripping away at them, sort of piece by piece, sort of drop by drop. You know, we had a couple of shatters from Rain on that Reinhardt Wi-Fi, absolutely splashing the kill feed towards the end of that last fight. Chasey getting some really big DMs on the High Noons that came down from Sage. Minikui hitting some really nice lamps as well. So a lot of nice individual matchups going down, particularly just in sort of the mirror matches, the Baptiste v Baptiste and the Ryan v Ryan. Is PHP, for considering the team that's almost, you know, double the seed, five lower in the seed, putting up a very, very strong fight here, as we're going to be going into the next map at any second.
Absolutely, and the next map is going to be, I believe, Dorado, if I'm seeing correctly. So an interesting choice coming out from Drip Difference, because they did lose that first map. They have their choice going into the next map, and they do choose Dorado. So Dorado is, you have the option for the dive here, but yeah, I'm interested to see what they're trying to pull.
It's interesting because each 3 stages of Dorado are sort of very, very different from each other. That first point can be really hard to crack, and the heroes that are notoriously bad on first point Dorado, you know, Anna, Reinhardt, for example, as well, because of that start high ground. Even if you manage to rotate through and you get into that last point, that last half of Dorado first, Reinhardt becomes good. So the strength and viability of heroes really shift all the way through this map. And this is actually what I expected. Drift Difference kind of just conceding this Brawl matchup, saying, okay, we're not going to fight you, Reinhardt versus Reinhardt, Rush versus Rush. We're going to go over to this comp. And I was wondering, just as that map ended, if it was something that Drift Difference weren't comfortable and if they weren't able to play this Brawl, as we're seeing the absolute insane DPI from Azzy there on that Reinhardt. High DPI Reinhardt player, high EDPI Reinhardt player. Love to see it. Got to abuse that hammer corner hitbox. But yeah, Drip Difference going to be going for just a very, very standard double bubble.
That they are. They have Guac and Riptide on the Winston and the Zarya, and Aquarius on this May already get some early ult charge. They have the Echo and the Mercy. That combination, very, very powerful, as well as the Ashe synchronization. Her synchronization with Mercy not as good anymore, but still a very powerful hero nonetheless, as already the aggression from Drip Difference forces from Punk X Passion. The aggression from Drip Difference forces Punk X Passion to rotate around here, but Wi-Fi is going to catch Obscure out with that Peacekeeper chase. He'll find Riptide, and it's a day at the shooting range for Punk X Passion as they rotate around and they catch this card right where they want to, and a quick fight win for them.
Yeah, I wonder if Wi-Fi has any resemblance to a certain Canadian superstar with that day at the shooting range reference. Absolutely, it was just Freelo for that McCree to be able to run in. And now, for Punk's Passion, yes, they can win this. They can absolutely full hold. But what's more important for PHP is if they play for time, Drip Difference need these ultimates to beat apart this Brawl comp. And when they use these ultimates, they're going to have less likely to snowball into second.
That they do, and here come the ultimates. The bomb.
It's a big bomb.
Oh no, it is a big slam from Cynex, lighting up the kill feed. And Drip Difference, you did say they needed the ultimates, and well, that's one way to use them.
Yeah, that's both DPS ults gone, I believe, for the side of Drip Difference. They're going to be getting closer to this Grav and this Nano any second, and now they're going to be really happy. They're going to breathe a nice sigh of relief. Our Drip Difference as they get into the second point is this Winston is going to become even better, being able to take these high grounds to play with his Echo, and now Sage can get on these angles, can play by Church, and can really abuse the power that Grunt's going to be able to give him with the damage boost.
Absolutely, here comes Guac onto the high ground, gonna pop the Primal Rage, but gonna get frozen and thrown off. Gonna jump right on back. That jump cooldown so short when you're on a Primal Rage. Winston, high noon from Wi-Fi won't find anything, but Guac will get taken down regardless. So will Aquarius. Oh, and the Nano onto Cynex, gonna do so much damage just with it. Noir going to pop that beat. Here comes the Valkyrie from front footlock, and Echo is just doing so much from Cynex. Cynex is just excelling at these aerial characters. The Pharah, the Echo, they can play it all, Cynex. Here comes the copy on the base. And the double kill on the support! Support evaporated by Cynex. He just don't miss Cynex. Punk's Passion, though, what happened?
Oh my, as we're going to get a little bit of downtime, and Cynex going to collect his third in the fight. And yes, it was absolutely on the back of that right click from Cynex, basically hitting a full charge stick onto Minikuri, who managed to, I believe, just duck out that lamp at the last second and kill Noir at the same time. But it started, the root cause was Noir's beat. They went aggressive with that beat, but they weren't able to do anything with it. They weren't able to get onto the tanks of Drip Difference that they definitely needed to kill. And from there, they had to back out. When they backed out, they gave Cynex all that space to just commit murder.
That they did. Here comes the high noon from Noir, but there's no one on the card to keep him there. So Wi-Fi will get 2. Why not make it 3 before we go? As he Jazzy. Baby Diva kill onto the Mercy. Unfortunate that the card is still past point B into point C now.
Yeah, managed to roll in at the end of that fight. So again, another sigh of relief for Drip Difference, but PHP really nice hold. Almost Wi-Fi clutching it again as he did on Eichenwald. So 3:45 on the clock. Drip Difference can be patient. They can take their time. This comp plays slow and it needs ultimates. And this healthy time bank on the board is going to allow them to do exactly that. If they do want to win it, they're going to have Copy and Nano to go, with Grunt's Valkyrie coming up any second as well. So really nice hard commit as Guac is going to get just saved with the Winston ult.
Wi-Fi and Noir both going to go down. And Cynex gets the Brig and DMX the Diva with Focusing Beam. He's just using these abilities of Echo's abilities to their maximum effectiveness. And there's just almost no one at spawn here to stop this card from rolling in. It's 2 meters left. The Bob's gonna come into the backline. Wi-Fi is just gonna get caught out, gonna get slammed. But Aquarius is there to take down Sage, and Riptide will go down to Chasey on the Wrecking Ball, who says spinning to win doesn't work. And somehow we thought,
2 meters?
That card nearly got pushed in, and a pause from Drip Difference, I believe.
So as we take a break, it looks like the steaming sort of runaway bullet train that is the Drip Difference attack, this double bubble composition, has finally slowed down and ground to a halt. 2 minutes 43 left on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. This payload going to be rolling to probably sort of 5 to 10 meters by the time this fight starts up again. They are going to have the stagger onto Grunt's Mercy if they choose to. So PHP have got to play this very carefully. They cannot make a mistake from here on out. Yeah,
we do have a little bit of a ping problem, but regardless, we're just gonna keep talking a little bit about what we've seen so far. I mean, I think the first map was incredibly impressive. I think a lot of us thought that, Drip Difference, they're the number 5 seed coming in. They're probably going to be doing really well against Punk X Passion, the number 10 seed. And yet,
It's close.
It's close.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's always potential for upset, and I love nothing more in a lower bracket run than an upset at that. Interesting comp. I just want to look at the comps for a second, sort of just take out a full screen picture when I have a look at some of the ultimates, some of the compositions. So PXP have kind of had to go over by force to this sort of stall comp. They've got a Brig. For Noir, Minikuri is on the Zen. They've got Tracer Widow with a Kratos Wi-Fi, and then obviously Chasey on that ball, and Azzy on that Diva. I don't think this comp matches up too well against Drip Difference. Obviously, this comp, the one thing I haven't given praise to yet that I absolutely should before we get back into the ready check is Double Bubble. Extremely, extremely hard to play, ladies and gentlemen. The level of patience, the level of coordination is something that takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of skill, but more importantly, it takes a lot of grinding and refinement. And when seasons can be short and scrims can be, sometimes a little bit stuffed, particularly at this level, you're not going to get the best scrim each and every week. The same players may not even be there each and every single week. To be able to grind out and play a really clean double bubble comp is very, very impressive. As now they're gonna take that ult advantage and take that time man that they've got from double bubble and transition it into a full brawl. As Sage has gone over, it is Friday, it is Reaper. It's Reaper Friday, so Sage is going to be going over to the Reaper guy, who is my favorite character.
Indeed, it is Reaper Friday. Here comes the Diva Bomb. They'll drop in a bit too high there. Azzy Jazz is going to get taken down by that Reaper. Walk going to get frozen, barely going to get kept alive by Obscure with the Immortality Field. The copy will eventually end for Cynex, but not before Aquarius gets taken down. Riptide. Oh no. Oh, Punk X Passion.
Not a C9, chat. Not a C9. Noah was on point, and Noah died. Not a C9, chat. Potentially a C9, but we'll be nice. We'll be nice.
I'd call it's like half a C9. It's like a C 4.5.
It's a C 4.5. Yeah, exactly. I think that's fair enough. I'm the best echo in BPL. Okay, Georgie. All right. Bit of BM in the chat from the Resurge member who's yet to play. Don't talk until your game has been played. That is the age-old advice. But anyway, back to the game. I think it was a really straightforward win condition. They played the Reaper character, who's my favorite one. Special move, one of the best in the game. That copy past it. But once they got Sage onto the objective, once they got him all the way onto the edge of that payload, there was absolutely no reason, no way that PXP could displace them. As we've got Pharaoh, I believe, in the chat, the captain of PXP, lurking somewhere, I believe, as we get a note from the producers, TY, to them.
That we do, and now Punk X Passion, they're going to be running a different sort of dive. They're going to be running the Diva Ball dive, which is very interesting.
Diva Ball is always weird to me because Ball I absolutely despise in 2v2. I think it is just the most. I don't know if I can swear on broadcast, so I'll refrain for now because we're in finals weekend. I keep it classy. Ball, one of the worst heroes at pairing up with. One of the best ones was Sigma because of his self-reliance, and Zarya because of the ability to give bubble. So Ball Diva really not good as a duo, as they both kind of have to do their own separate thing. As Aquarius going to get antied up so low, and Drip Difference just trying to vibe on this high ground, but oh no, they fall really, really fast as they get dropped off and absolutely cleaned up by PHP here.
Absolutely, they do fail the vibe check a bit there. They go off the high ground, and Aquarius just cuts through them like a hot knife through butter.
And that can be it. That's first fight. And now Drip Difference have got to go for this recontest or set up for this first point. It wasn't really too much of a first fight for PXP to take, and it was surprisingly a steamroll. I was too busy talking about the tank duo, as this is likely going to be almost a last-minute contest. Ooh. Not quite. Yeah, it's now payload unlocked. They've got 5 minutes, a wealthy, healthy time bank of their own, but looks like Guac on this Winston wants to fight this close.
He does want to, not sure if he really wants to now anymore. Gets taken down pretty quickly, gets stunned out, but Wi-Fi and Azzy Jazzy both going to get taken down. Well, Azzy Jazzy going to get demeched. Now going to get taken down by the Cynex sticky bombs, which have just been on point constantly throughout this entire game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Cynex has been dominating on these Sky Heroes. Echo, I think, so powerful on this defensive point because of how he can play around Church, how he can use this Mercy Pocket to its full advantage as all Grunt falls are really low, going to get dynamited as well, but nope. Cynex gets the one-click melee onto Aquarius.
Of course, Grunt is actually going to go down, but it's one. They're still down 2. Punk Extraction, they do have the closest spawns, but it might not be enough. Cynex will use the copy, drop out the mines, which do stay after the copy reverse, just in case. I'm not sure if that's true, actually, because now they're gone. But regardless,
I think they do stay. I would assume they stay. However, regardless, 4 minutes left, so the downside of Trip Difference kind of very, very strong hold here is they're going to give PXP all these ultimates and go with them exactly as they are. Aquarius dies before the pulse bomb can go off.
That's unfortunate for Aquarius, as Jazz will get taken down by the high noon. Guaca fall into the mines. Here comes the dynamite right onto the graviton. Cynex will go down, but take Chasey with him. And it's going to be another Drip Difference fight win. And Punk X Passion, they're struggling here.
Yeah, the Drip really do be the difference right here. But in seriousness, the main difference was just Riptide being on absolutely a billion energy to end that fight. And PXP has kind of swapped over now. They've gone over to Winston, which I like a lot better. This Briggs End, though, against all the spam that comes down from Drip Difference is really, really punishing. They have to engage so quickly here. Otherwise, they're just going to get blown out by this Echo.
Absolutely, and there goes the Wi-Fi. Cynex will get discorded and taken down. That's a big part of Drip Difference's success so far has been Cynex's amazing echo play. The Diva Bomb's going to come in pretty late. It'll take down Obscure, but not much else as Drip Difference another fight for them.
And that looks like it's just going to be a straightforward fight as pressure mounts now as this time bank is getting etched away piece by piece. There we go, Minikuri making the nice swap over to the Ana. That is what we want to see. PXP obviously can afford to drop this map, but they're not going to feel confident going into a potential final battle here. It's Drip Difference really starting to wake up here on this defense Dorado.
Absolutely, but I mean, I think you do have to remember that this was Drip Difference's map. The fact that they're winning on this shouldn't be a horrible surprise, but I think the struggles that Punk X Passion is having are not something you want to have as Guac just jumps in and fries the members of Punk X Passion and Drip Difference. I'm running out of ways to say another fight win for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they're going to get the brutal stagger onto Azzy, and I think it's so difficult to play against this choke. Double bubble, as we said, a very difficult comp, but when you can just drop, when your Winston can just hold the choke with bubble, can get double pocketed from both healers, the comp is actually so easy. Because all they need to do is stall time. Guac just needs to play the waiting game to let Riptide and Cynex do all the work, and now Drip Difference kind of on goats as Cynex copies over to the Diva.
That they are. They're running goats with a McCree. Very interesting. But Chasey will take down Sage, and so will Grunt Product go down. Azzy will fall, but their death is going to be pretty much the only one coming out from Punk X Passion as it is swap over to the rush. Might have been just what they need. The grab is going to get me QE though, so it could be the start of something good for Drip Difference. But Aquarius falling is just not going to be enough to win that fight for Drip Difference. Goodbye, Obscure. And this card, wipe off the dust. It's moving again.
Finally, it rolls forward, but nice comp swap overall from PXP. They decided to go to the brawl and just simply stick on the objective, and that's exactly what they needed to do. They just needed to live. They were just getting blown up so hard by Cynex and Riptide in particular. But now they're able to use this sort of underside of the church for cover, get over to a big shield, and Azzy Jazzy's going to go for an aggressive bomb to start the fight and get
threading the needle. Chasey is going to take 2 members from Drip Difference down. Guac will get taken down. The resurrection will be there for Sage, but there's still 2 people down. That was just a perfect bomb. It seemed like there was nothing you could do about it. And this cart moving towards the end of point B. They'll get it, but a minute and a half left. They're going to have less time.
They cannot afford to make a mistake. However, that ult from JC actually massive because so many ultimates saved for this final push is now they get the stagger onto stage and they should be looking for blood. Go forward, PXP. Get as many of them as you can. This Zarya for Riptide needs to have that energy reset. They cannot afford to let this Zarya carry this energy into this last fight. But as I was talking about, 4 ultimates now, 5 ultimates available for PXP. So they've got the absolute wealth. They've got the commonwealth to be able to just sort of pick and choose that they want to use it as they need 1, potentially 2 fights as they go with this Shattered Blizzard combo.
All of them here. It seems like any ultimate they're using, they're gonna any ult they have, they're gonna use. But the shatter from Synex is actually gonna get 4 on the ground as Jazz is going to fall. So 2 will almost Aquarius going to eventually go down, and Wi-Fi Mini Q8 will follow. And Pong X Passion, they have 1 fight to even try to finish this map.
I think in the nicest way possible, it's a bit of a gig of grief from PXP. They had 5 ultimates, ladies and gentlemen. The window came on the cart that wasn't even around the corner. The Mail, the Reinhardt was not in position. The Beat, not sure what that was in response to ever. There was a copy that came down, so I'm okay with Noir creating that defensive response there, but they just got no value out of the primary win conditions. They had window, they had Mail, and they kind of just messed it up. As now they're going to have to take this top right rotation and drop onto payload. 10 seconds left.
Well, there goes Sage. That's a great way to start off. Here comes a high note from Wi-Fi. Gunner Fedak will go down as well. Sage will get resurrected, but the Mercy is going to go down. The Primal Rage onto the Graviton. There's 1 person on the cart. The Mage is trying to stay alive on this cart, but here comes the block. Oh, Synex with the Diva copy. Gonna throw in the bomb zone. Everyone off the point. A team kill will end this map 1-1, and we're into the tiebreaker.
Yeah, the bells ring on Dorado for the final time as PHP get absolutely squashed through that choke point. As Synex here, we're going to see this play of the game repping the Fleta skin, the good and the evil, but that was 100% evil in my mind. Absolutely disgusting echo play from Synex for the entire map, as that is something PHP have to be wary of going into this final map. Do not let Synex get onto an echo for this last decider.
Absolutely. You might say that it was pure evil, but I think that echo play, it was so good. It was so good.
True. It was both disgusting and angelic at the same time.
And isn't that the point of the skin? Now we're going in to the last map. And the winner takes it all here. The loser, they're gonna go home. Both these teams have played incredible maps so far. We're gonna see a swap coming in from Punk X Passion. Azzy Jazzy is going to swap out for Rain. Rain back in, probably going to be going on to this Reinhardt, but we'll have to see what map the members of Punk X Passion choose. What could be their final map of BPL Season 2.
Exactly. One of these teams is going to be going home right after this map. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be rough. But one thing I want to see, set up the expectations for this final map. What I want to see this double bubble spam composition from Drip Difference. I want to see PHP able to get back onto that broad comp that they played so dominantly on Iconvold. Let's have a map. I'm trying to think what they can choose, what they're going to go over to, and I think that is going to be the choice from Lijiang from Azzy Jazzy. So exactly what I want. That's absolutely perfect. Lijiang, both good for Brawl and this double bubble comp, particularly on Night Market and Garden for this Winston comp, and Night Market and Control Center for this Reinhardt comp. So this really could go the full distance right down to the wire. Control, a game mode that let's set it up. This first fight, so important. Being able to win this neutral in Control gives you so much ult advantage, and you can almost snowball it to a free 99% based on just winning that first neutral fight and then having ult advantage in the next 2 fights. Because of how you snowball, you use 3 in one fight, and then you use your other 3 in that next one. So it can all come down to how both teams open this this final fight here. Sorry, this final point here. As there's such a high pressure situation for both teams. So let's see them give it their all, and let's see them go head to head and leave everything out on the battlefield.
Absolutely. I don't think they're going to be leaving anything behind. They're going to be going as hard as they can on one of their final maps. One of these teams, this is going to be their final map in BPL Season 2. And it's going to be on Lijiang. And I think that if we're talking about momentum, it's 4 drip difference right now. But I think you're really right with how that first fight, that first neutral fight is so important on control. It's all about it. And just as well, I think that it's going to be the first round that could help swing the...
Yeah, definitely.
It definitely could help swing the motivation or the sort of... I forget the word, but it could help swing the... Yeah, it's a stressful situation. Both these teams and the casters now feeling stressor.
One thing I will say is that drip differences comp, this Winston comp gets ran on very easily by this Reinhardt, and this double bubble comp I don't think is as good on control because of the nature of the short fights. I think it's very, very risky to be able to sort of play patiently, which you have to do on double bubble. This Winston requires time. This Zarya requires time. When you play Sombra, it requires time. When it plays Echo, you need that spam to come through. But what the teams can do in response is sort of just force brawl and rush to the objective, and that looks like exactly what PXP are going to do. But on the flip side, we've talked about Synex's dominance on air characters. It's going to stay exactly the same. Guak's going to go over to the Wrecking Ball. Ooh, my least favorite hero in the entire game. Get it off my screen. But no, it is very good for this point, and it's going to allow them to sort of create space. If they can dislodge the squishies, in particular Minikuri and Wi-Fi, if Guak can land a seismic slam, sorry, not seismic slam, a pile drive or a tether ball, sort of a full fireball onto them to displace them away from range shield, Synex is going to have a field day with this pocket he's going to get from Grunt. So it's all about this matchup. Can they cover the spam damage that's going to come down from Synex?
That it is. Interesting position here from Punk Fashion. They're just sitting in this room. Pretty undivable, but that's not the point. It's not the objective. They're going to run out eventually. I think they're going to try and use the speed boost, but here comes a Quack on that Wrecking Ball, just trying to slam into them. They're trying to avoid the dive. Here comes the wall, just going to say no thank you to Sage and our camera.
Next steps wall.
They're going to be walled off as well. Wi-Fi will get taken down. Chasey as well, going to get demeched. And the point will go to Punk X Passion though. So they're trying to keep as much time on this, keep on this point for as long as they can. You're gonna see Noir, I bet, start to skate around, won't be alive for long, but still going to take some time and just get some percentage, as Drip Difference will win the fight. But Punk X Passion, they're gonna get some percentage on the board.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's almost second best case scenario for PXP. If you can't win the fight, one thing you can do is stick on the objective. They get themselves a free 23%. And if you think about what that means in terms of being able to touch in that time that now Drip Difference have to play, it could potentially be down to the difference. But here's the important thing. They have to rotate against this barrage from Synex. There we go. Beautiful cancel from Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi just says justice not today, as Synex will just get demolished, immediately chunked down. Here comes the Diva Bomb. It'll take down Aquarius. Minikuri going to try and use the Immortality Field. They're going to get taken down by the Mines. Wi-Fi will get taken down by Sage, and Sage is just cutting through Punk X Passion and Drip Difference. They win another fight, and the percentage in their favor.
Yeah, it really is Puddle Star Overwatch right here, ladies and gentlemen. Synex went for almost a suicide barrage. Was very, very risky. His Wi-Fi cancelled it perfectly. The Outlaw does not like justice, ladies and gentlemen. Let that be known. It is a law differential. But then Drip Difference, they had to, and I like that they did. They just committed the absolute farm. Basically, all their ultimate's gone is now this is going to be Nano coming down onto Ball, I believe. Is that
it was onto Synex. But then Synex immediately got High Noon. Wi-Fi's going to get a double kill. That's just... That is what we call in Overwatch, is what we call an unfortunate.
Unlucky over here in the EU.
As a quick win for Punk X Passion.
Yep, that's going to be the point flipped over. So Unfortunately, that Nano Barrage looks like that Nano Pharah went awry. Wi-Fi dealing with the Pharah basically 2v1, which is always impressive. Not something that the McCree's really designed to do in this composition, not 2v1 by themselves. But here, this point control from PXP going to be going over and ticking up slowly, minute by minute. But what's also ticking up is this barrage from Cynex, so they should look to go with this particularly. Oh, that's the beat force from Noir.
Absolutely, but the Shatter is going to find Obscure. Here comes Cynex. Most of the barrage will be eaten, but the one that is, the stump that isn't, going to take down Rain and Aquarius. Here comes the High Noon. Will take down Riptide. Sage will use that Pulse Bomb, but there goes Obscure off the side of the map. Goodbye, says Noir. And not going to be a close fight here as we have the respawns coming in. Here comes Rain and Lucio going to come in as well. Noir still on this point, stalling it out. Noir will get taken down eventually, but the point flipped over to Drip Difference. Here comes the Blizzard. They need to get something. 2 ults forced, but Aquarius and the members of Punk X Faction, they'll keep the point in their control, and they still have the Diva Bomb for Chasey.
Yeah, it's an interesting exchange of blows there. As the fight goes on, it definitely benefits the split comp. Drip Difference can definitely function more when they are down members. But PXP, they had the point control. Their comp sticks better on the objective. So it's really interesting to see how both of those match up, as now Wi-Fi is elected to go over to the Pharah. So Pharah Brawl, something I've seen probably only exclusively on the Middle Eastern servers. Chasey's bomb going to come in, not find the Pharah, as he was definitely aiming it for, but now 86 on the clock. So potentially final fight here for both of these teams.
This is definitely going to be the final fight here. 92% Grunthard going to pop the Valkyrie, going to do anything they can. Aquarius will fall early. Cynex going to get the nano from Obscure close to this barrage. 80% away. Here come the mines. All the ults from Drip Difference. You just can't fight it sometimes. Wi-Fi will get one pick. The beat will come in from Noir, but it's only going to be for them, as eventually they'll get chunked down and nothing much else. There will be a stall from this Tracer, from Aquarius, just trying to get something, anything going. Here comes the barrage from Cynex, won't find any kills, but it'll definitely delay any members of Punk X Faction from coming on the point. Rain on this Reinhardt trying to keep the stall going, but it just feels like a matter of time, a matter of when, not if, for Punk X Faction. But Grunt actually is going to go down on this Mercy, but no.
Almost. They had the overgame, but it was just a killing for at that point, I think, for Drip Difference. They were just waiting for them Punch Passion because of the respawns, because of the overtime, extending that death spawner. They had to come in one by one, and if there's one comp you don't want to walk in, even 1 by 1, 2 by 2, you do not want to be Noah's Arking against this comp, and not against Cynex with that pocketed Mercy on that Pharah. Ladies and gentlemen, interesting pick from Wi-Fi to swap over. We're going to dub it the Habibi Brawl, as it's a brawl with a Pharah. And obviously Pharah very common on the Middle Eastern servers. But now we're going to be going over to basically mirrored comps, so the Junk Symmetra. So Rain and Guac are going to be having a very unfun time here, as their shields are going to get absolutely wall blasted by this spam that comes down from both of these DPS on either side.
Absolutely, it's going to be a J-Silly convention here. Cynex and Wi-Fi both popping. J-Silly Wi-Fi will get the first pick, taking down Sage early, and that'll enable a lot of aggression to come out from Punk X Faction. With this Reinhardt and the Diva, the early Immortality field. But you just see how effective the Junkrat is. Even though Cynex lost the fight, 56%, 80% for Wi-Fi. Junkrat just charges his ult so fast. The point will go to Punk X Passion, but this fight not over yet.
Yeah, it looks like his Riptire is almost ready. There's 87% for that Junkrat. That was such a horrible Australian impression, but we move into that. It's an early window, and Rain is back to the spawn room. Off you go. No Reinhardt allowed here today.
Absolutely. Drip Difference says that this is a no Reinhardt zone, except for Guac. Of course, Guac has a permit. And now Guac has a license for his Reinhardt, and Drip Difference, they will take this point as compensation.
They're going to get the choke point. I think they're going to get the option to hold forward. I don't think they are going to, so they definitely want the PXP to walk into the Sim turret. Cynex now got this tie it up. Could potentially only force lamp though. Also get pace. Let's see how Sinex elects to use it. Should use it early to force the lamp, but could potentially hold it and be more greedy. Nope, just gonna go with it early.
Here comes Wi-Fi and Sinex. Both of them use the tire. Wi-Fi is going to find Sinex with it, and the Immortality is going to go down and support for Sinex. Sinex says to Wi-Fi, anything you can do, I can explode better.
Yeah, a bit of the radiation is strong here as Sinex opting to hold the tire, found the value. They got the team was able to focus down that immortality that was a bit early from Minakui, and the rest is history. One thing I would have liked to see maybe swap over to either of these off tanks is the Sigma. I think Sigma's really good in this competition. I skimmed with a bit yesterday and it just absolutely rolls. But one thing that rolls is this window now that's going to come down from Minakui, as that's a mirror from Obscure, so just poker level of Overwatch, ladies and gentlemen.
The mirror coming out to mirror Obscure, a mirror, if you will. Rain gonna go down, mirror on the wall. Who's winning this fight? It looks like Drip Difference. The bomb gonna come up, explode in the sky. Fireworks as Drip Difference gonna get another pick and another, as close for Drip Difference. They are one fight away from moving on.
There we are. It could be potentially the penultimate fight we see here for Punk X Passion, but nice play last fight from Drip Difference. The sort of just mirror ultimates is, oh, that's the one pick you do not want to see.
Oh no.
Opposite number. Let's see, let's hope them touch at least.
They do touch, but the Blizzard! Aquarius is going to have their Blizzard eaten, and Wi-Fi's tire is going to get destroyed by Sinex. Can't even let it rip before that the other rip tire comes in and destroys the hopes and the dreams of Wi-Fi, and potentially Punk X Passion's dreams and hopes going with it. Noir, the last hope, trying to skate around, skating for his life. The shadow will come in, Rain will be on the floor, and Noir will get taken down. And with that, Punk X Passion, a close fight for them, but Drip Difference, the drip indeed, was the difference, and they will continue on to fight another day.
Yeah, the curtain calls. That's a sunset overdrive as they go off in. They're going to be blasting Green Day through that depressive speakers tonight, maybe a few tears, but honestly, like, well played, PXP. You guys put that up right to the end. There is no shame in going out here, and they made, and honestly, a valiant run, some pop-off plays from each and every one of them over PXP, so nothing to be too ashamed about there, but Drip Difference absolutely making a stake. They are not ready to go home yet, ladies and gentlemen. This drip is here to stay, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing as they progress on through the lower brackets. So they live to fight yet again.
That they will, and if we look at the bracket, you do have a pretty interesting situation. I mean, we're looking as Drip Difference did just win. They will go on to fight the loser of Sydney Surfers versus the Clients, the game that will be decided later today. And they have their chance. They have their path.
They do. It would be nice to see a team make a bracket through the lower run, as I said. But again, the obstacles in front of Drip Difference are just going to get even further. But this is, yeah, let's take a moment to sort of pay our respect in the chat. Can I get an F in chat for PXP? Very valiant effort from them, as I see the way the Bad Patch Amari works. Yep, absolutely. Teams are gonna obviously disband and fall apart. So this is potentially the last time we see all 6 of these players together. But valiant effort from them. They made it through, and unfortunately, this is where they fall. But unfortunate to them, and I'm sure all of these guys will be looking to go back. Maybe they stick with the core, maybe they'll just disperse to the winds, to the 4 corners of the universe. But I'm sure those guys will be back in Vengeances now. I think we're just going to be hopping over any second to some interviews from either team. Yeah, it looks like we've got Solomon and Victor's probably one of them two going to pop into this VC any second. We've got Aquarius, Noir, and Jordan, or 02, waiting to come in for interviews here any second.
Absolutely, and there they are, Aquarius and Noir, as well as Jazzy.
Hello.
Lads,
Hello.
good job from
Commiserations, unfortunately.
all of you. Commiseration, of course.
Good job. How are you guys? I'll just give the floor to anyone from the side of PHP just to sort of talk about their experience with this tournament so far. The floor is yours, gamers.
This whole tournament was really, really fun. Like, it's been pretty competitive. The scrims were also competitive as well. And overall, like, I know this loss really hurts because we worked hard, but you know what? We made it far versus most people's expectations, I think. So I think that's a pretty good win on our books. Making top 8, I believe. So
yeah, top 8, nothing to be too ashamed about. Obviously, the league very competitive.
Yeah.
Disappointing that we couldn't find our group today. We didn't scrim as much this week as we would have liked, but I think that's just everyone's done at this point.
Yeah. Burnout is a real thing.
Weeks.
Yeah, every team wishes that they could definitely always scrim more. But you guys, obviously, you managed to take a map from a team that was five seeds higher than you. Like, the seeds sometimes can be deceptive, but it definitely came out that they got a high seed for a reason. So was the Broadcom something that you guys really just sweated out when you did get to scrim, or was it something that you kind of just naturally fell into place with?
I think we just naturally fell into place. It's our most comfortable comp. Yeah. So we kind of fell back on that, even though it wasn't the most optimal against the fair echo that they like to run. But for me personally, I think it's the first time I've ever done something like this, like scrimmed seriously and played in a quote-unquote official matches. So it's been a nerve-wracking but fun experience.
Yeah, and I think having the opportunity to have basically all your games casted, it adds a different thing to it. I really like what they've got going on here, and one of the main things I always criticize Overwatch about is just the difference when you start scrimming properly as a team, even if you're thrown together like last minute. It's just so much better than being able to just go into solo queue and wondering why your down 600 SR Torbjorn Instalock private profile player is off angling in their spawn. So just being able to play together as a team is just something that's so fun. And obviously, I'm sure you guys will all be coming back for the next season. Love to see you guys all back on.
Yes, of course. I had so much fun. Of course. It was a good first time for me being here. I didn't expect to make it this far, to be honest. So it's a good pat on the back. And yeah, I'm so happy that so many teams are so competitive. They're just really good, or they specialize certain comps. It's not always just rush or double bubble. There's always some variations like a Pharah or a Junkrat in the mix. It's just I just love it all together. Just thank you all so much for this opportunity. I truly appreciate it.
Absolutely. I mean, how did it feel coming into the playoffs? I mean, you lost against Majesty in your group stage 2-0, and then came into the bracket, and then you beat them 2-1. How did that feel coming into, get taken down by Majesty, and then to come back, face them again, and take them down?
It was a good confidence boost. It was a good, definitely such a good confidence boost that we just lost terribly to them, and then we just brought it back. Close games, of course, but we brought it back all together. It was such a good feeling to having the revenge run back.
Yeah.
So
unless okay, no, we're good. No tech issues on my end. Let's say unless Kwin has any more questions.
Okay.
That's gonna be it. For me, I don't have any more, but obviously congratulations and commisery, guys. Obviously, I hope to see you all back, and especially this is the first time that any of you guys have done sort of this thing. I realised sort of gauging overall the experience from people has been overall fun, and it's almost been their first time doing stuff. So, hey, no shame in how you all performed.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Yeah, you should be really proud. Like, you guys have overperformed, and if anything, more than just where you end in the season, we've seen your growth throughout the season, right? One of the teams that a lot of people have been saying that we've seen this growth as you've entered playoffs. That every week you guys get a little bit stronger.
So many map 3s are not good for my heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit like that.
Just quickly, I just want to thank all my teammates and stuff. They're all very amazing people. I couldn't ask for a better team. I just love these guys so much. They're like, I know like we all had our hardships and all, but we're really, really good people and friends.
I would have liked to play better to make it up.
Yeah, same. But
we did.
what can you do? There's always next time, right? It's not the end of the world.
Exactly. And I think having regrets and going away thinking, what if we scrimmed a bit harder? What if I DM'd here instead of flanking here? What if I went for this blade first? They're just the regrets of someone that is hungry and able to compete and really have that competitive drive. So nice to see that you guys are all walking away with regrets in a weird way, because it shows that you want to come back, you want to come back stronger, and you absolutely will. Every loss is a learning curve, of course. Something I always say to the Resurge guys, who, funnily enough, it's been difficult for them, weirdly, because complacency is a real thing when you can end up being sort of so dominant in your games. But overall, that's going to be, I believe, it from me. I think we should be getting drip difference in potentially. Yeah, Solomon?
Maybe. They're probably just preparing for whatever else they're doing. I haven't pinged them for an interview, but they're welcome to come in if they want. But yeah, I mean, Pixby, if you want to say any final words, any shout-outs, feel free.
I have already already yapped it all.
Yeah, no, just thank you for the experience. Thank you for setting all this up. It's been I've grown a lot as a player and as a person, I think.
I think this is one of the best league tournaments I've ever been in. Like, I love the management and the vibes, you know, they're all really nice and good people.
It's been great to fill the hole that Overwatch League left.
Yeah.
God knows that's been long for too long.
Yes.
Thank you so much, everybody. We've heard good things about your team internally as well. So thanks so much for bringing everything that you have to the league.
Thank you so much for everything again.
Oh yeah, thank you so much. But that is PXB. Unfortunately, they dropped out of the tournament at this stage, but they should be very happy with the performance they've had. Let me throw them out and say thank you. And there they go. We can take a look at the bracket, as Jace was saying earlier. This is what the bracket looks like now. DripDiff move on and will face the loser of Sydney Clients, which is the next match coming up next, so they'll know their opponents very soon. We don't have DripDiff because they're currently warming up Nightdrive for map 3, match 3, which would be Nightdrive Malding. So they're currently doing that, and we're kind of stalling a little bit. Clients are currently playing in the Flash Ops tourney. They're on map 2 of 2, but they're against they're against a plat team, so you'd think there should be an easy stomp for them. I'm not actually sure of the if we can stream it. I think like they say you can't have a streaming organization. I don't know if we class as a streaming organization. Like, you're allowed spectators, but I don't know. So they're just doing their thing. So they're already in map 2. Or map 2. They're in lobby for map 2. Okay. So once they're done, we will be back with. I pressed the wrong button somewhere.
They've won, Solomon.
They've won. They're done.
They won.
They full held on icon and finished the attack in 40 seconds.
Nice. You love to see it. Okay, they're ready. Okay,
they're ready to
go. Looks like we don't have to worry about that. So they speed ran their game. But that is coming up next. So thank you, K-Wing and Jace. This is them for their playoffs cast. We will have even more. We have Avril popping in for the 3rd and 4th matches today. But we will be back in a little bit. Thank you, K-Wing and Jace. Next up, Sydney Surfers versus the Clients. This is an up bracket match. You won't want to miss it. See you in a little bit.
Well, welcome back everybody to the Bad Petrimard League. We just came off of an incredible game there in the lower brackets. Gonna be unfortunately saying goodbye to PXP and Trip Difference moving on, but that's behind us now. We're gonna focus on this game right now, which is sure to be super good in my opinion. Here in upper bracket semis, the winner here will move on to the upper bracket finals, and we're gonna be seeing the Sydney Surfers take on the Clients. What's your take on this match? What's your take on this match?
I mean, I think these teams there are 2 and 3 seeds. We know that they've proven themselves throughout the entire league that they are a very high skill. However, I think I'm also obligated to be a little biased because my normal casting partner Mustard is on the Clients, so I'm gonna be a little biased. Little biased Barry today. I genuinely think this matchup is gonna be very even. Sydney has been, I think, a little bit more consistent than the Clients have been. The Clients have kind of busted out in matches that they absolutely shouldn't have mid-season. But I don't think that... I think it's still their overall skill level is equal. And I think this will be a very good matchup to see who goes on to play Drip Diff. The only relevant matchup, Clients have played Drip Diff before. They played in week 2. That was a 2-1-4 maps in favor of the Clients.
Yeah, that was a memorable game, sure. Also, I think important, I'm pretty sure SOS have not lost the game unless they were playing Resurge, where they first seed.
That is correct. They've only lost one map that was not to Resurge, and that's Majesty in week 1.
Yeah, so that's a long time ago. So it's up to Clients here to show, I guess, to see if this Sydney Surfers team is just like, are they immortal, or is this a situation of just like you have your upper tier, then you have your A tier, which is just Surfers, and then everyone below, or will Clients go? I'll still call it a bit of an upset actually if they win. Ooh, the Bastion TP up top right now. I love to see it. Instantly coming out on it. Texas on the Bastion actually there. They're gonna be gunning down Rorschach, can't say. Probably weren't expecting that one. Okay, Texas drops to low ground right now, and they can't retake into this. I mean, they're getting point control, already getting a tick, and this Bastion is just taking up so much space and just such a big threat. Like, how do you approach when he's just gunning down? But you're gonna do it anyway when Texas is repositioning. Sigma as well here out because the extra shield advantage towards servers. This is a very good point A attack. Coconut falling to false words, so it's looking like this. You know, it's not a strategy you see people going for that often, not in this league at least, but it worked out here, and that's good to see.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think it was really just great target selection by the Surfers. The one person who could really take down the whole setup on the high ground with the Bastion is Rorschach. Who do they immediately get out of mech and kill? Rorschach, just putting the Clients off on terrible footing to start off this, giving them no point presence because they're just going to get mowed down otherwise, and they get a pretty easy first point cap.
Alright, also we're gonna see Coco swapping over to Hanzo real quick. Probably gonna be trying to deal some extra shield damage with those storm arrows, and Texas and Mora are gonna be staying on this comp they used to attack A with. Let's see what they can get out of it.
I mean, yeah, I think until you know that you're going, it's not going to work out with what they're counterplaying, I think you should just stick onto it.
Oh, the Blizzard catching out Mara was almost avoided real nicely, but with Jack fallen, it looks like they're able to stabilize it. I think they just shattered Texas there out of tank configuration, which might be worth, you know. The absolute panzer that's going towards your backline, stopping that threat might be worth, yeah.
Perhaps it'll. I mean, we should see the swap coming on here. We do see the swap onto the McCree. That's just, I mean, I'm surprised we didn't see Mara swap either, to be quite honest with you.
Probably thinks that they're gonna get the value with this wall. Okay, the Flux comes out right now, it's already the wall used. So they're gonna just invest these ultimates real quick, and it does get value, seeing as a Siren gets picked off, Hyper falling as well. Gonna make this such an uphill battle right now for Clients. It's gonna have to be the big pop-off, but we're getting DMAC'd. I don't see it happening. The window was dropped as well. So many ultimates used, but that's good because now you're able to just, if something goes wrong, you're able to swap to a better comp, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just good engagement by Sydney, and you're absolutely right of that. Oh, we want to swap when we need to. I mean, just pretty easy fight win. And now it's really when this final recontest on point B is going to be where it's a make or break for the clients, since they have a bit of an ultimate advantage.
Alright, drag come through allows them to take a lot of space already. It's a nice shadow coming up. They're not able to find pigs because the lamp's there. In there, also, they were able to rush down Texas with the dragon there. Wall comes out, it's a really nice wall, splitting off Jack from his team, gets the counter pin by Hyper, I think. And Gavin is actually the one falling there, so not going to be able to pick up Jack there, which seems strange, but it's a nice Blizzard ult. It's a nice Blizzard, freezes up the tank line, but they're still not able to get picks off of it. It's actually still going to be going to Sydney, which is, yeah. I'm not sure how that one happened.
I don't actually think you can even allow that to happen, period, with the clients. Like, there is no way you should have lost that fight. Because that loses you point B, and you were winning by all accounts. It's unacceptable, honestly. It's it's quite brutal, and now they have 4 minutes to hold point C, and it's doable. Point C is a difficult point to take, but it's going to take a lot of effort to get that happen.
Flux coming out already dropped down into the window line of sight, and Gavin gets charged there actually. It's not going to be that window's not going to help. Oh, it's a huge shatter actually from Hyper, but they're not able to follow up on it. Besides, Jack, who ends up falling, has a shatter of his own, not going to be able to use that one this fight. Rorschach out of Mecha Buddy, the tank line down for clients, and they're moving towards this final point, but without their main tank, the stall potential for clients here is really big. Hypernet already over to the ball. Recurve falls, but with the Lucio and the ball on point, and ooh, Gavin getting a really nice boop, drops the beat, and I think that'll actually, in this stall fight, it's gonna make them win it. But SYS is still doing really well though. The bomb not able to find a pick for Rorschach, and the picks are now starting to come through. It's Jack actually who's first and second pick, I think, on side of SYS. And the boop is once again really nice from Gavin, finding another pick with this boop ability from Lucio, and I think they should be able to stabilize as lamps comes through, and that should be able to sustain them for the stall.
Yeah, I mean, I think this definitely should be a fight win for the clients, but I'm surprised how I see how much Sydney's investing into this fight. I mean, now that's actually starting to be smart because they are all coming back, but at the same time, you could have just pulled back and then used all those ultimates for a real push instead of just staggering. We see they've already lost Mara, they've lost their BAP as well, and they're just still always flat-footed when coming into these fights.
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit scrappy here, but with Jack finding there's no, it should not be winnable. But it's a really nice shot into that though. It's suddenly looking a lot more winnable when Jack pulls that one out. I was not actually how I should have known with Hyper on ball, of course, that Chatter's not going to be able to be blocked. So it's so easy to land a big one like that. With Texas being able to follow up on it with the Deadeye, that's really winnable all of a sudden.
I mean, that is the ticket you want to see if you're Sydney surfers and looking to cap with a decent amount of time left. Clients, I mean, really just is obviously you need to cap them. You want to cap with more time. You do not want to be caught having to force for a draw on King's Row. But I think it's more so that you need to really just have you really need to have a good first fight, a first point. Because that's where a lot of Sydney's tempo came from, is that they won immediately on first point, and they could just even if they lost fights and in a bad way, they could just pretty easily reset and still have a lot of time to burn through. I don't think that the way that clients are playing so far, I don't think they're gonna do that well if they're always on a time crunch.
If I'm looking at someone on Sydney surface here, it's looking at Texas, because with this Far Mercy in the sky, it's gonna be up to him to be able to knock it down.
Ooh, absolutely. I mean, recurve on the Pharah on King's Row is always Pharah on King's Row always is a nice sight to see.
are gonna be able to kind of spam down there. There's this rushing. There is rushing into them, which I kind of like. It freezes up Rorschach, but not gonna be able to pick him off. The Siren falls though, but that's Texas gone. And with Texas falls, a lot of the damage and pressure you can put onto this Far Mercy. So now Rico's gonna be able to have free reign. And with Coconut taking down Meester, it's looking like clients have been able to crack this one.
Yeah, I mean, kind of exactly what you wanted with the unique composition of Recurve on the Pharah. It just kind of finds what they needed. They needed that first fight win. They get it, and now they can start the cart rolling. And I think the one benefit for the clients here is that I think that there's a reasonable world in which you continue this composition for the rest of Point B. I don't think it lasts for Point C either. But unlike Sydney Surfers comp that they use, like, they can't really stick on that past the first. Once they lose control of the cart, you can't play it. I think with the client's comp, if you lose control of the cart at some point, you can continue to play it and keep up your ultimates and not have to have a gigantic reset in that manner.
That was a confident one from Taxi. Just walks up at high noon, gets rained upon by Recurve, just comically falling on top of his head, and with that they're able to also go past this choke, which is really nice.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, again, it's this kind of this idea of you could just keep the cart rolling. Doesn't matter what the rest of the team, rest of Sydney's doing, because Recurve's really good on this Pharah character.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to note was that Hayden swapped the brick for that fight, instantly realized, hey, I don't have the speed ability on this character. That's not ideal. I don't have that speed button. Maybe I should just go to speed character. Okay. Oh, Texas taking down Coconut gonna be nice, but with Jack falling, I feel like I'm just a broken clock with the in this rock composition, with your Reinhardt going down early. It's so tough. Mora has Blizzard and Jack coming back with Shatter, so this is not lost yet. They can maybe do something here, but they're gonna need to have a touch. Alright, touch comes through, it's gonna be Falsewords getting demacked. Gives his mech for that one. The Blizzard does come out, but with a counter transfer from a Siren, there's not a lot to be achieved with that one. The Shatter goes down, and sure, Hyper falls. Maybe Recurve going down as well. They might be able to make something happen, but Recurve gets rezzed up, and it's not looking too hopeful right now. But Recurve taking down himself and Rorschach also falling. That's a bit of a strange one. And Osiren and Gavin are down. Wait, how have they done this?
I don't actually know. I think it's Texas is good at the game and shot them in the head. Because I was about to say, like, with the rush composition, if you do not have a Rein, just give up on the fight. Because Rein is the thing that makes space for the rest of the team everywhere. And if you don't have a Rein, you can't aggress at all unless you want to use your one-time use of Maywall, and that's it. But if you click on their heads, they die, and then it doesn't matter.
Oh no, Hyper, that's not down yet. You gotta wait those 6 seconds. The high noon up for Texas, it looked to be just zoning, but Hyper just walks into that one. Falsewords able to just gobble up Coconut's pulse bomb, and that's a clean fight win for Surfers.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at this point, I think it's worth considering swapping. Even though you're at 75 to ult on Recurve, I think there is a reasonable argument to swap. It does not look like they want to. I think they want to continue to run this out.
I don't know about this one. Maybe Rorschach finds value with the Flux combined with the Barrage Meter we're gonna go for, but if Falsewords can just eat this one, right? Should be able to just eat it right up.
If Falsewords gets knocked out of mech for some errant reason, then the client should take the second point.
I mean, I still don't know. I'm not too confident. It's a nice Flux. Catch a few. Bomb goes out. Blizzard as well. It's a lot of space being able to take for SOS, but I mean, clients just aren't there. They've taken up space that they've already owned. Like, this is just reconquering your own land. This is not really gonna do anything. Now they're just sitting in that corner. The Maywall goes down, not able to isolate anybody. Gonna be instantly taken down. It's a strange, it's a bit of a silly fight right now, and Recurve able to find value, taking down Mara with the Barrage, falling to Texas, and I don't know if Gavin's going to be able to res that one up to beat him that from Hayden to allow them to take the actual space that they could need. It's a really nice pin actually, but sadly it's onto Rorschach, who's able to live that one. With a nice HP pool, slams in, the mine's going to be dropped on card. I'm not sure if those were necessary. I think the fight was pretty much won already, but it's nice to zone it out, and hopefully and maybe we're just gonna see some swaps, which would be nice. So
yeah, I don't think clients are gonna stick onto this ball composition going, like at least staying on ball necessarily. I mean, the stagger on Amara is a little rough. So maybe actually we do see some aggression. They're pushed pretty far up, and if they can catch out another player on surfers, clients actually have a decent path to victory here, but they will end with a worse time bank.
Yeah, that's already guaranteed. Shatter from Jack, able to find able to find a Mercy and the McCree. The McCree gets taken down there. Gavin is also not able to escape with his life. A Siren used trans there, but there were already 2 picks. So not a lot to be able to be prevented with that Transcendence, and this might be the swap coming in. I mean, I've said that multiple times already, we haven't seen it yet, so they might just be really committed to this at this point. But Texas on the Ashe might make that a lot harder with this high ground.
Yeah, I think at this point we might be projecting and saying, stop throwing my ranked games, please swap the character. I think that might be what we're at right now, as we see clients try to engage in again. Hyper just gets taken down by the Dynamite from Texas, just being really effective with these hit scan characters and
Reaker
shutting down everything
falling.
the clients want to do.
Jack, my question here is why are you running the Mercy? I mean, who are you pocketing? Alright, nice closing shatter on Jack. Don't worry, everyone. Not gonna hype that one too bit. They were just walking into spawn, just adding a few to the stats, you know, stat padding, how it goes. Yeah, we're gonna see the swap coming in, which was what I was expecting with Reaker von Doomfist. Not really a lot of reasons to run that comp anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we still see Reaker von Doomfist. He really wants to use his Q, I guess. But I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to run the Doomfist, except Reaker just does not die, so we get to see Meteor Strike.
Okay. Meteor Strike comes in, just in his own backline, gonna be able to cool down and take a step back from that fight. Window goes out, but Reaker goes straight past it. Now once again back, not able to find any value of that one, and it's a meaty flux coming out from False Words. Gonna maybe not find any pick with a lot of damage. Actually, Coconut does go down to that one. Didn't see. Lamp goes out for Surfers, and they're able to completely stabilize. Yeah. I mean, that was the mob from Texas didn't find anything at the beginning, but they're able to make it work, and Jack has another shatter this fight.
Yeah, another. Oh my. Yeah, I mean, Jackson just really good at farming these ultimates. They have to do the scramble just a touch, and this is exactly what you wanted to avoid, because you are forcing a draw at best here.
Okay, Beat comes out already, be able to take a lot of space, and Mora gets his take onto Osiris, which is the crucial pick. Your Bab going down there is terrible. I think he dropped Field, but was not able to save himself with it. Just terrible. Another Bob coming in from Texas, so Coconut goes down to that one, a bit of revenge. Jack finding Gavin and Hyper, and with these little cleanup kills, it's looking to be done here.
Yeah, and that will be it. Sydney Surfers take map 1 over the clients.
Yeah, that was... I was actually, when I looked at the shatter percentage, I was like, you know, Jack, maybe he's got this advantage with the composition. Then I looked at the DPS and see the Ashe Tracer, which are not your rush DPS on average. So Jack was just putting in a lot of work on his Reinhardt compared to the clients. So that
absolutely just.
Yeah, it was kind of dominant. Look at this beautiful play here, just able to knock him down.
Yeah, just turns around a losing fight, pretty simply, and so they. Can win the game. At this point, I think if you're the clients, you're going into we're going into Escort. What do you think you want to play? I mean,
Dorado, perhaps. You know, maybe a bit of Dorado.
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean,
nice forum map. I don't know though. I truly have no idea of what they should be doing.
That is the kind of the problem, isn't it? Like, you need to play around what your team is good at, but also at the same time, the thing I'm trying to think about is, what did they just play? Because they were playing in flash ops earlier. That's what we had to delay the game at least a tad bit because of that, and they're probably warmed up on a particular amount of maps that they didn't get to select here. Do you think they just run out of a map that's maybe suboptimal for what their composition normally would be against something like? Against Surfers, but something that they know they've warmed up on because they played it earlier.
Interesting. Maybe they're feeling like That's the play. I can't see into their minds though. I would love to see what's going on right now inside of that team, but
Yeah,
I'm not sure what they're gonna do. I just don't know.
I mean, I know what they declared. They've declared Rialto.
Interesting. I'm pretty sure this is what they played against the Sharks as well, and that seemed to work out. Wait, that did not seem to work out that well. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they lost that
won
match.
Rialto. Disregard my words. That was they won Anubis and the control map. So that's interesting of a pick. Especially with those long sidelines for somebody like Texas, who's super deadly on those hit scan heroes. But maybe it works out for them. Maybe if they're this confident in a pick, I'm just gonna trust them and see if they can make this work. Because if they can go to a control map at the end, I think they got a good shot of winning this series if they're able to take it back here.
Absolutely, I agree with that just now. It's can they do it in Rialto? And it looks like we will have clients on the attack and Surface on the defense. And we get to see my favorite part of Rialto as we hop into the game here. We have some synchronized boating.
Some nice good old boat rides. For this attack pick of clients, they started off on the defense on King's Row, so I'm pretty sure they want to set this pace, quickly. They really want to set the momentum. That's a good way to get out of that map 1 loss, is just to set a really good momentum on your attack, and you instantly feel like you're back in control of the game. Your pace, the enemy has adhered to your pace now, and you're not like getting dragged down.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think like the good thing about Rialto being played here is that I don't think that I don't want to say that Surfers didn't prepare for it, because I wasn't part of their scrim. But I don't think if you're playing, then you think about what the clients would want to play as a Fara map, you think necessarily of Rialto first. I think you think of Dorado, for instance. That's
yes, as I also
yeah.
I also did call of a Dorado, but it's going to be interesting. Maybe they're trying to catch the Surfers off guard here. Gonna see how it ends up going. Nice quick compositional. A little compositional difference. Record, of course, going to be on that Farah. It's a super trusted comp for them. And Texas is going to be favoring the McCree here. I think I like the McCree more as a theoretical thing. Osiren falling to Mara as well. Coconut going to be taking down Jack. So both Tracers getting in the opening pick as well. But the Mercy for clients is able to get their res off. And I was saying,
I think the Mercy is actually really important, because the Mercy, even if you lose your Farah to Texas, you could potentially get the res if you have Peel from Rorschach. And I think, in general, we just saw the moment that the clients kind of aggressed at all, we see a trade of the Zens very quickly, and the supports are just gone for Surfers. This should be pretty quickly a retreat, but Jack putting in some work.
Oh yeah, Jack getting those picks really quick. Oh, Reaper's still trying to do some damage out here, but it's looking a lot more difficult now that Jack got those nice pick with the boop from the Farah again. Reaper really doing a lot on this first point, as you'd expect. It's looking like it's really likely. Maybe the recontest comes out here for Surfers, but it's gonna have to be quick.
Yeah, very quick. I mean, they do get the touch. We see High Noon come out from Texas.
Oh no, a Siren already dead. That's bad. Rorschach's able to clean up Mara though with the ball down. Okay, Barrage comes out from Reaper, it's not able to find anything at all, and Coconut ends up just falling. So the only pick gonna be against clients. Mustard has popped Valk, and though Texas gets picked, we've also lost Rorschach's mech here, which is not looking great. Reaper drops into mines as well as Mustard. For Mercy dying to mines, not something you see every day. Jack's also gonna be picking up Rorschach, and Jack is doing a lot on both of these maps already.
Yeah, I mean, that was one fight that took about 2 minutes. That was just one extended fight, and that's really brutal for your clients, because the thing is, Surfers just initially just held S. They just gave the clients the corner, and then they played this one extended fight, got their respawns in a bit faster than clients did, and they ultimately win the fight. The one good thing for clients is they have a ton of ultimates coming up online, basically everything except their pharmacy. So it's really going to be down to can Texas get a couple of early pickoffs and
Well, it starts already with Diva Man going down, but False Words drops the bomb, but it gonna be taken down before the remake comes online. Meester does die to Coconut's pulse bomb, with Jack also running into Focus's mines. Texas, however, being able to get 2 there, so it's looking a bit back and forth right now, with Chance falling. There's no support online anymore for the surfers, but I don't think... No, there's neither online as well for clients, and Texas does not care. No support, no problem. It's gonna be CSGO fragging. He doesn't need a healer anymore.
I mean, actually, he basically saved the fight and bought them enough time to have all the rest of the team come in and just stall the point and take out the remaining members. This is a fantastic play from Texas. And now for the clients, you have 30 seconds to try to cap A, and you're honestly seemingly down ultimate.
Yeah, it's just looking a bit rough. Tax is gonna be popping the dead eye. And oh, I was gonna say this should not be allowed to get value come when you're approaching, but they were scrambling, and the farmers are going down as well as the ball, a siren. Coconut's gonna be getting the reset. It's rough. It's looking like a first hold. Okay, the bomb was just a Hail Mary play. Oh,
it's one. Yes, Texas.
I mean, that's the raid boss down. That's the most valuable pick you can be looking for, and with Meester falling as well, this might have been... Oh, but the mines from Jack are actually really big, taking on the tank line. Rico's not able to find any value off of the barrage, and though it looked to be saved for a second, it's all looking a lot more difficult right now. It's gonna be really back and forth, but with the Mercy dying, the post bomb gets eaten, not being able to find any value off that one. Coconut's still trying to live here. Discord, but also with the Harmony Orb. Gonna try to get anything done here, not able to get anything. It gets a bit of stall though, so it allows Focus to come back on this ball as well as Rorschach. Both tanks on points right now. Recurve is off the map, not sure what happened there. The post bomb's big, but being able to have both tanks and the bomb as well cleans it up. Man, that was a lot that happened as those last 15 to 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you come back from that. I mean, the moment I saw that 3 people get picked off from the Deadeye, I think at that point you just say scoop them up and we go again. Defense, not even try to stall it. I mean, I don't think you were ever gonna win with the timing that you had. What do you do here if the client? I mean, I'm trying to think of desperation defenses, because that's what you have to run.
Well, okay, so I was actually thinking that Aphora could work here on the defense. I kind of like this point on defense as well, and it's still a Rialto. Rialto's it's one of the easier points in the game, the first hole as well. It's not that strange to see a double first hole, but on this rush composition right now, I actually don't like it that much as a last resort.
Yeah, I mean, like, I like parts of it. I think having the rush tank line's good. I think their support line is solid. It's kind of what you'd want to run in rush. I don't know why Recurve's playing the Doomfist. I don't think there's a justification for it. Other than we'd rather not play May.
Yeah, I hope that's not it. I truly think Recurve believes this should be the best pick. I don't think he would be... Oh, okay, already going down to Texas. Okay. So it's not looking too well. I was gonna say, hopefully not gonna be able to just avoid May in this really important game for his team. Kona's able to pick off Meester, but this close hole is basically doomed. Once one goes down, it's like a little brick wall that got kicked in by a toddler. It's gonna be crumbling down.
I'm surprised they didn't stall out Focus more than what they did.
I think they just
immediately popped Focus in the head when they could have just staggered for a million years, and Recurve's already down again. Oh,
okay,
no.
Recurve, what's happening? You're trying to tank the KD, you're smurfing your stats or something? Trying to go for an underdog storyline, create one artificially. 23% on dual mode, that's not what you're looking for. And Mustard goes down, Lucio, no speed allowed, both a Siren and Mustard down as well. Gonna be the support line down. The charge comes in from Jack, he's going all the way to the other side of the globe right now. I don't even know where that would be from Italy, I think that's like China or something, but it doesn't matter. Surfers are able to just cruise in casually. It didn't even look difficult for them.
No, it didn't. It genuinely didn't. I mean, I think there was a little bit of there was sometimes the resistance during a bit of King's Row. Nothing here. Like whenever they pressed S, it seemed intentional. never something like this. And I mean, I'm surprised that was not the one that was a 3 and that won the fight, won the match. Honestly. Yeah. I mean
player of the match, good. A lot of people there for Surfers. I think Jag did so much in like really close way, but I think it's really easy to give it to Texas as well, because Texas clutched up for his team and came up big so many times. That's what we've been expecting from Surfers, but I don't think you can discredit anyone else on this team saying they got carried by Texas. I think False Words and Jag, especially this game, had really good performances.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you could. There's an argument to be given to basically any single player on the servers that you could say player of the match. I mean, I think I would give it. I would personally give it to Texas. Like, I think I think Jack is a very close second, but I think Texas just like turned around fights that there's no way that they should have won it. Like they're the way they capped on point 3 on King's Row, the way that they just turned, they said, we are not even going to allow you to recontest your attack on Rialto. Just brutal.
Now that you mention actually that King's Row, I would actually argue that was Jack more with that shatter. So it's really, I can't decide. Maybe I'll give out a double player of the match.
The double. I mean,
the 2-time.
Yeah, the 2-time. Yeah. I mean, I think if good news for the clients though. This is not your tournament. This match is for winners bracket, so you're gonna drop to losers bracket. Bad news, you're playing Drip Difference.
Yeah, that's gonna be I think that's gonna be a pretty nice rematch from that week 2 game. I think that went to 4 maps. I'm pretty excited to see that one. And absolutely. If Resurge continues their dominance, I think that Surfers also getting their own rematch against the reigning, the defending champs from mid-season, and just with the number 1 seed. Gonna be super interesting to see.
Definitely. I mean, I think it's exactly what you want to see. I think we're actually going to get a couple of SPS players in to do an interview. I think it's Mara and Meester. I'm seeing this right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here they are.
Hello. How are you?
Hello, guys.
Congratulations.
Hello.
Yeah, congrats on your really strong victory, I'd say. That was a pretty strong performance, quite dominant.
Yeah, I would say so.
I don't know.
Definitely. Yeah, how you guys feeling against? You're going up against either Katboys or Resurge, if my memory serves right. And how are you guys feeling about that one?
We feel really confident on Rush, and we think that our Rush can probably beat almost anybody in the league. So we think that we're pretty confident right now. We have some stuff planned, maybe. I don't know.
Ooh,
maybe.
Intriguing.
Ooh, yeah, coming into the next match, we're just guessing Resurge is going to win because they're the obvious favorite. Our win-loss isn't so good against them, with us being like 0-5 and all, kind of a big deal for us, but coming into this playoffs, we're hoping to finally dethrone them and just be the best team in the league.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if you guys pull that one off. The way you're looking right now, I think you guys got a shot. At least I think you're definitely going to take some maps, Maybe even get the upside. You guys looked super strong today. Really nice to see.
We're feeling really good on Rush right now. It's worked very well for us. We've been playing it a lot and everything.
Yeah, looked super good. And there's gonna be also. So, who you guys? If you say you beat Resurge, who do you guys think is gonna meet you in grand final? Think it's gonna be Resurge again for your lower bracket, or
probably
do you guys think...
Resurge.
not planning any spicy upsets for any lower bracket teams right now?
Not really. I don't know. I think Resurge is just really good, and I don't even know if we're better than Resurge at this point. It's weird, but we're definitely confident here.
Yeah, you gotta have that confidence heading into this game. I think you guys just gotta keep it up, gotta keep the head up, gotta keep the mentals clean, head into that next game. Just whoever it is. I mean, it's not even guaranteed to be Resurge, of course. Katboys have also been a super strong team, and I'm excited to see what happens. Actually, super excited to see you guys play.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi. Alrighty.
Hello, Solomon.
Hello.
Yo, Mari, you stole my interview.
Sorry. You were the one who did. I don't care. Talk over me.
Dude.
Okay, dude.
Hi.
Okay.
Man, I'm sorry I couldn't call you a freak of Overwatch who got hit with some
Gods of
rocks as a
Brigitte.
child.
Mister.
God. Yeah, that was a good
Gods
game.
of
right there.
Baptiste.
Okay, I wouldn't go that far.
All right.
Well, you asked, we gave you what
So
you
yeah,
wanted.
I'm gonna chuck you out. Thanks for yapping or whatever. But
I'm being.
all right, they can.
All right, I'm also
They
going
can
to be
go.
heading out then.
All right.
We're still live. I'm just coming in to say hi.
No, all
hello,
right.
everybody. I'm literally stalling so I can get the overlay set up so I can like show who's actually in the bracket. Look, okay, so clients lose, so they'll face drip difference in the next match, and then because Sydney Surfers win, they'll be up in the upper bracket finals tomorrow. Where's the thing for that? Teams, Sydney Surfers, and then I press that button, and then I do that, and then look, that's a bracket. Look at this. Right, and then in a second, once it decides to update, it'll say Sydney up there. Anyway, this is the bracket.
I mean,
with that win, Sydney punches a ticket to the upper bracket finals. Not in that position, unfortunately, but whatever, it'll sort itself out. And clients move down to the lower bracket. They'll face drip difference in the next match. That'll be tomorrow. That's actually going to be a very exciting match. I'm really excited to see that one.
As am I. I mean, I remember it was an incredibly tense match for the week 2 matchup. When both of these teams actually lost their first game, in fact. So it's going to be very interesting to see this rematch now coming in for their playoff lives.
For sure. Yeah, I think it's going to be a really good showing of how much clients and Drip can go up against each other, right? Like, they're sort of hard to put down, see where clients can excel, and see if clients can keep their hopes alive and make it to the finals. But that's it for Sydney Surfers clients. Next up, we have a very special guest. We have Avril, who'll be casting the final 2 games. We have Mona and then Rico on the final game. So don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this one. We're going to have some fiery casts. We'll see you in just a moment.
What's up, BPL family? Is that how you say it for the BPL playoffs for season 2 here? It's me, Avril, joined the Mona, who, by the way, needed to take a last-second bathroom break, so I assume that's some Mona spaghetti you had to get out of the way. Am I correct on that one? How you doing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so nervous for this game and so excited that I just had to let it all out, right?
Mona nervous.
I mean, yeah, Mona nervous. Can't get too excited in the emergencies because this game has so much going for it, right? I mean, loser eliminated from the bracket, and there's almost nothing to base off like who you think's gonna win. Because Nightdrive, they finished higher in the midseason tournament, while Malding have a better seed from the overall season, and these two teams have yet to play each other. So there's almost like,
okay,
you're kind of guessing, right? Like, which team do you think has the better players?
That's most of my casting is just guessing, so you just exposed me right now. Thank you for that. So yeah, Nightdrive versus Malding Inc. I'm a little bit familiar with Nightdrive. It's a team that I've done a little bit of coaching for. When I say a little bit of coaching for, I literally mean in the small manner way where, you know, I did some VOD reviews. I VOD reviewed a few teams in BPL, and I was thinking, am I going to cast any of them that I know? Nightdrive, thankfully, is one of them. Shout out to Freya. Malding Inc. I don't know that I have had a huge chance to see just yet. Not too sure what is going to be brought to the table here, but you know, we should have some pretty good teams. It is the playoffs here. It is lower bracket, like I said. We got all to play for. It is loser goes home, winner moves forward. Clients versus Drip Diff is on the other side of that lower bracket as well. We just saw Clients lose to the Sydney Surfers, and I actually got told at one stage, like, you know, a couple months ago, that Clients were meant to be like one of the best teams. So I'm a little surprised that they're down here. And then obviously in the upper bracket, you got Sydney Surfers waiting in the winners final for the winner of Resurge and Katboy crew, who will be our matchup for coming after this.
Yeah, I mean, the Clients, obviously a team that have been kind of underperforming to people's expectations. And I mean, you mentioned that the winner of this gets to move on and play the loser of Resurge and Katboy crew. And with the way that the entire last couple of months are looking like, it's most likely going to be Katboy crew. Resurge won the midseason tournament, only dropping like one match per series, if that. Have been doing incredibly well during the season. That's going to be the game after this one. So I mean, got to make sure you stay tuned in for that, because that's going to be an incredible game. See if Resurge continues their dominance. But I mean, whoever between Nightdrive and Malding Inc., right? Whoever wins this is going to have a tough game no matter who they come up against.
Sure. And well, let's zoom in on this game a little bit. Nightdrive, Malding Inc. So you said that a little bit of guesswork might need to happen here. I don't know. You've definitely got a little bit more, maybe in the expectations department. You've probably seen both teams play at some stage. Going to head into map number 1, which is going to be King's Row for FT2. First to 2 here as is standard for all of our games. I mean, anything to work with here? Any expectations for who you think might come on top? You know, who's done better in the actual season itself? Anything that we got to work with there?
We know Panther. I believe I could be mistaken, but I believe Panther was like a mid-season pickup pickup for Malding Inc., where he switched teams around, and it was like almost an immediate switch in performances for the team after he came in. So I expect him to continue coming up big for this team if possible.
Right on.
And that's gonna be the main looking forward. Do they continue this second half of the season push?
Okay, well the punch comes through really early as we get the action started here. Josh coming through on the Doomfist. It's not a standard composition, I'm not gonna lie to you. Sombra Doom feels like an bygone era kind of team comp, and well, Josh straight back to spawn. Speaking of bygone eras, it's Nightdrive that'll be making slow rotations in. It's a little bit more of a standard kind of rush. I say standard, they are playing a Junker. That's a little substandard for my likings, but we'll see how they go for the rest of this, as they do have still, I would assume, a little bit of a player advantage. Josh will be returning back to this fight in just a second. Tick coming through here. At Matrix is available for Jam though.
Yeah, I'm with this idea. They did manage to get some space and 2 ticks on a clock, even with a man down.
Ant Matrix has been used now, so has the lamp been popped. Counter Ant Matrix on the other side for Nightdrive. Distortion coming through for that one, but it's Josh that will be picking up the multitude of frags. It maybe keeps Malding Inc. on this defense. Nice little kill on the Baby Diva there coming through from Panther as well, and this is looking like Nightdrive might be falling back. If Eisendrak, is that how you say his name? I hope it is. No Graviton Surge, 96% as death comes through. And not too sure about this Pandemonium tire either. It does look like a little bit of a tempo player. Nightdrive barely back to point in time to continue this fight a little bit forward, as you do see PP getting hacked out here. So I'm seeing some shadows coming on through. I'm seeing a potential sound barrier advantage as well, just for the time being, as Eisen still kind of waiting for the scrap.
Yeah, I mean, it's coming in here, but the hack that is on for Anubis, and he gets the massive EMP, and this should be enough to get it, but the grab does come out anyways in the high noon.
That'll do some damage. That's kind of what happens.
Yeah.
I don't know what Panther were. I think Panther maybe, ran a matrix. Not too sure what's going on there. Kind of felt like we did see Panther's POV rushing towards phase Pomku here.
Yeah,
the triple quad was just extreme. It was extremely powerful.
Yeah, it seemed like he was almost like a half second too. Like he couldn't get right on top of it. He just ended up a little bit above it. But I mean, the right idea, but the execution was a little bad. And this Doomfist is a little bit. It's a character who you gotta get like value off of it, right? Because if you're not, it just doesn't really do anything. Like there's no like damage coming out, or if you're not getting the picks, as they start off with a massive bomb.
Yeah, I mean, same for the Sombra, I would assume here as well. Both playing the Sombra Doomfist in this type of composition. It's, again, really not quite the standard as far as Rush goes, and both teams are playing Rush variations, and with the window coming through from Jam on the Matrix, Malding Inc. will secure priority on this car. Nightdrive backing up for now. Coming through on another tire. Now, I don't know if Jam actually has an Immortality Field available. If not, this is going to do massive damage. That's exactly what happens. Double supports down now. This Tanks and Doomfist, and now the Sombra and Diva to follow for Malding Inc. to completely back out of this situation. Nightdrive fairly clean on the retake here. Fairly clean now as we head through 3 minutes and 30 on the clock going through B.
Yeah, Nightdrive, they're doing pretty well here, right? I think they caught that the Immortality was out, or they had to bait it out a little bit. But what they were able to do is push Malding Inc. to the sides with the window. They could have attacked him in main, and they put the Junkrat tire straight through there. It was going to split up the team. They were either going to force Immortality or get picks, and they managed to get the 2 picks that were needed to get this fight. Now Malding Inc., all they really have is Shatter and Doomfist all to work with it.
Well, the Shadow goes wide here, and the Doomfist is dead, so both of those things, unfortunately, will not come to pass for Malding Inc. The EMP is still about 14% away, which is too far away. If you're really looking at Malding Inc. now, it might give you something to mold about, which is that Shadow from Wadette. That should be the cleanup here as well. Malding Inc. don't look like they'll have the capability to hold on. A little bit of extra stall coming through from Jam, but this will be a B cap for sure.
Yeah, and I really feel like Malding, like this DPS duo, they're struggling so much in these like sort of more neutral fights where they don't have, if they don't have the EMP, don't have the like bomb or window to sort of make a crazy play, then they don't look like they have the damage, which is for anything really to stop Nightdrive from just going in on them. So I'm happy to see this Junkrat switch. Not the most conventional, but there is going to be a lot more damage coming out. Hopefully a little bit more pressure onto the Nightdrive tanks.
Oh, if you want to put some pressure into tanks, one day teams will certainly learn to play some May. That day is not today, though, at least not for now. Not too early on. Pandemonium onto Nawilla. And that will be supports gone again. So it's Malding Inc. We are losing quite a few supports quite early on. Most of these fights, what you do notice is Nightdrive always having tempo control, and for a player like Anubis not really being able to use that EMP, even with the late deaths on Josh, and you guys just going to see Malding Inc. back out, refresh, and they're going to have to really get this EMP into play if they want any hope of winning.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like they're going to be able to touch here because they have the EMP. They need to get somebody on big EMP with 20 seconds left on the clock, and the fight is going on to the point.
Mortality Field coming through the back line as well. Vegas with a double. That's some decent damage. Here we go. This is where Nightdrive might actually get pushed back. Malding Inc. will land the fat 4-man EMP. That included PPGDH, by the way, who did have the sound barrier, and that was the key member that you need to hit with the EMP. If the Lucio's caught, that's going to be the EMP successful.
EMP successfully here. Now Nightdrive, they managed to get a couple of picks, but I mean the spawners are so close. Should be a good bomb to sort of push the rest of Nightdrive back, but they were able to go forward, right? They're playing as well, they're going forward, and the fight is not just finishing up on point with a massive grab from Eisendrake.
It's got to be the double tank ultimate. You did see also the Shadow land, and that's got to be enough. It doesn't look like there'll be much more hold happening from Malding. Lucio with Nawilla's coming back. The window's been popped down. Jam is dead. Nawilla to follow here. I don't suppose Anubis will be able to extend this any longer. 2:20 on the clock for Nightdrive as we finish the map. And to be fair, Nightdrive's tempo, as was said, was pretty consistent throughout that entire attacking phase. Barely got slowed down, I feel.
Yeah, Nightdrive, they were always taking the game to Malding. At no point did it seem like Malding were like even attempting to make a play with their Sombra, like go for a crazy hack on the Rhine or anybody, or maybe hack on the Baptiste to stop them from using Immortality and make a play through there. It was always Nightdrive. They were going aggressive. They were doing all funny. Man, oh, that is good. I completely forgot that in Bad Pechimar League everyone has the backwards names because it's funny.
Ah, right.
New
Yes.
is all in.
Very funny mans on the streams with all the names. Some of them are backwards, some of them are forwards, some of them are upside down. Maybe that's just me from Australia, as Nightdrive on this defense now. Looking towards comps, there we go. I did say May, and Pandemonium is like, you know what? May sounds like a pretty good idea. So this is, so far, this is actually going to be the real meta comp coming through from Nightdrive. The actual May, McCree, got some Ryan Zari there. I've actually noticed a lot of teams moving away from Zari, but that's a different story. Malding Inc. I do believe this will be, it seems like they are going to go back to a rush core, but there's a possibility for some, maybe Widow A and Echo A as well. Both can work. You do need a good healer for the Echo though, I feel.
Yeah, I don't know how Anubis is going to attempt to stay alive like this, or you can just make the switch to the right composition. That is probably better than trying to force the Aqua to work here, as there is the mirror composition here. I didn't think, you know, Bad Punch Mario League, most teams don't just sort of succumb to the meta and do these mirror comps, but
Nearly mirror. The flex tanks are a little bit different here, and I did say, you know, the divas are starting to come into the mix, so we'll see if Panther does do some damage and some pressure to Eisendrache as the early lamps are going to fall through. Nitro with a bit of a lamp advantage to start things out with, and both will be traded fairly equally here, looking towards the windows now. Jam and Distortion fairly even on that regard as well. So no one's really going to make any sort of committals. We haven't had any speeds in. No one's really jumping in. That's a flashbang at least, so now we maybe get the party started. Windows are going to fall through. Some of these walls have already been used as well. It's going to be Vegas falling early. That's a huge advantage for Nightdrive. And just as I say that, he's Ryan for Ryan. Second on Mortality Field has been followed up as well. Deadeye available. Nightdrive have the capability to maybe still hold on if they pop the remainder of these ultimates. And it seems like maybe it'll happen, especially with the Diva dead. Panther confirmed by that Deadeye. And Malding Inc. now probably going to lose this fight. They don't have enough alive.
Yeah, what I'm seeing from both of these teams is there's almost no patience with how they're using their walls or their flashbangs. They're going right in and trying to like get aggressive with them, which is what I like from Malding Inc. Right? They kind of got walked on by Nightdrive on on Malding's defense, but now they're going in. Joshin's immediately going for aggressive flashbangs over the Reinhardt shield, maybe opening up some space from Anubis with his aggressive beat.
And this is where Eisendrache can really come through with the grab as well. I do want to see that from Nitro. That would really put a hamper on Malding's entire push, and Blizzard's going to follow through as well. It hasn't really caught anybody, so Nightdrive have done a great job just night driving their way around the point. It seems like they've also night driven their way so far around the point they failed to touch, and that's going to give Malding Inc. a free cap. And off the back of a couple of spent ultimates that looked like it weren't going to get full value, but what a easy cap it ended up being with the fact that Nightdrive just kind of stepped away for a little too long.
Yeah, that was actually crazy. So they used the aggressive beat to force Nightdrive back a little bit, and once they sort of got to that back corner that we're just passing right now, Anubis tossed the Mailton and it completely split Nightdrive 3-3. Pandemonium and the supports were all stuck, like having to flank basically. They couldn't get on a point. They were getting all the pressure. Nobody was able to touch in from Nightdrive's tank line on the other side of the point, and it was basically they got it for free. 4 minutes on the clock after what was looking, you know, like a poor defense.
Pandemonium would be a good way to describe this game so far. Here come the shadows from both ends. The Immortality fails. It's just rush on rush. A full 6v6 brawl. It will be Nightdrive with multi-frag through Pandemonium as we continue walking in. Blizzard at the ready. And Matrix used as well. And like I said, the shadows were definitely in play. Nightdrive didn't take too long to recover, considering the earlier mishap on A. And now they have some control set up on B.
Yeah, they came right back to it, and it looks like they're going with the first corner. You know, the first corner hold a little bit, and they have the ability to drop back to the second, which is always good. Malding Inc. though, they're coming up onto males that Nightdrive isn't near, as I mean the wall just splits them up entirely.
It seemed like a good wall, but Anubis actually goes down there, so it ends up being a wall straight into an Immortality field, saving Wadette from what could have been an eventual death. Speaking of that, though, it's actually going to be PP gone. Did he use the sound barrier? I'm not actually too sure. He's on 0%. Did he Ajax? I'm not quite sure what happened there, but Nightdrive are going to be feeling that loss, going to be feeling the loss of everybody in their team now. This is going to be trading back and forth in terms of the actual fights. We had Malding cap A, Nightdrive respond really quickly on B, and now Malding should be looking towards cap and B as well, as Nightdrive will not have the members to contest.
Yeah, I like it. You know, Malding, like we were talking about in that first half when they were sort of getting walked on by Nightdrive, who were setting the tempo of the game, but Malding aren't afraid on this offense to sort of put the game to Nightdrive. They've struggled a little bit, I feel, with their ultimate rotations, because it feels like now they have 5 ults, sometimes they'll have 0 ults. They can just figure that out a little bit. They can get the advantage off on Nightdrive, and I think they have a clear path forward on this tech. With, I mean, 4 minutes on the clock on tech is crazy right now.
Well, there we go. That's a really nice bomb into shatter combo. You're either going to turn around for the bomb or you're going to get shattered, whichever one. You know, you block the bomb, you block the shatter, but you can only block one. And for Nightdrive, they are going to lose full control here. Malding now have really got some tempo going for them. Multiple vaults available as well. They just got to get this clean up on Eisendrache, who's really slowed things down, especially with Allwind down. Body block, it reckons. as Malding Inc. now, I mean, once they've regrouped, they should be good to play, but maybe Eisendrache on the final kill, they're actually slow things down significantly enough that it's actually going to really remove the momentum.
Yeah, that's good. That was a great ultimate from Eisendrache, who was able to basically get 2 picks off the back of it and slow down this Malding Inc. pushes. Anubis goes for the flank and it doesn't get caught out.
It's going to get a big freeze on here as well. I'm sure Nightdrive are fully caught into this. This will be a cap. This will be a very competitive cap as well. The celebratory sound barrier just to clean things up. Last couple of members from Nightdrive will probably respawn in a hot second, but with the May wall blocking them through, I don't expect them to touch, and that just means 2:38 time bank versus 2 minutes. We got a pretty competitive game.
That was much not the way I thought that was going to turn out, honestly. The way Malding looked a little bit, I wouldn't say lost, but it looked like they were getting like outpaced by Nightdrive a little bit. Like they just couldn't keep up with them. Maybe that was most likely due to a poor DPS combo that they went with. They were trying to get value out of that they never really were able to, and they just put them on a really bad path. The rest of their defense, Overwatch can get pretty snowbally at times. But I mean, when they got on the mirror, they went on the good composition. They were really able to keep up with Nightdrive and finish up with a better time than him. And I think that's looking much better for the Malding than it is Nightdrive now.
I also think Nightdrive giving up A in the way that they did, obviously not on purpose, but they kind of, they rotated through the hotel. They dropped anyone that could have, there's no touch at all. I was maybe thinking, okay, maybe the Lucio could touch somebody. Somebody's got to keep the point alive because they actually had ultimates. Nightdrive were in a position where, to me, that was still fairly winnable on A if they were able to continue the fight. They got cleaned up and they got snowballed, and I think a lot of this has come down to snowballs on both ends. Now heading into time bank will be Nightdrive on the first offense, Malding sticking on to the very standard main McCree, so no Sombra, no Doomfist shenanigans like you sort of mentioned.
No, but we are seeing double Diva this time. No, we're not seeing anybody start with a Zarya. This time it's going for the exact mirror at the start as Malding Inc. are going for the aggressive wall, and it looks like they caught a couple, but it was a little too late as Malding Inc. are just able to Nightdrive are just able to rotate around the tower.
That being said, though, Malding Inc. have managed to respond to this rotation, so Nightdrive are not making any sort of high ground play. They're just going to try and brawl on the low ground. Double walls come through, and Anubis is the one that actually gets caught in the middle there. Flashbangs are traded, Immortality Fields are traded, but it's a Frozen Panther and a dead Anubis, and that's going to be Malding Inc. possibly on this first defense. Not looking super great. There's Nightdrive, 2 minutes, capping. Should be 0 contests at Matrix Use, and maybe a final contest, actually. No, it is. Yeah, Panther's in.
Yeah, I mean, with the window, it's going to be pretty hard, but I mean, that's a good way to recontest if you have to, even though it doesn't look like it's ending up well for Malding Inc. Yeah, they're just sort of fed a lot of old charge. I don't think they gained any off it either. They've got the Shatter, they've got Window, which is fine. Both Window on itself is a pretty good ultimate as... No, I mean, he just gets out of that one.
And they will be snowballed as well. I expect Vegas to die here. Boom. One single swing of the hammer from Woodette sends him straight back to spawn, and possibly more to follow here as well. Anubis, where do you think you're going? Is now this is going to be cost Malding in quite a lot of time and space. Look at the cart just free pushing through. The ultimates have been fed over. Another Blizzard coming through for Nightdrive, and with Pandemonium, this could be a pretty large one as well. We'll be looking towards Panther to maybe try and eat this. No sound barrier, no counter Blizzard just yet from Anubis.
Yeah, those are great snowball picks, right? It allows Nightdrive to get the cart past probably the harder chokes on this second point of King's Row, right? That first little arch is always brutal, especially when Maze meta. And those little like double corners has always been hard to get through, so really good to get off there. But the window aggressively is walled off. That was great by Pandemonium to catch it. Counter wall comes out, and looks like all the utilities being traded out right now.
And this wall from Jam is actually perfectly timed as well, because this is when the overtime's been really committed in. Shatters have been traded as well. It's Woodette down early. Vegas still alive for the time being. Won't be for too much longer. Nubis actually had his Blizzard eaten away, so that's really, really poor for Malding. Unfortunately, is for Nightdrive, it's a simple walk forward. Sound barrier catches 2 on the defense. It won't be enough, I suppose. And Malding Inc. will have to go for some sort of C defense. They've lost so much ground. And on a 2-minute time bank, getting both A and B is disastrous for Malding Inc. and so good for Nightdrive.
Yeah, it is incredible, and it looks it's just getting even worse as Panther is getting stalled out in the back there. It's going to give them so much free room to push onto this third point when they get the chance. Panther's just getting brutally stalled in the back there. That's actually horrible to witness as they finally let him rest in peace and respawn. But I mean, that was I'm gonna say that's off the back of some incredible play by Pandemonium, who has been really, really good on this Mei. He's using the Mei utility aggressively when he needs to, trying to split up the tanks, split up the Reinhardt, and even block the window, which you don't see as often as you really want in these kind of competitions.
Well, here we go, the brawl again, straight away. No time lost here for Malding Inc. They need to win one of these fights. They are very desperate to get something done here. You do not want to see Nightdrive fully cap on through if you are Malding Inc. It will be pretty much unwinnable for them, as Malding Inc. now needs to get a lot more work done on this wall, this at matrix. The window has expired at this rate in time as Distortion drops down its own. There's got to be Wadette going down early, so it seems like even though Distortion dropped that one in there, it's got to be Malding Inc. Finally, the self-destruct from Panther as well. He was resting in peace, and he would like for Nightdrive to rest in pieces instead. And we'll see how that transpires a little bit later on. I think maybe Nightdrive's kind of push here in terms of the overall distance might just be a little bit too far for Malding Inc. to be able to match anymore.
Yeah, that was a really, really strong push by Nightdrive off the back of some great performances. Panther got a little bit of revenge there for how long he was staggered. Some great Diva play, a nice bomb, and I think it was a baby Diva kill, but I'm not so sure at the end of it is near while the bomb was coming out as well. Able to get some revenge against that stall. Stop the push from Nightdrive getting a 6, but it is just, it's so far forward. And with 2.5 minutes on the clock, they have maybe 1 or 2 contests like at the very beginning. And because I mean, if you're capping point A in overtime, they basically have to do exactly what Nightdrive just did and roll over your gushing about how crazy that was. Right? Yeah,
they need a massive snowball running through probably B here. It might take them the whole 2.5 minutes to just get A. And I mean, they could also get full held. Let's give them benefit of doubt. They get A, they will need to basically run through B totally in overtime to even try and match.
Yeah, and I mean, it wasn't like their A take was especially great either by Malding Inc. They was based off the back of a very aggressive play that Nightdrive kind of misplayed. And like, not going to say it was let it number,
sure,
but it was...
gave the cap away, sure. Yeah, that happened as well, so that's not, it's not great signs for Malding Inc. And they need some good signs. They'll be looking towards the stars to see if the planets align here. And maybe through the Alderworth Hotel be the right call. Vegas eating 1 million damage right here. Some mortality fields being traded on both sides. Oh, there's going to be a decent ice block as well to prevent the pin from connecting. No early ultimates to be found, no early great damage to be found. Both teams still fairly even in the trades, and maybe it's actually Malding Inc. that are taking a bit more. Ice and Drake has been frozen, and that might be the first frag. Mech is gone. The suit has been demeched, and for Nightdrive, that is a pretty big loss. Panther has been kind of killed on the other end. Maybe just evening things up, and finally, here we go. The windows have been traded, and where do the rest of the kills come through? Wadette is gone, which means Vegas, if he lives, has a free shatter and might not even need it.
Yeah, I mean, Malding Inc., they needed a good play here, right? They didn't really have to, but they had to win this first point in like an aggressive format with as little ult use as possible. And I mean, just window, that's great. They have so much going in for this. They should be able to get past this arch if they play it aggressively as well because of the late picks. They need to make sure they don't get stuck at this arch because it's such a hard choke to get through with this little time that they have. So they're playing aggressive right now. That's good. If they need to use an ultimate just so they can get this card passed through here, I wouldn't even blame them.
Well, here we go. The stun nearly stopped the Blizzard from connecting, but the Blizzard will connect indeed. The sound barriers to follow. What you also have to really admit here is that both teams actually have exactly equal ultimates. So yeah, Jam used an amplification matrix earlier, but so did Distortion. For Nightdrive, their ultimates came up at the exact same time. It was basically now in this fight, double Dead Eyes. Blizzard traded for the Shatter as well, down to below 1 minute. Bit of a slowdown here for Malding Inc. I'm not too sure how much slowdown they can afford.
Yeah, they need to get going soon. And it's, again, there's like this choke. Vegas is looking for a shatter here. He's getting really hard for it, but Pandemonium catches him out and is going to get a big freeze off top of it.
It's also going to be a pretty big shatter, but, you know, the fact that the freeze came through and Pandemonium is still just pumping up the damage. Nightdrive will have advantage here, especially with Vegas and Josh and down. That's mainly your damage plus your main tank, and will now be this Archway hold. This is pretty deadly. I'm pretty sure as well, Nightdrive didn't have to play through Archway. They got Archway control really quickly. Malding had to play Bookshop. They lost control of that as well. So Nightdrive are doing a much better job already, I think, on B.
Yeah, they really are. Malding Inc. 15 seconds left. This is last fight territory. They have to win this and another 3 fights after, but they can't even think about those next 3 fights because they just have to win this one right now as the window gets blocked out by the Maywall again.
And Panther on the early D-Mech as well, so things are not looking great for Malding Inc. They need a lot more damage than this. They got to clean up some kills. Pandemonium's on 1 and so is Wadette. But this is going to be it. I think it's over, Mona. We are going to have our winner of the first map here. King's Row will be cleaned up. Nightdrive I'll be taking this one forward 1-0. The defense is done. The attack has been thwarted. And here we go. Good to start things out with Malding Inc. A little bit slow on the uptake there. B, not great for them. We noted their attack was maybe a little bit weaker in general, despite having the slightly better overall time bank. A kind of got given away. Nightdrive did fail to touch A. And overall, the comp difference as well, I think, Nightdrive did bring through a little bit more of a slightly more conventional comp. Eventually, we did move towards full mirrors. And as the full mirrors came through, that's where, at least from my perspective, Nightdrive started to look like they were taking control.
Yeah, Nightdrive, they were able to, I feel like they had a better understanding of this composition, especially how to play around the Maywall. Like, that's where I felt a lot of their value was coming from, was off of Pandemonium's Maywall. They used it very aggressively, right? They was basically used off cooldown whenever they could. But it was almost like, even if it was kind of not the best Maywall, they were still able to play around it to the point where they got value off of it. Where when you look at Malding Inc., it didn't seem like they were able to. Sure, they had a couple times where the Maywall like split off the team, maybe was able to block off the window occasionally, but it wasn't giving their team enough like consistent value as Nightdrive's Maywalls were.
And to generalize things as well, to me, it did also look like Nightdrive had early initiative. They were mostly the team going first, whether that was on defense or offense. They were the team kind of pushing the go button first. They were the first team to really try and get something done in these fights, find that first peg, get that first wall down, get that first blizzard down, get whatever first ultimate down, and be the first person and the first team to make that initial move and kind of put Malding Inc. on the back foot as much as possible. You did kind of, at least I think, see that across the board a little bit as we'll get ready to move into Dorado as well for map 2.
Yeah, Dorado, that seems like a sort of, I'm not going to say like an anti-brawl pick, but somewhere where they can get away with playing that Echo or Pharah, like Widowmaker, those more pop-off DPS, where I think Malding Inc. are going to feel a little bit more comfortable playing. Because it just seemed like they were getting, and honestly, they were getting like out-teamworked and outmatched on when it came to just the brawl.
I think Nightdrive have been even I remember a while back, a month or two back, and we were watching a little bit of Nightdrive get into the rush. I don't know if I influenced them a little bit. I remember I reviewed them a while ago and I said, maybe you guys should just play this. And since then, they look like they've been refining that rush comp. And one thing they were losing to back in the day was they were kind of getting pumped by Fire and Echo. They were definitely losing to Fire and Echo. So maybe you could be onto something here, Mono. If Malding Inc. moved towards some sort of fly comp, get that Echo in there, get some long range damage in there, pop in an Ash as well or something, maybe that is going to be the answer to Nightdrive. Wouldn't surprise me if Nightdrive continue finding ways to get this rush to work. And, they're not scared to play the variations either. It's not necessarily just the main McCree, although I think that should be the staple. They might decide to, check out a few other options as well.
Yeah, which I'm hoping they do, right? I hope Dorado is a pretty weird map where I feel like you can sort of mix around your compositions, right? It's some like early icon ball in a way where Brawl will probably give you the most value on that third point, but on the first and second you can sort of get away with other picks that you might feel more comfortable with. And it might not be the best thing to rely on, but if you can rely on holding them to a point where they don't get to the third point, where Brawl is going to give you the bigger advantage, that could be a strat that they're going for. But it's better than trying to run the same thing like against the wall. And in these high pressure situations in a tournament, it's hard to make these sort of micro changes in how you're playing the composition. It might just be easier to go, we're playing a different composition instead and completely changing it up.
And as match point as well, high pressure here, like you sort of mentioned, Nightdrive 1-0 up in what is the first to 2. So all up to Malding Inc. now for their response to keep themselves alive in the playoffs here for Season 2 in BPL. And, finding a winning matchup, finding a winning composition on a winning map, possibly. Let's go to Dorado. That could be, like you said, it's going to be a much preferable map. We are not going to have Nightdrive kind of on a preferential composition in a mirror. Probably not what Malding Inc. wants to see today. And finding some sort of win condition there that's not just going to be the mirror.
Yeah, and honestly, it might even just be as simple as they play the Brawl, but with maybe they feel more comfortable on the Winston instead of the Reinhardt, and they feel like they're going to get more value on the Winston Brawl comp than the Reinhardt Brawl comp a little bit. Or just maybe switch off, the McCree for the Ashe or Widow, or even play a Mei Pharah or something like that. Something like just the 1 or 2 switches into this Brawl composition. Even that could be enough to sort of switch it up.
Yeah, it's like put the test on Pomku's the hit scan for Nightdrive, right? Yeah, put the test onto Pomku. Is he going to hit the shots onto the Echo, or what? Are we going to see? What's he going to have to play? Is he going to play the McCree? Is he going to be able to shut down an Echo? Is he going to be able to shut down a Pharah? Because this is when we need to start looking towards those big counters. Is You know, is it possible that Malding Inc. even look towards a ball type composition? Maybe something with a dive that can really start to, you know, pick on the backline. How good is the Nightdrive backline? Are they susceptible to something like that? So Malding Inc. certainly have some options left available. Nightdrive have shown their supremacy in the rush mirror. That's not what Malding Inc. want to be playing into, at least for now. Still, we'll have to deal with the fact that if Malding Inc. do win Dorado, we go back to Nightdrive's pick, and they'll probably take us back to another rush-favored map, which is going to be yet another test for Malding Inc. But tournament life on the line here for sure, as Malding Inc. on their map pick, back against the wall pretty early after one map in this FT2. But let's get things started, Mona. On to Dorado we go. Early comp coming through is going to be double shield plus Farah.
Yeah, I mean, that is a composition switch where I could see Josh on the Farah, because I feel like I'm getting like memories thrown back to like the Platchat sub tournaments where I remember Josh and playing Farah. But double shield I did not expect. I know Orisa's had some changes. Sigma's had like very small buffs to try and like take him back from when they massively nerfed him. Is it the right play here? I can't say for sure. I'm gonna go with, like, off the top of my head, I just don't think it's going to work as well as, you know, Brawl or like a Winston Brawl composition. But I mean, if they play it right, if they manage to keep their distance and the spam from Josh and comes out, maybe.
The problem is they need to do a lot on this high ground phase, because once they lose high ground, and that will come soon, as soon as Nightdrive, you know, put the shields up and they start walking through. I actually don't think Nightdrive need to match in the fire. That's quite interesting that they are. It will now come down to, I think, both Pandemonium and Anubis to do the damage, or maybe Distortion could just land some sweet middies onto Josh, and that works too. There's no res either because there's no mercy, and that's going to be an outplay straight away. Maybe outcopped as well. Malding Inc. have opted for the fire, but they didn't bring the mercy along, and now it's going to be Distortion with the free line of sight on the back.
Yeah, that's got to be demoralizing for Malding as Nightdrive just switches to the Farah and basically owns your Farah instantly, right? Like, that can't be good for morale. This is supposed to be your, like, team composition switch to bring it back to the team, but it looks like they're benefiting off it more than you are.
Okay, well, maybe the window can help here. The window needs to help here. It will be Nightdrive trying to back away from this one. They can't challenge. Doesn't look like they had enough defense matrix. The opposite one, the one that counters that matrix, didn't have enough of it. And now not enough players alive either. It's going to be a bit of a cleanup. Good plays from Malding Inc. and, you know, good opportunities found there as well. Jam with the window dropped. Nightdrive without the proper way to survive. Tried to hide behind the fountain. Couldn't make that work, and straight back to spawn, and now Malding Inc. can set up again.
Yeah, it was a pretty nasty window angle. Like, Nightdrive are already pushing and engaged towards, like, you know, finishing off the point and taking it. So they didn't really have a retreat angle off it. So this was well played by Jamma to find that window. But now you're, like, this could be it, right? Because Nightdrive have a long amount of space that they need to push towards to get on there. In between the pulls and the Sigma utility, this could be the chance for, you know, Malding Inc. to sort of spam them out before they can get to point.
They got to flux straight away. I was going to say, the one thing they need to do is make sure that Nightdrive can't take advantage of that Matrix, and, well, Jedi from Anubis is going to do just that. The counter Jedi from Pandemonium going to get nothing done here, and that can be the words used to describe Nightdrive's push as well. It will be thwarted. Malding Inc. will take this one again, and really well placed, I think, Flux to make sure that Matrix was going to be really out of the picture. Also noted, by the way, PP was still on the Mercy because the Valk was available. I do think that Lucio is better here because you need to rush into Malding Inc. If you're going to play rush, you need to speed in.
Yeah, they need to speed in, but I mean, only a minute 40 left on the clock, and Malding Inc. are rotating these ultimates perfectly. They're going to have the window back up. They have the bongos too. Like, they're going to be able to draw out so much time that it is a little too early. They were able to completely back out of it. But there's still time coming off on the clock. Jam wasn't able to build up that window, which is going to be important. But Joshin does have his ult, so they might be able to play. He can get a sneaky play off of that. That might be it. But they need to figure out something as a Nightdrive. They're already on top of them.
Well, Nightdrive are coming in neutral there. They've got no ultimates to work with. I mean, the self-destruct will come on through, and, well, maybe the self-destruct will come in sooner than you thought. It's going to be Joshin down early. Distortion on Jam as well. No window available. That's going to be the Ant Matrix off the table. That was the biggest tool that Malding Inc. were going to use for this defense. Transcendence can only keep you alive for so long. Nightdrive, they find Joshin, they find Jam, and they will find A as well.
Yeah, the only self-destruct was Malding. I mean, that was not the way to play that. They had a really good ultimate advantage. They just had to, you know, use them correctly, or maybe make the play. That has to be a bit of a lack of communication or planning in that situation as to what they're going to do, because now they're kind of in a rough spot where, I mean, as I'm saying, they just completely caught me off guard. They're on Sigma Diva with the May McCree. Maybe it's because Vegas wants to ult and then switch, but even then, it's just looking rough after this.
I don't know if this is going to work, because, yeah, he'll go for the Flux. but there's so much coming through on the opposite end. You know, you got to be concerned about the fact that there's window from Noma. You got to be concerned about the fact that there's almost kind of double sniper here. Self-destruct is going to come in early. That's shield gone and Anubis down as well. So no Deadeye. You can't combo Deadeye with Flux. Not that that's always a necessary combo, but maybe this time it was. Shadow's going to collect a couple as well. It's going to collect more than... I was going to say, it started to look like Malding Inc. were turning it around, but Pandemonium on the high ground, the Deadeye off the back of the Shadow being used from Widget early as he went down. That's going to be Malding Inc. swapping over Vegas towards the Rhine, and they're forced to play the Rush Mirror now.
Yeah, they've been forced onto it. It didn't work out for them. They couldn't keep up with Nightdrive's pace with the Lucio, so they had to make the switch. But I mean, I've got to say, Pandemonium has been on one for this entire series. Like when he was on the Mei, he was doing exceptionally well. On the McCree, might not be hitting like these crazy shots, but I mean his ultimate usage with his flashbangs have been like so good, just making so much space for the rest of his team. He's just been so good with his utility.
I don't even know how Pandemonium got the high ground so quickly when there's a fight happening onto the low ground, which is kind of what's happening now with Anubis on the high ground. Unfortunately for Anubis, though, it doesn't find the same value in the Deadeye as Pandemonium had earlier, and even then, Salt in the Wounds. It's a long-range McCree left click from Pandemonium that will take Anubis down, so not having a great game. Malding Inc. on a fresh composition, fresh ultimates, got not a lot to work with, and that Ant Matrix from Jam can always do some work. The amplified fire strike just completely decimating the Nightdrivers. That actually just might be the entire push gone now. This is going to be Malding Inc. actually holding on. 1 minute 15. It's possible. I can see a world where the Blizzard comes on through and Malding Inc. actually take this. And that's maybe the one big difference here is the fact that Distortion stayed on the Hanzo. He'll now be on the Mei, but there is again that Blizzard.
Yeah, and with a minute left on the clock, I don't think they can expect or depend on Distortion getting that Blizzard, which is, I mean, such a big ultimate when both teams are playing this brawl mirror. They're so close together. You're going to need it. And, I mean, the clock is slowly ticking, and that fight was so long. You could even see this at like 45 seconds left being last fight territory if Malding managed to draw it out, which they really could with his mail that comes out immediately. And
yeah, how about that? How about we draw out the mail and have it completely eaten up by Dilby over there? That's really fantastic from Nightdrive. That actually gives them a real shot at winning this one. Panther still wants to take it away. It's got to be Nova himself going down. Immortality Field down as well with 10 misses a shatter. This is going poorly for Nightdrive. So despite the fantastic Blizzard eat, it does seem like Malding Inc. will be able to hold on, and that's great because they don't even have to use their sound barrier. They don't have to shatter. Malding Inc. hold on to ultimates in this 13 seconds.
Yeah, that was unbelievable, right? It looked like it was all gone. Like it could be such a momentum shift because you have to get in like pretty aggressive positions if you want to get value off the mail, but they weren't able. But like Joshin wasn't caught out, and now Nightdrive with a second left on clock, they have to touch and they barely get onto the point. But I mean, Wada just taking so much damage.
Well, let's see another Ant Matrix. Let's see that amplified fire strike again. I mean, the shadows does leave a little bit left to be desired as Anubis trying to get something done from high ground. Dropping down the Deadeye will make PP dead indeed. That will be it. Nightdrive will not be able to get anything more done here. No more with the final tried heroic amplification matrix in with all the heroics. So Nightdrive just going to get past the archway and that little sort of bridge heading in towards B. It's not bad progress, considering, personally for me, I thought that Malding Inc.'s initial hold on A was pretty decent. They did lose it kind of, you know, unceremoniously via the fact that Joshin just yeets out this barrage and dies, and then Jam doesn't get to use an Ant Matrix. It could have actually been a full hold on A. That aside, though, it's good on both ends. The fact that Malding Inc. were then able to, you know, return to form and hold B, and for Nightdrive to get past A, which was going to be the hardest point for them.
Yeah, I mean, both teams got to think it's winnable here. Like, and I feel like that's in their favor. As Dorado, first point, pretty hard to take. Second as well. Like, I feel like Dorado's not a map that gets full cap very often, right? Like, it could genuinely, I feel like it can get stopped at any point in the map and you wouldn't be surprised. So both teams got to feel like they have a real good chance of winning this. I'm just so surprised by how well Malding Inc. played that Broadcom near the end, right? Like,
sure,
I gotta say, Panther was incredible with his utility, and he was ult charge wasn't going up, so he wasn't getting insane amount of damage, but he was always on that kill feed. I always saw him like zooming around, getting those low HP targets, staying away from Pandemonium's freezing, make sure he doesn't get caught out, but still finding those low health targets to like pick off. And it's just, it really seems like a step up from last map. I don't know what changed between these two, but they're playing more together, and I feel like they are making these sort of plays that they weren't on the last map.
Well, they're definitely more confident. The fact that they had the confidence to even bring through the Rush Mirror anyway was pretty big, and I also think they had a bit of advantage in the early fights when they went Rush because Distortion wasn't on the major yet. The main difference is massive in that. Speaking of massive, it's massive damage now onto Panther. Distortion, Echo versus Fire. Typically will go the way of Echo, however, there's a pocketed Fire, not quite a pocketed Echo. In fact, there's no healing for Echo at all. Distortion, like, how's he meant to heal on anything? It's really not looking good in terms of what Nightdrive can get done with this Echo. It's kind of there to mark Joshin a little bit, but that's kind of all that Distortion is doing right now.
Yeah, this is rough. When you're playing Lucio Baptiste, you want more self-sustaining DPS than that. So the Baptiste, I mean, Lucio's not giving you much heals, and the Baptiste has got to focus on the tanks who are, coming up against most of that damage from the Brock composition. I mean, it looks like it's working out a little bit as Malding are on, I didn't even notice this, they're on the Rhine Wrecking Ball.
Which is not a standard composition at all. That is really, really strange, and it's who heals Wrecking Ball here. We'll find out. The Shadow's not going to really hit anything today. Nightdrive's on very low HP though, so maybe it doesn't matter. Wadet's going to die on 99. The rest of Nightdrive will die on whatever ultimate percentage they are on as well. The res for Josh, and just to make things a little bit sweeter for Malding Inc.
I mean, it's working, right? This Rhine Wrecking Ball isn't the most natural composition, not the most synergy in there, but that is, yeah, I think Nightdrive are not going to have a good recontest here as Josh, again, just yeets out his barrage.
And does get punished for it again. This time doesn't die though, and this time does have a Mercy in the pocket as well to keep him alive. Hack was pretty good. Pandemonium is not going to get an EMP, but maybe Wadet can drop a Shadow. It would be kind of pending whether, Emmanuel Hack can come through into Vegas. Well, none of that's going to happen. It will just be Malding Inc. walking forward, shields up, blocking the Shadow. Ultimates from Nightdrive try to contest this one, but Malding Inc. have the massive player advantage at this stage of the game. Vegas will even throw down a Victorious Shadow. Kind of unnecessary. They would have liked to see that been saved for the future point, but at this rate, it is just going to be celebratory for everything as the rest of Nightdrive will get cleaned up.
Yeah, this is great from Malding. They really have come alive on Dorado, especially after this composition switch. This is Josh and already has ult again after wasting it the last time. Waste it all you want. If you're building it again, it just gives you, one of them's got to turn out with another late pick. So many staggers on. And I mean, the Immortality was out too. But I guess he had to die there if this team wasn't going to come back in time. But I mean, that's like
upsetting.
Yeah, it is upsetting because that's not the first time, not the second time. It happened a lot this set on both sides, both not being as disciplined as you'd hope they'd be. But Nightdrive, they're struggling for ultimates here, and it's pretty much one fight in a stagger territory as Malding are coming in with the barrage, with Window. Panther caught out by what I'm assuming is a hack.
Yeah, so that's actually going to be a decent pick for Nitro. They're going to go in off that straight away to Anubis falls. So that's going to be the rest of your damage gone. Vegas is on a Diva now. So, I mean, we're just swapping roles between who the main tank and who the flex tank is, apparently, for Malding Inc. today. And Nightdrive, off some, I don't know if I want to call it miracles or just, good plays from Pandemonium, but the initial kill onto Panther is going to be doing wonders for them. And both tanks will reset. So all the ults are gone. Allwyn's going to be changed over to Lucio as well, so there's going to be none of that happening, so no more Mercy. Malding Inc. just want to get this next barrage out, but the EMP will rake across. All five been caught. Joshin should fall here as well. Nubis can't counter, gets flashed in the face. And Joshin, yeah, I think it's time to swap body. You got a barrage, but it's no point using it.
Yeah, I mean, they're just getting completely outworked at this point, right? Like, the worst part about it is with that EMP, the rest of the team is able to do so much damage that they just all have their ultimates back again. Now, Nightdrive are sort of in the league, and Malding, they were at a point where they had an advantage with ultimates and with their, in general positioning. But one bad pick off there, then an EMP, and suddenly the, tides have changed. Now they're still relying on Josh and trying to get value off of this barrage. But I mean, he can't even get in position for it, really. If he drops too low, he's just going to get hacked out of the sky.
Hacked, flashbanged, a number of other ultimates and other utility being used as well. Ant Matrix coming into play from Jam. The Shadow is kind of blocked out from Wadet, and Joshin just suicide. So I think maybe Dilby just ran into him. It looks like Dilby somebody just popped their face into Joshin. Speaking in the face, it's Nightdrive just slugging into the face of Malding. Will finally be Joshin going over towards the May, but how much time are we going to be losing at this stage? Nightdrive don't even have to use their support ultimates. They're coming up to another EMP. Pretty cheap fight.
Yeah, cheap fight. Nightdrive still in the lead with so much, but I mean, the Pharah pick was going okay for a second, but I mean, the ultimate usage was so bad. Like, there's so much utility you have to be worried of. You can't just toss out the ultimate like you can some others. But looks like Distortion, he gets caught out on this flank and he doesn't die yet, but he was so low and they've got to back out now. Distortion, he really got away with it, but that means he won't be able to take that aggressive high ground flank angle like he was before.
All right, counting his lucky stars, at least for now. It's high ground being taken by Malding Inc., which is kind of just flipping the script here. Malding are attacking. They sort of get back to the cart. They're going to do that now, keeping some high ground control. Dilby's actually up there trying to challenge. You see Pandemonium as well. The EMP's available. You got to come in for this EMP. It's now or never, really. Nitdrive, they're going to lose this fight. They dropped too many players. The EMP is not going to come in. It's not going to be enough teammates alive. They're just going to all fall in. Malding Egg had the high ground control. They dropped down straight into Nightdrive, who were cut in between trying to fight for high ground and trying to fight for the low ground. Unfortunately, they won neither.
Yeah, Vegas was able to push past Wadat, push past the Maywall, push past, not the Maywall, the window, and just able to shatter both the supports in the back. And I mean, Nightdrive, you can't recover from both your supports gone if your EMP wasn't in position. I think that's what they were waiting on and how they were caught out so easily. But now, 30 seconds left on the clock. Malding have so many ultimates. They've got 5, but Nightdrive have EMP, which might be the best.
Oh! Decent cancel to Nuba, so Deadeye's gone now, but so is the EMP. We traded an ult for an ult. Sound Barrier followed by the Amp Matrix, double support ultimates. The Shadow will be onto Just Panther today. Pin to follow onto the May as well, so Joshin goes away. And for Nightdrive, despite all of that, they actually don't have members. There's about 13 seconds, and Malding Inc. can do this. It's just Pandemonium. It's just PP coming back, and I don't think it's enough. We're going to go and translocate. EMP catches 4, but there's 0 damage. There will be a cap, and we will go to a map 3.
That was unbelievable. So it looks like... So if I'm trying to get this straight, Anubis got caught out when he was going with the high noon. He got immediately just attacked, just destroyed. And then Pandemonium, before he could get the EMP off, was basically got picked off before he can get the EMP out. Yes. And then that allowed Malding to just sort of walk through the rest of the team. And then when he attempted to sort of last minute touch teleporter EMP, and it bounced off it looks like it bounced off the top of the door, and he just couldn't get there in time. But even then, that might have not even mattered because it was too late. Well, it's so unfortunate for Nightdrive. It feels like it just a couple misplays in these last 2 fights cost them the entire map.
I mean, they had the ultimate to win. I mean, one EMP, they got the kill to Anubis. That's Deadeye gone. We talked about the fact that Malding Inc. had 1 million ultimates walking to this one. Huge advantage. My talking point would have been that, yeah, okay, Malding Inc.'s got a ton of ultimates, but if the EMP is good, none of that matters. And unfortunately, for me, it ended up being EMP had to be played. Pandemonium died at an unfortunate time. Twice now, actually. I think it was the fight before that year, if you remember the sort of high ground, low ground split that happened. And they needed to see an EMP, and Pandemonium was still on the high ground trying to drop down, and his team was just fully dead, so they weren't quite able to, make this thing work. I actually remember back in the day, again, when I was looking at Nightdrive, they did play Sombra before, but it was actually Palmku on the Sombra. I kind of roasted a Sombra, and then they stopped playing Sombra. Now they bring it back on a different member. It's like slightly better, but the team play there to get the EMPs in and make sure Pandemonium's alive and find the fight was, at this point in time, just probably they misfired at the worst time possible. What could have been a 2nd-point hold there. I think that last fight was super winnable for both sides, which was quite exciting, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically the best way to put it. Malding had more ultimates, but Nightdrive had EMP, which can be considered the best ultimate in the game and completely game-changing. And what's scary about having the best ultimate in the game is you don't want to mess it up, right? You know that with your EMP, you can completely change the tide of the fight, make it even if you're down 1 or 2, you can still win it. So you're trying to get this perfect EMP off, but then you just end up holding it, and you end up getting caught out when you're trying to rotate around to a better position, and Malding Inc. are able to capitalize off it. And it just looks like that's what happened to Nightdrive. Pandemonium trying to get the perfect EMP, but he just got caught out. When maybe if he just got an EMP on the front line or just an EMP on the back line, not the big 6-man that he was looking for,
just something.
Could have won just anything, really, but because anything's better than nothing. Gives him at least a chance.
Yeah, they needed to really stop the momentum there, and a little bit of back and forth trading on the fires as well that we did see. There's a lot of winnable and losable moments for both sides across the board on really all of Dorado. I think a lot on A, to be fair. But Nightdrive will be forced to pick their map. Lijiang is the decision as we walk into map number 3. To be fair, okay, Lijiang's okay. If you want to pick one of the control maps, I mean, you got control standing here, which is great for Rush, but Malding Inc. have kind of shown that they're willing to play into it. We also got Gardens plus Night Market, where a multitude of other things can be played. I don't know. Maybe this is good for Malding. I'm not too sure, but I think part of me believes that Lijiang is kind of good for Malding, actually.
Yeah, I mean, all I can think is, why aren't you going Busan, right? If you got to think about how you were performing the best. If you, how you're performing the best, and that's Pandemonium on the May was getting them a lot of wins. In my opinion, in the first map, that seemed to be the big difference to me on King's Row, at least. and you look at like Mecha Base, the map with the giant drum in the middle of it, if I can
Sanctuary, yeah.
remember Sanctuary, yeah, seems like a map where you can get a lot of value on that Mei, like if you play through it. But I mean, Li Jing, it's different. You can run it, right? And I mean, I think this is gonna be the big one, because this is Malding's best chance at winning a point in Li Jing, I think.
Well, yeah, you say it's going to be a good one. It's going to be an important one. It's going to be a crucial one. It's the elimination map. It is the final map in this first of two. We're tied up 1-1 here in the lower bracket in PL Season 2 playoffs. Loser goes home, and the winner continues forward in the bracket. Will be a bit of a long journey, but it continues with one further step. It's Sombra for Anubis, Joshin on the Tracer. And this is a Brawl Dive hybrid from Malding Inc. And a full dive, or sorry, a full Brawl coming through a Nightdrive. Distortion probably will swap. No, he doesn't. He's going to stay on the sim.
I mean, I kind of like it, right? It's a little hard. They've got to be coordinated to get rid of those like sim turrets, because if they're not, then I mean, that's just going to be so much damage coming up from Nightdrive. Malding Inc. are going to struggle to get through it, because they, no bubble, Panther and Vase, they've got to be right on it. And I mean, a hack comes out right away from Anubis on a Pandemonium. No wall, but they're not really able to capitalize off it.
I mean, it's kind of go time, right? Malding had the manual hack through, but they kind of failed to walk forward either. This was probably the best time. You're going to be superseding the wall a little bit. Distortion's still doing reasonable damage. Not the best, but, he's doing okay. I would have expected that maybe Distortion on the sim was going to get farmed, especially versus a dive, but it's actually Malding Inc. getting farmed pretty hard here. Nightdrive had the full control on point, as you'd expect, on a rush composition, and Malding Inc., I mean, really, they got to get a dive going. You got to hack in, you got to go in. They were very passive, and they got punished.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not diving off of a hack onto a Mei, then I don't know when you would ever dive, right? Like, it just seems like I don't know if this is something they haven't practiced before, if it was just sort of an emergency switch. They're just switching them like for this map, but they were just not ready to play this composition and showed you have to jump onto that, and they didn't. And now the switches immediately come out to the Ryan Zarya. Better late than never. Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yeah, so Jam's going to come in, Coalescence to rush in. Malding Inc. don't want to waste any more time. The Photon Barrier coming through from Distortion as well. That's correct. I know all the names, the abilities. As Nightdrive still have quite a few left. As Ant Matrix will be followed through. Nice 5-strike on the Jam. That's going to be pretty beautiful. Charge into charge. But the Earth Shatter is available. Wadet might even want to save this one. Anubis is on 1 HP. Panther will go down onto the Zarya as well. Freshly swapped over. No more bubbles available. And Malding Inc. will lose another fight. And I mean, to be fair, this needed to be one of the sub-maps that Malding Inc. wins, because we're going to go to Control Center at some stage.
Yeah, I mean, like, even if we don't go to it next time, if Malding do happen to win that, they go to Control Center next, Nightdrive are going to be an advantage here. Only good point for Malding is that they do have the EMP. A little late, barely there at 65%, but it's, he still has it, and this is the chance they need a big one. It's a little hard to get the massive 6-mans on this map.
He has to hide.
Yeah, he's got to hide. But I mean, look at the turret; it's just doing so much damage.
Nope, he didn't hide. So PP gets caught, the Pandemonium drops down to the Blizzard anyway, and Anubis dies to that Blizzard pretty much instantly, and still Nightdrive will get the sound barrier down. All Win does as well, but unfortunately this is not going to be a win. This looks like Nightdrive with the full cleanup. They still have 2 ultimates. Malding Inc. will have to come back and touch. There's 90% left, and they've barely got anyone alive.
Yeah, I mean, it is just now looking good for Malding Inc. They've got no ultimates. They got maybe 1 or 2 people that can touch, and if it's not even going to be like a good touch, right? It's going to be staggering one at a time, hoping for some sort of picks from Josh and or Anubis. But it is just looking worse and worse as the bomb is on point to clear everyone off. I mean, the picks are coming in one by one.
One by one, they fall down. One by one, the ultimates get used as well. And now the massive wall comes through from the Photon Barrier, and Wadet's going to get the charge in. Malding Inc. got no one alive, and I don't hope we're winning Gardens anymore. On to the second sub-map we go. Nightdrive in the lead here. Match point found officially in terms of where Li Jing is at. Malding Inc. have, I want to say, probably lost one of the more preferential sub-maps that we do have available on Li Jing. Like, yeah, we could go to Night Market, and we are. But let's say Malding Inc. wins Night Market, we still got to go to Control Center.
Yeah, it is just looking harder and harder for Malding Inc. as, I mean, the map predictions are at a 50-50 split. That's crazy. I don't know if that is like they try to do that on purpose or what, but I don't think I've seen that before. That is a crazy, like, say Nightdrive had the edge a little bit, but it could go either way. I mean, press the chat for managing it to 50-50. But Malding Inc. not playing around with any Sombra or any other funny like fire compositions. They're going straight for the brawl with the Mei and the Symmetra.
Ooh. All right, we're going to teleport straight in. I've seen this somewhere before. Hello, Steel Series. And straight away onto the point, both teams just gonna be brawling it up. It's what did instantly fragged, so that's gonna be the Ryan advantage found. And Josh and now with no shields to impede this laser damage. Look at the uptick, 50% already. The freeze gonna come on through to try and slow things. The only thing that's gonna be slowed down is Nightdrive's eventual death on this point. Losing what did early is a death sentence.
Yeah, an uncharacteristically poor play by Wadet to go for that charge there in the middle of like a Mei and Symmetra that are just going to beam him down. And I mean, without the Reinhardt, they can just hold right click while Joshin walks at the rest of the team, holding on left click, almost probably never having to reload as he melts through the entire team. And now they've got Sim Wall, which is just going to make the entry a little bit harder. But I mean, look at the Lucio walls too. That's what's crazy to me is that Alwyn almost has his beat after the first fight.
Absolutely. So, you know, and that's just all the extra healing, some extra damage coming through as well. No one from Malding died. They took some damage. It's fine. One thing that Wadet is going to have a Nightdrive can depend on is going to be the shatter, but with this huge light wall coming down from Josh, and you know, I mean, how are you supposed to shatter into this? You're going to have to wait for it to go down. The immortality field is just that. Distortion's going to try and come through as well. And even with the photon barrier gone, Wadet's shatter just goes straight into the wall of Way Vegas. And in terms of the wall he holds on his hand, and with Wadet down one more time, the rest of Nightdrive are thinking about, can we hold on? Do we use ultimates? Pandemonium has Blizzard. He's actually thinking, yeah, we go in. Got the double freeze. If they can maybe trade Vegas down, it's possible. And it looks like it actually might just be that. As Panther completely shuts the door, so no, I lie.
Yeah, Panther just said no. Nightdrive had a really big opening in there because Malding Inc., they overlapped Immortality and Beat there. And that is a big go button for Nightdrive, right? Like they can just go in instantly off that. The second either of those two goes down, because then they have nothing to stop them really, as long as they use their own Immortality or Beat. But I mean, they didn't have Beat, so all they had was their own Immortality going off of. But Malding Inc., they played aggressively, knowing that they used both, and they had to make a play.
Very early sound barrier. Speaking of players coming through, and that's going to give Anubis a decent advantage on this Blizzard, so everyone's going to be frozen up just as the sound barrier dissipates. Would have liked to have seen PP maybe hold on to that one, and pretty easy. Okay. Server load, excessive workshop, something happening. 89%. So we finished that one at 89% to 0. I'll let the old league commish come in and figure out what the haps is with this one, but just so everyone's clear, we were at 1-0. Gardens was won by Nightdrive, and then Nightdrive were up 89% to 0, and probably more. I think Nightdrive were gonna win that fight. They were winning that fight, and they were gonna go to probably 99%. And Malding Inc. would have had to come through for the final touch, and I don't know. That's kind of the picture I'm going to paint as we try to figure out what the deals is.
Yeah, let me explain that. So we have a workshop code that it takes stats for us, so we can get things post game. It also does a few things like for disconnect protection. So if you disconnect and rejoin, you get your ults, all that kind of stuff. We've had this happen twice before, but only in B League when we've had like way too many observers and on control. I don't know what it is about control, but apparently the server just does not like it. It gets late into control, it just dies. It's crazy. We've had, what, 110 matches worth of it, and only this number of crashes in B League, so... yeah,
help us. It's infected A League now, help us.
Of course it had to happen again. So yeah, obviously we're 1-1 right now in this final map. I think that would have been a 1-1, right, in the map itself.
If Nightdrive didn't dox Malding and like dox servers to, switch it up, change it up a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, if they didn't hack the server.
Yeah.
I will just confer with Invictus and we'll get back to you real quick.
Okay, so work in progress. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
That's right, guys. We're building the bridge as we walk across it. We'll get to the other end eventually, but yeah, interesting set of circumstances here. It was getting towards the stage where I felt like we were about to reveal a bit of a winner there. Again, 89-0 is quite a bit of upward momentum.
Unfortunate for Malding.
It's true.
Yeah, you got to think, right? Like they were coming back into it. It looked like Nightdrive. Oh, the commissioner's back. We got a ruling.
Hi. Okay, so we're going as if it's 1-1. We have the final point, which is control center. Or no, well. It's whichever one. Yeah, it is control center. We're just reloading the map until we get the run we want. So we're gonna play it one round of control center, assuming that the map is 1-1. and it'll be this fight, this 1 point of Lijiang to decide the winner of this match.
Righto.
Yeah.
Righto. So we're going to go to the third sub-map control center to decide this one. So we're going to give the dub over to Malding Inc. They were the ones at 89. Am I having Alzheimer's? I'm a little old here.
Yeah, it was Malding that were at 89.
Yeah,
it looked like the last fight
they were probably going to win. They're probably going to win.
Slightly in Malding's favor. But again, both teams, fair was enough in their favor that they were going to win them fight and went out the stall. And so they're going to 1-1 now.
You know what? I respect that from Nightdrive as well, to say, you know what? Fair is fair. We'll give that one to you, and let's head over to the decider. And what a way to decide things, as well as it's Malding Inc. coming back in. Malding Inc. in a position where, you know,
not what I want to see.
It looked like they were really after Gardens, kind of struggling quite heavily, to then have what basically ended up being a blowout on Night Market, workshop areas aside. Now we're heading to Control Center. Now, we did say maybe Nightdrive was going to have a bit of an advantage on Control Center. We'll see if that's true. It's going to be double shield, actually, with Dilby on the SIG.
I really did not want to see the Somber Doomfist. Like, I'll eat my words if it works out, but I mean, it hasn't yet so far in this entire series. Yeah, I say, yeah.
The Doom does destroy the sim here. That would be where they need to find the advantage. And so far, I mean, Dilby getting taken down by Vegas and a manual hack onto Pandemonium, which is not the best manual hack, to be fair. Pandemonium's just going to be throwing other left clicks as you do. Now, this stage in the game, Malding Inc. need to find a little bit more than just an opening onto Dilby, who's going to come back on a default, which is kind of preferable in any case. Haven't seen a lot out of Josh, and Josh needs to go deep. And as I say that, Panther's going to be the one to pounce onto Distortion, so that's going to be the sim gone. And I did say the sim was going to be maybe the weak point of this composition, especially versus what Malding are doing. And Malding slowly grind out this fight. Pandemonium goes down before the tie is available. Odette is not going to go for a shatter. Would be probably ill-advised. I don't know if he's going to go for it or not. Probably going to just die here. And Nightdrive are not going to cap A. Well, not going to cap the first point.
Yeah, I'm Malding. I guess I might just eat my words, right? Because they're capping this point off right now. Looks like Nightdrive are going to have a quick recontest, though. And I mean, they're still going for it, right? They're still going for it, but it just looks like it's a stall from here on out, as Dilby's going to try and get out of there before he gets staggered a little bit more. And it didn't work before, but now I guess on this sub map on Lijiang, the Somber Doomfist is finally getting that value as Pandemonium just sends in the ultimate from spawn, it looks like.
Yeah, but it's like it's so obvious. It's straight in your face. It's going to get taken down. There's zero effort put into that Riptide, I think, and now it's going to be the 5-man EMP. It even cancels out PP sound barriers, so man. Double value coming through from maneuvers. Nightdrive are just full sending it right into the mouth of Malding Inc., who are lapping it up and sending it straight into their bellies. It probably takes fantastic every time you get a fat EMP like that, especially after you destroy a nicely, or I say nice, it's a nice Riptide kill, not a great Riptide coming through from Pandemonium, and they will swap.
But I mean, with 41 seconds left on this map of all maps, it's just going to be so hard for Nightdrive to come through as Malding Inc. They're using everything here. They're not losing any percent on this point.
Sound barrier is probably a little bit presumptuous there. That might have been, you might have wanted to save that one to counter a blizzard or something, and maybe Malding Inc. will have to think about how they want to skirt the line for that next fight, because it's not quite over. It's 60% for Malding Inc., but I would argue a bit of an overcommit. So Nightdrive, now's your chance. You got the ultimates, you got more coming on through. What are we going to do with this one? I would actually say at this stage in the game, the distortion Junkrat is going to be less and less value. Shadow catches, is that 6 or 5? It's a lot either way. It's so many that Noma's going to have to pop down the immortality field. Barely saves any players. Distortion goes down anyway, and what the ultimate's coming through from Nightdrive, they're just trying to hold up. We're nearly into final fight territory. In fact, after Nightdrive loses here, it will be final fight.
Man, I can't believe this. Like, Malding Inc. are doing it. They're getting the value, right? Like, they're forced. They don't have the Maywall here, which is usually pretty good to hold his choke. But even though, like, the threat of the noob says hack, he's building up EMP. He's already got it again, right? Like, he's just been able to get the spray on as they come through the window. Is going to struggle, and they don't touch. And Malding finish it off with a 100-0 win.
GG's coming on through. Malding Inc. Happier than they've ever looked. I mean, look at that profile picture. That's a Vast with no hair, I think. And Nightdrive, oh my goodness, for all the good stuff they did on King's Row, it starts slipping away. Dorado starts slipping away. I think both of us kind of agree that Dorado looked winnable for both teams. You can see where Nightdrive could have won on Dorado as well. And Malding on Lijiang, pulling out the stops. The Doomfist Sombra works. I think the Doomfist in particular was probably going to be okay. Sombra's a little 50-50 for me, but they made that one really come through and get some value towards the end anyway. and Nightdrive 0% on Control Center, the one sub-map we thought they might be able to have a bit of an advantage on, and it's Malding Inc. with the, I guess, reverse sweep. There's only 3 maps, and well, you lost the first and came back with 2, so I guess there it is, the reverse sweep in the lower bracket to confirm their place further in BPL Season 2 playoffs. So for Nightdrive, unfortunately, the journey ends here. Yeah,
commiserations for Nightdrive. They really, I mean, maybe it was just the way I was viewing it, but between the first like 2 maps, they looked like they were in control of the series, right? Like they look like for a lot of those fights they were the better team, they were going to take it, but Malding always felt like they were fighting up to Nightdrive.
Yep.
But I mean, when it mattered most, Malding just were able to turn it up, and even were able to make like that composition switch to the Sombra Doom. That's an impressive switch, right? Like to be able to switch to a comp that hasn't worked the last time you did it and actually got you kind of steamrolled when you did try and run it, to go for it again on here and get the 100-0 off it, nothing but like impressive for me.
Possible good read, maybe a bit of luck there as well. You do have to consider the fact that I think if Nightdrive just stuck to a base rush main McCree, the Sombra Doom would have been less effective, but the fact that they brought out Sim and then Junkrat as well, just 2 heroes that play super poorly into Sombra Doom, not good substitutions in terms of changing up comps coming through. Nightdrive did themselves no favors, sadly. You have to look back at, I think the big one for me was actually Night Market, where just the 100 to 0, we can basically say it's 100 to 0. Yeah, it finished at 89 to 0. We didn't restart the map, whatever. Everyone shakes hands on it. We just agree that, Malding probably win that one. They look like they were winning on that one. The pretty big sim difference there as well, with Det just feeding himself in, and that kind of momentum really gave way for Malding's eventual victory. And now to celebrate their victory, we got Panther coming in, the flex tank and one-time player of ball on Dorado as well. So, oh no, he's gone. He's a little bit camera shy.
Yeah, looks like he got scared away or pulled out by our Mald interviews already. Yeah, so we're ready to start pulling everyone in. Looks like it's gonna be more than Panther. We got Panther, Vegas, and Josh, and all 3 joining us.
I had to go to run to the bathroom real quick, get the Mold spaghetti out of the way. But now that you guys are here, welcome. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tough win. What?
Yes.
You lost Crow. Would you say you got dominated on Crow? I don't know. How do you explain that?
No, not at all.
I stayed on Doomfist too long. I think that's probably the best explanation.
I don't think I've ever been dominated in my whole career.
Hey, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
You did have to lose the game to get to the lower bracket, let's be fair.
Yeah.
Speaking of staying on things for quite a long time, how about that Pharah, eh? Just get that Pharah gameplay in there as long as possible.
Yeah, it was just our comp on that defense on Dorado. We've always played it. It worked for a good amount of time, but then our support got randomly picked up by the Hanzo, which was just unlucky, and we just kind of
you got logged. Yeah, that's just game.
Yeah.
That's Overwatch, buddy.
That's Overwatch. Yeah.
Overwatch. You just get logged. You simply get logged. There you go. Bona?
So I just want to clarify something. Panther, were you a mid-season pickup from Malding Inc?
Yeah, I was started on Hog and Ball, but then the team boomed and they didn't want me no more. So then I got swapped.
And look who's winning now, huh?
And here's the thing: they're out, I'm in, and I feel like I performed pretty well today.
I slowed down there, Decay. You don't have to bring the beef to the table today. No,
okay. Well, I feel like I performed pretty well today. For the most part, on Dorado, I was hard zoning their DPS because they like to take off angles. So, and I didn't get punished too much for that. So I think I don't know if we're better or whatever, but
I just built diff, mate. That's all it is. Just say you built diff.
Yeah, I guess so. I really am.
It was a really tough match though. After map 1, we kind of got boomed, but we just clutched and reverse swept.
It is unfortunate about the whole server crash thing, and like, shouts out to Nightdrive. You guys played amazing. It's unfortunate that we had to do like a kind of scummy 1-1, but it is what it is. But like, think about it. Like, there was no way we lost that fight at that point. It was 88%.
Probably not.
They probably get a touch, but I don't think we lose that. And I feel like that was just a fair way. I didn't want to accept a loss when we were at 88%.
What'd you guys do there? Was it sim diff? Like, what's going on in Night Market?
I think my sim is pretty good, yeah. On Night Market, at least.
I think we just played faster. The one thing that we struggled with on King's Row is we were playing a little too passively, or taking weird angles, and when we fought, or we were also using bad cooldown timings. But for the most part, whenever we got our tempo back to where we want it to be, and we coordinated a little bit better, that's when we saw our gameplay ramp up, and that's where we took those maps.
I gotta ask. You said, I mean, Josh said just right now, you stayed on the Doomfist too long. And on King's Roar, you started out with the Sombra Doom. It didn't work out. You lost a lot of time. But then on the last point in the series, you went back to it. Was there any sort of like, what was the discussion on that? Was that just, that was a comp you practice? You're going with that? Was there fear because if it didn't work out in the first map?
Did it go back on Doom?
He's talking about on Control Center. We went back on
Control Center. We just practiced that comp on that map, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's just it. We always planned to go main because the Junkrat wouldn't spam us out in that tight corner, and just take advantage of that and just like random Doom punches.
And thankfully this time there was a Sigma for just as a free gift for us.
Yeah.
I mean, you got gifted a really good matchup there. I mean, they had a sim as well, which Doom plays great into. Like everything Nightdrive came out with was like, yo, this is Doom territory for me. You know, it's pretty good matchup. But crazy circumstance. We the full reverse sweep as well. You got 3-map reverse sweep. Dorado looked pretty 50-50 to me. To be fair, I think either team could have won Dorado. You guys, in my opinion, kind of choked that first A defense, especially when Josh and you were on the fire. You just kind of got you just got wrecked by you guys weren't playing Mercy
diffed,
either.
Yeah.
You got diffed pretty hard. I mean, they had a Mercy. There's a pocket fire versus a no pocket fire. You were gonna get diffed. Let's be fair. And then they just walked into you because you're playing double shield on low ground. Once you lose high ground, they just walk up and you're done.
Yeah, just gotta shoot shields harder, I guess.
That was just a statement, not a question. I'm just stating what happened, you know? Reaction.
So our reaction was like, the main thing was I was using my halt to pull back there to like slow their attack. And with that being said, like Sigma was using his rock to try and stall the Rhino, and theoretically, like we were just trying to halt it for as long as we could, so that Joshin could get lots of shots in, and Anubis could get his shots in, and hopefully we're playing for picks. And thankfully, because we were able to get a little bit more time, like towards us, while they were running towards us, we were able to get them more time. Their Lucio speed would run out, and the Rhino would take too much damage, so they would have to stop for a second, and then that's where we really excelled. So I think that's why that attack, that defense worked as well as it did until, you know, Jam just got randomly headshot, and then I think we could have probably held that a little bit better if that didn't happen.
Yeah. All right, any final words here, Mona? We got Nightdrive waiting as well, so any final things from you, Mona? We'll get some final words from these guys in Mold as well before we say goodbye and get Nightdrive in.
No, I just wanted to know how they're feeling about their next map and probably move them on after that. I mean, next series, the loser of Kitty Crew versus
I think we're going
Resurge. Katboy Crew versus Resurge.
Oh no, we're going against Katboy versus Resurge.
Yeah, the loser of that.
That's a scary one, actually.
Yeah,
very scary.
Those are like the two that we kind of consider like the best teams in the league, or ish. We've gone even with Katboy and scrims, but we haven't scrimmed a Resurge in a long time. So like we think Katboy could be like a 50-50, but we don't know about Resurge.
Understand?
I don't know. I think we win.
Based off of the comps that we're running, like they're still running the ball echo stuff. I think we'd beat them if we just play our comps right.
You've got a full day to work on that. I think you play the game tomorrow, maybe something like that. You also get to watch the game as well. So, you know, hold on tight. You get to see who wins, who loses, and prep your game accordingly. But congratulations once again on your dub today versus Nightdrive, and for being able to continue through into the lower bracket for BPL Season 2. So, mad respect, guys. Thank you for that. Continue molding forward, I assume. And we'll see you for another game on BPL tomorrow. But for now, we'll say goodbye. We'll get the Nightdrive guys in here for a couple of quick thoughts before we head over to a break and hand it over to our final match of the day. So, cool stuff there. Nightdrive's coming in. Nightdrive on the final drive. Back home. Park your car. Head to bed. 4 players coming in. It's like the whole team. Who wants to go first? Who wants to talk C9 first? Was it a C9? You ran out of time. Let's be fair.
Yeah. There wasn't really we just ran out of time.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, like when Lucia's the only one. Yeah, Lucia's the only one able to touch, and they all saw him coming. So it's just nothing to do there.
I like what Det's PFP, by the way. It's like how you guys might feel right now a little bit.
Hey, yeah.
I'm kind of glad to be done with this. This lasted like.
Oh,
way longer than I expected. Yeah, it was a long season.
Yeah, we've had that from a lot of teams. That there is definitely a feeling of relief. Not, it's a big mental.
How long was the season?
It started like the final week of January.
Yeah.
It's disappointing, but it's also kind of, now I can do other things.
It's a compliment. You guys were scrimming pretty consistently, from what I can tell. Make sure you're keeping up with everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna say. I thought I didn't really ask a question. I was scared that you guys wouldn't speak, so then I start speaking. But I mean, I still think you guys did pretty well for the season, right? Like, you made it. Yeah. You got a couple wins.
I really think that too. Like this whole season for us was kind of weird. Like we had Ranahan at the beginning who just couldn't play any maps at all, and then we got Noma. And Noma actually helped a lot.
Yeah,
Noma allowed us to put like Panda and Distortion on DPS.
Came a little late.
Yeah, it was unfortunate.
Like everything came late, and it just didn't come to fruition like what we had in mind. But I think considering everything that went down, I think we did pretty well.
Considering we drafted, I keep on interrupting.
Four support players. A single DPS player. Okay. 3 tanks.
Pomku, the Pomku DPS deadlift.
Yeah. By the way, you guys did how has Pomku not got a single player of the match?
It is kind of
that guy's crazy.
I didn't get a single Bastion.
Yeah, you just got Overwatch, man. Like Overwatch just chose a different POTG. You just got, sometimes you send the logs forward, and sometimes Overwatch sends the logs straight back in your face, and that's what it looks like. But overall, sounds like you guys are, we're pretty pleased with how the season went. Long season, but you made it to playoffs. You got some good results here. Pretty winnable match as well. So it's possible you guys could have gone slightly further forward. Who knows what could have happened. It was well played by both sides though. Made some good progress here. What's next? BPL season 3. What's on the horizon?
Oh man.
Just
the name.
I'm down for another sub tourney. Sub tourney was nice because it was 1 weekend long. That was
I'll be
fun.
the back-to-back sub tourney champion.
It is something we're looking forward to. Future BPL things are going to be shorter. That's for sure. Shorter.
Thank God.
Sub 23 was great. Sub 23 was a lot of fun.
It's like we had sub 23 where we streamed an entire 12-team double elimination bracket in 1 weekend. Which was
what? I love playing 6 games.
Yeah.
That was my favorite.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah, that was
17
that 10-hour match day, hey?
We had 17 maps in 1 day.
God, what the?
It was
so ridiculous.
2 streams of 7 hours each on each day. Yeah, that was fun. It was one of those things. Man, that was insane. But I'm glad we did it, and that's sort of how I'm feeling for season 2 of BPL. Right, this has been insane. I'm glad we did it, but let's do something slightly different in the future. So I hope you guys do come back with something like that. But I mean, like the guys were saying, this is you guys been a kind of an upset team, right? You've had performances that we haven't expected from you. You had a really deep run in mid-season. You've had a fairly surprising run into playoffs, right? Especially in your group stage. So I think you guys can be fairly content with where you've ended. And I'm so glad to have had you guys as a team.
I mean, you guys are chill, right? You guys feel okay. It's you lose, but good results overall.
Yeah, I'm not upset about the results because it was all I could have played better, could have done this, that, but it's all in the past.
At the end of the day, it's a team game, so.
For off-rolling.
Had some good moments there. To be fair, there was I think after the first map, both Mono and I were like, you guys are gonna win this. You guys took some really good moments. You look like the better team overall. Sometimes it's not your day. Good. And you're right. Maybe some more POTG should have been thrown your way because there were some good players out there from the team today.
Well, I don't recognize the voices. Who's on the off roll?
I was. Pretty much.
We have 4 support players.
So yeah.
Okay, well. At the beginning of the season,
yeah.
he was playing DPS.
Yeah.
And then in playoffs, we had Panda and Distortion, who were both support players on DPS. But so it was all just kind of.
Dilby played
been a little
bit at one point.
Dilby was playing stuff. It was just all.
But Panda, you were on the May this tournament, though, right? I'm trying to make sure I'm not.
If Pomku is in, I'm on the May and the flex support. Yeah. If Distortion's in, I play mostly the hit scan role. But
I gotta say, if you're flexing on a DPS, the May was incredible. It genuinely seemed like when you were on the May, you were making plays, making difference. So if you, that is you guys just did incredibly well.
Oh god, no, I can't do that. I'm a Lucio main. That's like sworn enemy.
Oh man.
Sworn enemy. I gotta get a bit of a taster for the other side. But that's cool, man. That's great. That's great. So, any parting words for now the finality, the end of your season?
What teams are left? Well, obviously, other than Malding, it's
Resurge,
Sydney Surfers,
Katboy, Sydney Surfers, the Clients, Drip Difference.
Sydney probably win the tournament.
I want to see Ahi go all the way. Shout out to my boy Ahi.
I think Sydney's gonna win.
You think Sydney over Resurge?
No way. No shot.
Over Resurge?
I believe in Resurge supremacy.
Really?
I have to bop the Majesty. They struggled against Majesty as well. Like,
mid-season tournament.
We took a map against Research.
We took a map, yeah.
Remember that guy?
we took a map.
Remember that
They weren't
guy?
ready for the Bastion.
Remember that? On
Remember that guy?
That was fun.
Remember that, guys? We took a map off
Everyone's gonna remember the time that Nightdrive.
Yeah.
Chunk of town. They locked the Bastion and they just set probably a record time on their attack against the strongest team in the league.
Yeah,
Best
they did.
Bastion BPL. What can I say?
Man, crazy stuff.
Yeah, Pumpku's goated on the Bastion.
But yeah, any shout outs before we head out? You guys have like a staff roster of like more than your team players or something.
Yeah.
All right, go through the credits. Here we go. End credits.
they all made it fun.
Roll them.
Shout out Freya. That's a big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Freya was awesome. We made this whole thing fun, and we didn't really get boomed too much because
Holy shit! There are. Oh, sorry, I just swore. There are 6 people.
I think
there are 6 people.
well.
That's insane.
Wait, Panda Distortion, my favorite support player. It's crazy.
That's what I was told like halfway through the season, and yeah, that's changed. But
Yeah, a little bit creative.
Yeah, but shout out to all of them. They made it all possible and made it all fun. So,
Yeah.
that's all that matters at the end of the day. So.
Oh wait, I have to actually rebrand again. Shit. Oh,
Rebrand
back.
No.
Another bad word.
Phase PPGDH. What's next? Huh?
What's next? We'll
sneak
figure
peek?
out. I'll go into a random name generator or something.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Well,
I think that word is more unallowed than shit. The
Thank you,
20
Nightdrive.
team names.
I think you guys go, but thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Well, yeah, thanks, Nightdrive. Mine was by mistake, but it sounds like Nightdrive was just doing it on purpose at that stage. I'm not too sure. Shout out to Nightdrive, Frey, the rest of the crew, all their staff members, 6 members on staff. Look, they could do their own internal scrim if they wanted to at that stage. And shout out to Freya's cat-made costume as well. But that is going to be the match done, the low bracket, before we head over to the upper bracket here. Katboy crew research coming up on your screens. That will be happening next. Mona, your final thoughts on that before we send it out?
It's just they destroy the mid-season tournament. I think they're just going to keep running through this one. Exciting to cast this game. Cast with you. Cast the entire Bad Patch MR League in general. Thanks everyone that made this work.
Same. Thank you for being a part of it. I'm sure everyone appreciates, all that's happened in BPL, including you being part of this as well. So, Solomon, what's next? What do we got coming next on the?
So next up, we've got the upper bracket game of Katboy crew versus Resurge. I'll show you it. There it is on the bracket up there, highlighted in white, kind of. That's gonna be a banger of a match. We get Avril and Recurve for that, so it's also gonna be a banger. But we'll be right back.
Excellent.
See you in a few minutes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the final game for today of the BPL Season 2 playoffs, where we have Resurge versus Katboy crew. I'm joined today by Avril. Hello, Avril.
What's
welcome.
up?
Welcome.
I'm good. I didn't bring my own. I didn't bring my own maid costume, and I never will. But I'm glad to see yours in the background.
Yeah, I planned on wearing it, but I got a cut interfering with that, so couldn't pull it off. Maybe tomorrow I'll have a guest appearance or such in the maid costume. Might as well for the season finale here. So we got a really good game for the final match of playoffs today with Katboy crew versus Resurge. I'm actually just coming off of playing with a lot of these players. The tanks, or the main tank for Katboy crew, Pipo, and the off tank for Resurge, Ahi. They're just both teams today are obviously really esteemed teams, really high rated as they're coming in as the highest rated seeds in the tournament so far. Resurge obviously being the number 1 seed, only dropping one map, or not one map, but one game or 2 B League team in the midseason tournament, otherwise undefeated. So obviously both of these teams very impressive.
Looking strong. I mean, I'm looking through their win-loss history, and it's just all W's across the board here. Good to see that the appropriate warm-up for BPL is running the flash ops today. Is that what's going on? You guys all dropping that flash ops in there?
Yes, sir.
So yeah, I mean, 2 very good teams. I don't know. I've obviously, I've heard time and time again, non-stop, Resurge is the team to beat. They're the number 1. They're undefeated. They just keep collecting those W's. Katboy crew is supposed to be very good as well. The Katboy crew are meant to be one of those other type of top teams. What are they, 4th seed into this one? I don't know if you'd think they were maybe the 2nd best team here, or definitely among the top 4. Definitely a good challenger to Resurge, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, like you said, Resurge being the #1 seed, Katboy Crew having really good appearances and really good showings across the season, but never quite being able to push into that top-level team kind of conversation, falling to Alpine, PXP, and obviously Resurge in games earlier on in the season. So we're going to look in this game to see if they can prove that they belong with the big boys, if they can really put up the game to try and show that Resurge is beatable as we get into the game here.
So big boys in the big comp here. Tracer, Echo to start things out with on what is going to be, I think of the new wave kind of dive. You drop the Zarya, it's not going to be Zarya Boar anymore. Going to be playing the D.Va instead. And on the other side for Katboy Crew, what have we got here? Double shield straight into the Bastion. And where's the setup going to be? They're going to have to be very careful about the flanking coming through.
Yes, the TP coming out early from Katboy Crew, trying to get across without taking any spam damage. Resurge kind of looking to poke out. They've run this comp throughout the entire season, pretty comfortable on it. We have Donk up on the high ground looking to set up an engage, as it looks like the Katboy Crew just sitting in here waiting for this Bastion to get a second TP up, as they'll go into Cafe with the Bastion trying to set up early on. The Rock comes out to try and stun up the ball, but not actually able to pick up anything. Supportive will be able to pick up the lamp on the side of Katboy Crew, as everybody's still kind of just trading out back and forth. He's mech will go down early on in this fight as the Bastion gets set up, but not really anything going in either team's direction until Paul is able to find Donk on the side of Resurge there on the Wrecking Ball. So that's one down already for Resurge as they're looking to take away this high ground from Pengolex here.
It's going to be hard for them to actually win now. For Resurge as well, they all actually have a flux coming through off the duplicate. Self-destruct maybe being put into that one as well. And Katboy Crew, I mean, they have the setup going for them. Now it's about surviving this flux.
The flux comes down from Drake, and it's able to find Magnolia on the Symmetra. They will be able to clean up the copy here as the window is dropped by Paul to try and recontest, to try and bring this fight back from the depths. Illuminous will be able to find Azu on the Sigma. Drakey looking like he will go down. He will go down to Pengolex on the Bastion, but Supportive fires back with his own Pulse Bomb onto camera. So back and forth fight so far on both sides of this, and it's still pretty much anybody's fight as a huge boop comes out from Donk to get all of Katboy Crew onto the low ground, and Resurge is going to be able to clean up from there. Really good slow fight from Resurge there, able to take advantage of the positional mistakes the Katboy Crew were able to make and the very slow fight they were trying to take there.
You notice, by the way, Katboy Crew don't even have a single tick here. So Katboy Crew, for all the setup they did in terms of getting the D-Mech and the Ahi, they got Joe Badonk out pretty quickly as well off the fact of no defensive matrix. So they got a massive tank difference there, but they got no ticks on. They didn't start capping. They weren't, you know, re-rotating back onto the middle high ground that we see in your sort of the foreground over there. And that would have been really good for Katboy Crew. Now, fully reset, no more Bastion coming in, clean 147 remaining.
Supportive going into the backline, looking for these supports. Not really going to find anything as they'll pop the recall. People is able to find Illuminous, and Azu will find Drakey as well. So that's two very big targets down already for Resurge, but they'll fire back quickly as the dive targets come out from Resurge. Katboy Crew falls about still anyone's fight, really. Kills going back and forth. Supportive is able to find his mirror in Pengolex, and the Sombra looks like they'll go down very quickly as the Pulse Bomb is dropped. The Sombra will be Supportive popping off here, finding 3 in this fight.
Really good kills coming through from Resurge as well to really hold on. So you see Katboy Crew eventually, they won't have to back out of that situation. Supportive, like you sort of mentioned here, with the massive multi-frag. And we still actually have a bit of a contest. Might be a bit of a feed, actually. Both tanks, Azu and Peepo. I think this is just going to be easy deaths. Not too sure what's going on here. And Katboy Crew are going to have to reset once more, but with the back of losing more players.
Yeah, just a really weird engage from Katboy Crew overall. Lost a couple players, chose to kind of recontest there, but not really anything coming out as the counter dive from Resurge was just super clean, able to peel for their support super hard, and just not anything still being able to get done from Katboy Crew as they're only coming up, or as they are finally coming up on that EMP, as well as the couple tankles and the Coalescence. So we'll see what they can get done with that, as Resurge also has the copy and the D.Va Bomb available.
And I think that maybe they want to go to duplicate pretty quickly here as well. If Resurge just play into this duplicate, really take the pressure, or really take the initiative away from Katboy Crew, that would be pretty massive win as we head into the final fight here. Heading into, you know, what is going to be overtime as well. We need to see this EMP connect.
Yep, Resurge, a hard dive coming out from Katboy Crew as People is able to find Illuminous early on. A huge EMP to drop 5 EMP'd from Magnolia as People finds 2 himself. Magnolia able to pick up Store on the Mercy, and that's going to be a clean fight on off the back of a really, really solid EMP and engage from Katboy Crew and Magnolia.
And needed to be a resurrection to Illuminous as well, because the Transcendence would have been the only good counter versus the EMP. Without the 99% death there as well. I mean, Illuminous had a little bit more damage, had a little bit more charge. Could have been the possible save on the Transcendence solo. There's finally going to be a contest, so we are going to see the duplicate come in. It's going to be on the Winston. Primal Rage will be built in a second.
The recontest comes out from Resurge. Penguleps is able to find Store on the Mercy, but Ahi with two with the Diva Bomb on the recontest. Penguleps is able to trade out for Illuminous, but it's still anybody's fight. Ahi finding Paul as well. 3-4 in this fight. Ahi finds Magnolia, killing almost the entire team, and able off the back of the Ahi's heroics, Resurge is able to full hold on Hollywood.
Now they got pretty wiped in that initial tank from Katboy crew. Again, not getting an early tick, I think, on their first push was really quite a detriment. They would have had the cap. Otherwise, in that final fight, the EMP rakes across 5. No, it's Transcendence to counter. Illuminous is dead. It's 5v6 anyway. And then they actually use that Transcendence to get a last-minute touch. Really nice plays from Resurge to get all their members back in. Copying over, duplicating on the Winston. Despite being manually hacked out, we just have so much staying power coming through from Resurge. And as the dust settles, the eventual damage coming through from Resurge, too much for Katboy crew to be able to hold off against. And a lot of this, to me at least, does come down to the fact that Katboy crew didn't have a lot of momentum in this initial attack. They had that initial, we saw the Bastion coming in. I felt like they could have played the Bastion on the middle high ground. They went towards the cafe, but then you gotta kind of teleport the other way, because now you put yourself between the respawn as a Resurge, and also the fact that there's still some players on Resurge alive, and eventually they do lose that, despite, we saw the Bastion, the tank farm being used and everything, but they didn't get any progress. They switch compositions, fresh ultimates, nothing to work with, and it takes them until the final fight to get an EMP and stuff going, and even then the recontest from Resurge is just too powerful.
Resurge's comp, they've been practicing this throughout the entire season. They're super comfortable on it. They come into this playing this in almost every single game. Obviously not the one that they're in the spawn with, but this Ball Diva composition with this Echo, they're super comfortable with it overall. And it seemed like just the comfort and the overall pace from Resurge was just able to carry them through all of those fights from Katboy crew and the recontest, which was really impressive as well.
There's going to be a melee-less rush coming through over here. Manual hack on the supportive early, followed by the Immortality Field. Immortality Field is down, but Resurge, let's just back away for now and get a nice kill into Peepo, followed by Magnolia.
Yeah, Resurge is just able to just completely turn around that fight after the manual hack coming out early on. However, Pengulex is able to find supportive as they try and recontest the point here. Ahi on the Diva trying to DM as much damage as he can from Pengulex on the Tracer, but it's just too much. Illuminous and Joe and Donk, that is, are able to find kills by themselves, and it's just this is going to be a slow bleed here as kills coming out from Resurge over and over and over again. The recontest will come out from Katboy crew, but it does look like we're going to see Resurge go up 1-0 in this series so far, and they will.
Yeah, I get it. It's meant to be Joe Biden. It took me a while to get there, but we got there.
Threw me off.
Yeah, but Donk's coming on through, and for Resurge, one attempt on that attack to get that 1/3 on the defense. Pretty clean, well, for the most part. I mean, they did take some damage in the back as well. This double kill coming through from he definitely saves the day. I think in that final recontest, if it wasn't for that, maybe things go differently. Just kind of lobs that one in there, cleans up the kill, gets another further 2 as well. So 4k total. What is a very fast map. So, all this talk about maybe Katboy crew can dethrone Resurge, maybe Resurge can be the team that will go down. We're going to see their first loss. Well, not in that map. Certainly not yet.
No, not at all. As Resurge looked just completely dominant over the course of the entire, every single fight there, including the recontest, which I just have to say, very impressive overall for Supportive to be able to stay alive and understand that if he does live there and he does get that touch, then his team is going to be able to recontest with the trance from Illuminous that he was able to save because he died early to that EMP. Just really, really clean engages, clean fights. The pace was much faster from Resurge as it seemed they set the tone of the game overall, coming in super fast over and over and over again when they needed to, and able to answer as well to Katboy crew's aggression. As we saw on Katboy crew's defense, they tried to go for an early manual hack to try and catch Resurge off guard, and they were able to take one down, but Resurge was able to quickly realize that, soft reset, and get those kills in return to try and recontest the point. It just led to a slow bleed, like I said, into a first point cap for them, which led to the map win. And just overall, just like I said, really clean engages from Resurge, just setting the pace of the game and not letting Katboy crew feel comfortable.
And you see from Resurge there as well, they are much better in the matchups that are more standard when you start getting into, away from Bastion. To be fair though, Katboy crew's initial Bastion play, I think, did catch Resurge off guard. You saw Ahi get demeched almost instantly. Joe Badonk as well just gets annihilated. If you don't have a defensive matrix there, you're not going to dive onto the Bastion. So you're losing both of the tanks. I kind of felt like Katboy crew realistically could have capped and won that, but they just didn't have any capture point pressure at all. None of their tanks were actually capping. They kind of just sat there, took down 2 tanks, waited for Resurge to respawn and got surrounded, which is what Resurge want to do anyway. And Resurge probably handled the initial approach from the Bastion not the best, but obviously then the Bastion just sat there and as they just collapsed on from both ends as the respawners came in. So Resurge, once we got into the actual standard compositions, that's when they looked much better than Cat Crew.
Yeah, they just seemed, Katboy Crew that is, seemed very lost on that kind of standard dive, especially with Resurge coming out with the Ball Diva, and Katboy Crew feeling more comfortable, it seems, on the Monkey Diva. They just seemed a little lost as they came into every single fight. Like I said, Resurge is a very fast-paced team. They know their composition. They're very comfortable with it. So Katboy Crew having to match that or kind of out-composition them with something better, with something that could beat that, and just neither of those was there. They were the slower team, so they're getting sped onto over and over again, losing early picks, especially after that Bastion offense, which almost worked, but Resurge was able to answer pretty well, like you said. And just overall in their standard compositions, Resurge is the best in the business, that is, when it comes to just standard comps and running their default. As we'll see Resurge come out actually with the Fair Mercy here. Love to see it myself.
I definitely think Resurge, once they set the pace, is definitely ahead, and Katboy Crew has been slow in that regard. That being said, though, I will reiterate that Resurge probably handled the initial Bastion poorly, and it's when the respawns came in that things started to look much better. But the double flyers is a little different than what I'm used to. You don't normally see Echo and Fire being played at the same time. They were maybe perhaps wondering Katboy Crew were going to come out into a bit of a rush comp, and already the first frag dropping in.
Supportive able to find Pengolex super early on the Tracer, which is really impressive, as Farah has a very hard time dealing with Tracer more often than not. So Resurge just kind of surrounding Katboy Crew as it's pretty slow despite that kill. Ahi is able to find Magnolia early on, but Pengolex will trade out for clones on the ball, and Drake will fall as well to Azu on the Diva. So it's kind of it looks like kind of a slow bleed so far, as Resurge is looking to kind of back up here. Yeah, the Pharah trying to get out with that concussive blast, trying to just take that spam damage. But it looks like they're trying to take second fight.
I'm looking at this as well, where, Widowmaker would do wonders for Katboy Crew. They would have to swap a couple things around to make that work, but Resurge could just slowly damage them down. It will actually be Magnolia onto Drake, and with the Luminous down as well. Maybe this is doable. 6v4, and Resurge don't have a res yet. They need to get one play back in.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to, once again, just Resurge with a really strange engage after losing Illuminus, who tried to take a very weird off angle to the side, just unable to really come up with anything, and is taken down by Azu, and it's going to lead to a really quick first point cap from Katboy Crew, as they also have the EMP, the Diva Bomb, soon beat as well. A lot of ultimates coming online for Katboy Crew, but Resurge having a lot themselves to answer, so we could be looking at a big ult fight coming up.
I think for Magnolia as well, the real key member of this team for Katboy Crew, hacks are going to be great, especially onto ball. Clones could be in trouble here. It's going to come down to Resurge really needing to set the pace once more, and as is foretold, it is the manual hack plus Pengolex dropping in. Drakey down and Resurge down to now only 4 and still no res.
A dry fight coming out pretty much from Katboy Crew there, as they only invest the Coalescence, and they still have a huge ult bank coming into this fight, as Ahi looking to boop Azu off the high ground, unable to find him. Azu will just hard commit onto Illuminus, and he will be forced to pop the Transcendence early on, so this is a free EMP, as he will find, it seems, 5 players on the side of Resurge are hacked up by that EMP, and a double Pulse Bomb comes out from Pengolex to try and equalize. Azu as well finding Illuminus after that Transcendence comes down. Drakey tries to trade out with Paul, and Clones will find Pengolex as well with the Minefield. So it seems as it's kind of even on both sides so far. This is still going, it's still anybody's fight. Azu will try to disengage, as it doesn't seem like it's enough for Katboy Crew to want to commit, and that'll be that fight.
They didn't clear the mines. I mean, the minefield comes down from Clones, and that ends up being enough. It was a 5-man EMP, and Katboy Crew had a ton of kills. All they had to deal with was, mines on the card, start getting the card a little bit more forward moving. Drakey even duplicated over towards the Moria. I thought that was maybe a bit of an overcommit with George Boy down. Katboy Crew once again have a huge advantage.
The manual hack onto Georgie Boy, and the hard commit from Katboy Crew to take him out early on. Drakey will trade out for Magnolia as well, so it's still a 5v5 situation. Ahi will lose his mech, so we're looking at just still, once again, anybody's fight. Azu will be able to take down Ahi, so Resurge kind of looking for anything, as the Valk will come out from Georgie Boy. Azu is able to eat Supportive's Pulse Bomb. Drakey will find Peepo, and Pengolex will trade out for his Mirror in Supportive. So a lot of trades coming up, but it looks like it's still in Katboy Crew's favor as they try and just push in with this Coalescence, as Clones will go down super late into this fight, and Illuminus is just on this Baptiste trying to survive, trying to get this contest out, but it does look like it's another slow bleed here as Drakey's hacked up and will go down to this. Oh no, Georgie Boy will go down to the Pulse Bomb instead, and it looks like second point will be taken by Katboy Crew here.
Drakey boy thought about Drakey nearly thought about going for a duplicate there as well. What I'm actually noticing is that Katboy crew are very struggling to maybe try and clean up. They have the advantage. They got Georgie boy down early. They had the 6v5 and still Resurge are able to recontest here. The respawn is still able to stream in. Clones even might drop another minefield in, and they've won off that before, just dropping on the card.
Yeah, this fight is all over the place as the window comes out from Illuminous to try and get some kills here, and it just seems that Resurge is gonna slowly take that back. Cast or curse Katboy crew, it seems, as Katboy crew seem to have a really strong foothold on that fight, but just like you said, unable to clean up, unable to find those kills when it matters, and it'll lead into another hold here. So Katboy crew having to recontest now with that EMP available on the side of Magnolia though, and no Transcendence on the side of Resurge anymore.
I mean, they had a foothold, but the other foot was in the grave, I think, there. And for Katboy crew, they're just, again, struggling to try and confirm the rest of the members here. Duplicates available. The EMP needs to be beautiful. They have another 6v5. We've seen the 6v5 before, and they've lost the 6v5 before, even with the EMP.
The EMP is dropped and finds 3 members on the side of Resurge. Azu is able to find Georgie Boy as the copy comes out from Drakey to drop his own EMP, and it catches 5 members of Katboy crew. Supportive, able to find 2 himself. The support line unavailable now for Katboy crew. He drops a second EMP, able to find 2 himself. Back on the regular Echo here, trying to clean up the rest of this fight. Heroics from Drakey, dropping 2 EMPs in one fight off of a copy. Incredible.
And even after losing a support every single time, they've lost Illuminous, they've lost Georgie Boy, they've lost somebody. Resurge are winning this 5v6. Even with ultimates, even with the EMP, realistically speaking, Katboy crew should be able to come in, get that first kill, EMP win, and there's no way Resurge can win that. There's no way Resurge should win that, but Resurge holding on, the perseverance, the tenacity as well, the respawns coming back in, they're holding on, and Katboy crew, once again, it sounds like a bit of a broken record, but they just can't finish off the members. They can't finish these fights. They have another 6v5, but I don't know if they're going to win even with a 6v5.
Yeah, Pengolix is able to take down Clones as he's kind of in the backline, caught out early on. Pengolix is also able to find Drakey, so the Echo and the Ball now unavailable on the side of Resurge, as that's Katboy crew's go sign, as they jump into the backline with that Coalescence, unable to really pick up anything with the Coal. The Valky is dropped in response from Georgie Boy. The EMP comes out from Katboy crew, finds 3. Camera is able to pick up Clones, so that's already an advantage coming out from Katboy crew. Georgie Boy will be able to get that res off on Clones. Incredible. Pengolix will be able to find him afterwards, though. Camera as well finding Illuminous. Drakey finding people.
This is turning already.
Team. It's already turning. Katboy crew unable to find those final kills that they need to put turnover. But as I say, that Supportive finds himself with his own pulse bomb, and Drakey goes down to Pengolix. So he will lose his mech, but it's still pretty much anybody's fight. I don't want to call it just yet. And as I said, that Magnolia falls to Clones' minds. Can Katboy crew are they able to finally
Drakey's
finish
coming.
this fight out? Drakey's already back. Azu finds 2. Azu finds 3 on the Diva on this recontest, and it seems finally Katboy crew on the back of some heroics from Azu with a 3K there. Picks up second point, but not easy, that's for sure.
I think Drakey dying there is the very important part. What I've noticed is when Resurge of Drakey alive, he can clutch up pretty hard, especially with Duplicate. That's why I'm saying when Drakey comes back, if he just gets the Duplicate in time, he dupes over onto one of the tanks or something. I mean, the mines coming through from Clones towards the end, even picks up a kill. So Katboy crew is a struggle. They had another 6v5, and it took them everything they had to be able to get that one straight into the brawl. Now, rush feed rush, Coalescence coming through, and probably the Duplicate to follow soon.
Like you said, Resurge switching over to the rush composition. Azu and Paul both able to find 2 players, but Resurge firing back with 2 of their own. Camera and Pengolix also able to find 2 themselves. So this fight looks to be going in the favor of Katboy crew as they're finally able to clean up some fights, get some consistency here, as that fight will go very, very handily, I would say, in favor of Katboy crew as they're coming into this last point of this final push with EMP and Diva Bomb, that bread and butter combo.
Well, you know, you start getting some cracks in that dam. The water starts flowing through very quickly. Katboy crew now 2 fights in a row. EMP coming back in. We've seen 5-man EMPs that haven't gone well. Needs to be just about that and then some as well. And there it is. Finally, Drakey onto the pin. On the Duplicate, we'll have a shadow available.
Drakey drops the copy onto Peepo, is able to find him immediately. Ahi as well taking down Paul, and Drakey able to find Camera at the end as well. So a couple ults dropped from Resurge there, but able to take that fight pretty handily, as well as staving off the EMP Diva Bomb combo from Katboy crew.
That's coming down to Drakey again, just really clutching those last fights, and that's going to be it. No touch at all. No one's close enough. People are just on the outskirts. Was reasonable distance, so I think for the slowdown that we saw on B, the fact that the Katboy crew can't B at all, and then got the distance they got on C is putting them into a winnable position, because that to me looked like a pretty convincing, what was going to be a completed defensive hold on B, and probably should have been, but Resurge, I would have liked to have seen possibly an earlier res coming through from Georgie Boy when Drakey died. That's probably the most important member that needs to come in. He's got the defensive matrix as well, so it shouldn't be too hard. You go for the res, defensive matrix comes on through. As long as you're not getting manual hacked or something else, and someone can spy check, you're fine. You get Drakey back in, he gets the duplicate, the fight goes on. Even then, Drakey comes back anyway. I think Drakey dying a couple times on the Echo, on that B fight, the final B fight, is what actually gave Katboy Crew the opportunity to win, because every single time duplicate has been available, more often than not, pretty much every single time, Drakey and Resurge are able to win. The amount of times a recontested, it was like 3 different recontests where they were down 1 member, still managed to get the win. You saw the 5-man EMP at one stage, still wasn't good enough for Katboy Crew. Final fight we saw on to see as well, 2-man EMP versus a duplicated Reinhardt. Drakey drops down the shatter, and Katboy Crew gets themselves shattered out of that attack.
Just caught me off guard, especially on that last point there. I thought there was a lot more time available, but Katboy Crew got that slow bleed, only winning those kind of final fights, it seemed, after getting held pretty handily, like you said, on second point there, on that streets phase of Rialto here. As we'll see the dive composition that Katboy Crew loves so much with that Sombra coming out early on here, as well as Resurge with their bread and butter comp, that Echo Tracer, Ball Diva, Mercy Zen, trying to just use what they've always used throughout the entire season, see if it works here.
Really a big fan of this composition as well. For Katboy Crew on the other end, they're going to be doing the dive rush hybrid. They're going to need to really push the go button. They can't be waiting. They can't be slow. They need to set the tempo here. They need to do something about Drakey as well. It's going to come down to Magnolia. Would definitely like to see Magnolia get a manual hack in if possible. And here we go. The fight's going to come in. And where's the target confirmed? They need to get somebody.
Pile drive is dropped onto Peepo and Azu. Unable to really find anybody. Still in pretty neutral fights coming out so far. Drakey dropping those sticky bombs, not really finding anything himself. Both teams pretty healthy so far. Not really any type of dive. The slam does come in to force the Sombra teleporter. Amp is dropped from camera.
Good hack.
The manual hack does come out onto Drakey to the heart. That's Katboy Crew's ghost sign. Gotta kill Drakey here, as they will find Drakey. Pangolix will find Georgie Boy as well, his pocket. But Illuminus will fire back with his own kill onto Paul. So that's a lot of healing down on the side of Katboy Crew for the rest of this fight. Resurge don't really want to give it up quite yet. They're still running into the backline here, but Ahi will lose his mech and Illuminus will go down, so that will signal the end of the fight and a reset from Resurge.
And a real long stagger here for Ahi as well, just to make sure they buy a little bit more time. Might have to send Ahi off the cliff into the water. Not quite. People collect the last kill. But yeah, nice manual hack. That's a really important manual hack as well. You also need to see Ahi, by the way, try and stop those manual hacks. You do need to be pocketing really hard. You have Georgie Boy in the pocket on the Mercy. The Diva probably is going to need to assist. Drakey is the big win condition for Resurge, has been the defining factor for Resurge on a lot of these team fights, and now has duplicate ready to go. Chloe's dropping in on the Winston. We're going to be changing up comp slightly for Resurge now.
People will find Georgie Boy and Drakey. Ooh, a little bit of an overcommit from that Echo on the side of Resurge, as Peepo and Azu will take advantage of that and jump onto them immediately, as well as people finding Illuminus towards the end of that fight. And just another quick reset from Resurge, as it seems that Katboy Crew have kind of figured out that Drakey is the linchpin of this composition for them, that he's doing so much work, and they're just putting so much effort into getting those manual hacks and just diving him as hard as they possibly can every single fight now.
And Resurge are really trying to find out what they need to do in this comp as well, because now they swapped over towards Rush. Drakey still has a duplicate available, so we'll stay on that for now. Might want to, I don't know what I'll think about changing onto a little bit later on. The May could be good, but they have to go up against this EMP. In fact, there's so many ultimates available for Katboy Crew, and Drakey is the first kill. That is awful.
Diva Bomb is dropped from Ahi, but unable to find anybody, as Peepo is able to find supportive as well. And just another quick reset, probably from Resurge here, as they do switch onto that rush to try and get a little bit of a composition change, to try and change up their approach to this fight. But it's just not enough, as Katboy Crew are really lights out so far on this defense.
Yeah, I mean, they're catching Drakey more and more and more now, especially that there's no Mercy available coming through from George Boy. It's going to be Resurge going to the same fight all over again. In the previous one, they would have loved to have used the duplicate, because I'm pretty sure Drakey would want to change off this Echo to really fit better into the rush composition again, maybe onto something like a May, maybe a Reaper. Here comes the EMP, catches multiple, including Drakey.
Magnolia finding 5 with that EMP. Illuminus and clones will go down super early on in the fight, but Illuminus is able to find people before he goes down. Drakey does drop the copy onto the Winston to try and get that primal up. He will end up finding it. Ahi finding Paul as well. So Resurge not wanting to give up this fight just quite yet, as Camera will find supportive towards the end there. Ahi will find Magnolia as well. So this fight's still pretty much anybody's game. Camera will win the Lucio 1v1 versus Georgie Boy. And it looks like Ahi will lose his mech towards the end here, as it's... Oh, but Drakey finds Peepo, and Azu loses his mech and his life. So Resurge, it looks like finally finding some life towards the end of this first point, towards the end of this time bank, as Katboy Crew is forced to reset now after using their really big ultimates here. Only coming back with Cole and Pulse Bomb.
One of those classic Katboy crew fights there where they actually have a bit of an advantage. They look like they're kind of winning their fight, and then they don't. They let go of the pedal. They take the foot off just for a second there, and it's going to be more than enough for Resurge to come back in. But can Resurge come back in again? There's not a lot for Resurge to work with. We're into the overtime, and I think Katboy crew can get this.
Katboy crew able to recontest super well, able to get that final contest. 1 second or 1 meter left, and Pengulex is able to contest on the Tracer as they're just able to overpower them with ultimates, and Katboy crew will be able to take map 2 from Resurge. So we're going into map 3, it looks like here.
Absolutely. Well done on that defense. And, you know, for Resurge to get very little done on the offense, you know, we thought maybe the B defense coming through Resurge was strong. Probably got a bit of highlights from that. Indeed. Okay, no, it's actually going to be on to see. This is where Drakey did copy over onto the Rhine. And, you know, we see the Shadow come through at one stage as well. But for Resurge, for all the work they did on that B defense, which looked fantastic, their A offense ended up being quite poor. Not that there was anything wrong with the comp. Comp was fine. I thought they were maybe going to out-comp Katboy crew here as well. Again, we're not seeing a lot of reses come through. I'm not too sure what's going on. Maybe is Georgie Boy's Mercy not quite up to scratch, maybe not experienced, maybe lacking confidence there. You know, usually, again, what needs to happen here is we go for a res, defense matrix blocks up the damage, you get a free res into someone like Drakey, and then the fight continues and you go on. For what Resurge did quite well in the defense, which was their staying power, their tenacity to return to fights, respawners joining in. That should have been apparent. That should have been played on A as well, in terms of the fact that the attacking team has a respawn advantage on A. I would have expected that Resurge on A would be able to reinforce quickly, even if they start losing members. Look, they won 5v6s on B when they weren't at all, you know, in a position to come back and win. But for what they did on that defense, you didn't see that again on the offense in terms of at least that tenacity.
I would like to take a moment to highlight the tank line from Katboy crew coming up huge in this defense on Rialto here. Just the synergy, it seems, from Azu and Pipo on that Monkey Diva combo was really, really well done overall throughout the entire throughout every fight on that first point defense. It seemed like Georgie Boy didn't really have any room to breathe on the Mercy. It wasn't really able to get the effective pocket out on Drakey, and like you said, get those reses out when he could because of the constant pressure that Azu and Pipo were providing onto their backline over and over and over again. Drakey, as you saw, falling early in fights super despite the pocket in multiple fights in a row, despite having that copy available, just unable to really get anything done because of all of the pressure from Azu and Pipo. Just really lights out tank play from them so far.
You got hacked as well. I mean, you got hacked as well, but there's there's no disruption on the hack. I mean, the hack's going to come on through. Even then, you know, it just comes down to Resurge needed to pocket Drakey a little bit more there. They have the Mercy, the Diva needs to come into play. You know, it's the lack of reses, the lack of pocketing, the hacks come. There's not great counters. You saw Katboy crew's comp, not great counters for an Echo, nothing that really deals with flyers, but it comes down to, hey, if we can drop down a manual hack onto Echo, onto Drakey, that's going to be the win condition right then. They eventually start snowballing, and you know, their own ability, what I find quite thematic and, you know, a little bit of a table turn is for Katboy crew on that final engagement. As we start to finish out A, they get the final touch just before, it's like just less than a meter before the cart goes across the line, and then they win the final fight there as well as the timer ticks down to 0, and they just find the necessary kills. They're just barely able to get one over Resurge, who were trying to change comps. You can see that Resurge were losing confidence in their composition. They were moving back towards a rush, and there was also that one fight as well where they walked through with most of a rush plus an Echo, and they couldn't duplicate because Drakey died straight away. This time there was no Mercy, so it's not like he can get rezzed, and that definitely cost him a lot more time. But Resurge losing confidence in their composition, I think, is the most telling thing about that attack starting to go wrong and starting to fail, because to me, there was nothing wrong with the way, there's nothing wrong with the actual comp that Resurge played, probably just the execution and how they played it.
And you talked about the importance of those manual hacks coming out from Magnolia, but also the EMPs, just big every single time you drop them. 4, 5, 6-man EMPs back to back to back from Magnolia over and over and over again. So it made the lives of Pipo and Azu on those tank characters really easy to try and capitalize on those opportunities that he was creating with the manual hack, like you said. Now, what we're looking at in this next map coming up, which will be Busan, is Resurge able to default back to that bread and butter comp, or has Katboy crew kind of figured out how to deal with it? Is it just kind of a Rialto fluke where that first point is kind of easy to hold, or did they figure out what to do against it? Did they outpace Resurge? Did they find out that Drakey, that is able to do so much work on this Echo and shut him down effectively? Can Resurge come back? are they going to change compositions? Are they going to stick with what they know? Because as we've seen throughout the whole season so far, they've kind of stuck to this ball diva playstyle. You don't really see them come out on this rush very much. See, that may be why they were a little unpracticed towards the end of that first point attack on Rialto there. Maybe they don't practice it so much. Maybe they're much more comfortable, as we've seen, on that ball diva dive style with the Echo. But if it's not going to work into this Katboy Crew team, into this Katboy Crew tank line especially, then we need to see Resurge kind of innovate a little bit, maybe just default to a mirror, because Resurge has very mechanically talented individuals at every single position on their entire team. Just overall, across every single role and character, they're all very talented at what they do, so they could run a mirror here, and it seems like that's what they're going to do.
We're going to start things out on Mecha Base here. It's kind of a mirror. Yeah, it is. It's actually Doom and McCree on both ends. It's a variation of the rush coming on through, and the first punch coming in from Drakey will go wide, but they have so much pressure. Look at this, already forcing Katboy Crew back.
Drakey falling very low, but Magnolia and Peepo finding their own kills as the soft disengage from Katboy Crew just really solid, able to just back up, get those resources back, and just amp speed back into Resurge, wiping their entire team with a clean 6k off that first fight, and a really, really large ult advantage for Paul on that window coming up on it probably, and Pengolix looking to get this high noon early on in this fight.
Yeah, interesting. Katboy Crew, you know, like you said, disengaged out of there, just gave a bit of space away, then recontested super strong. Early Immortality Field has been spent already, and Resurge are low.
Both lamps are going to come out here. Magnolia is able to find his mirror in Drakey, as the lamps will fall by Donk, that is able to find his mirror in Peepo as well. So trades coming out on both sides. Supportive will find Magnolia, but 2 kills coming out quickly from Katboy Crew. 2 kills from Pengolix on the McCree with really nice shots with the headshot onto Illuminus on the Baptiste there. Is able to just secure the fight for them there.
Peepo did waste it, the Shadow. I think he died before the Shadow actually finished, but Azu has high charge. I think this is kind of the advantage of Katboy Crew staying alive. You can see the damage difference there between Azu and Ahi as well. It's like 95 to 67. And now the grab is going to be able to come in. Resurge have no defense in here, no sound barrier. The grab is free.
The grab comes out, it's huge. The 6-man grab, the slam jam combo comes out from Magnolia and Azu, and just another clean 6k from Katboy Crew, as they're really dominating this mirror so far with this ult advantage.
They didn't actually even need the Meteor Strike there, so Magnolia holds on to it for this next fight, and now for Katboy Crew having to deal with the Shadow on the other end. As long as they block that out, they'll be okay. Resurge is still just struggling to get some energy onto Ahi. We need to see this grab coming on the opposite end as well. Back to 100 for Azu, though the damage will be pumped in.
Early bubbles coming out from both teams, but Pengolix is able to find Drakey early on. The lamp does come out to kind of, and the beat comes out to kind of nullify the grab here. Magnolia is able to find Illuminus, and Illuminus is able to find people right before he goes down, but Azu on this high charge Zarya, beaming down the back line of Resurge, and it's another hold for them, with even more, with now only Shatter available on the side of Katboy Crew, but this is do or die for Resurge.
This is where he needs to think about going Diva or something else as well. I know the bubbles are going to be good for Drakey, and maybe you do just put all the eggs in the Drakey basket once more. Peepo does have a Shadow available. It's going to come down to the window. Illuminus drops it down. They need some kills off this.
Peepo hunting for the Shatter, trying to get that Shield of Donk super low to drop it. He will find the Shatter, only able to find one in the backline there. Supportive will drop the high noon and finds his mirror in Pengolix. Illuminus is able to clean up Peepo after that charge comes out, and it seems like this fight is finally going in the favor of Resurge, but not before several ults and a really, really well defended point from Katboy Crew just stalls them for so long, as we'll see 99% for Katboy Crew now.
It's been a rough ride for Resurge on this map to start things out with on Mecha Base. 99 to 0. It's going to be a long road to come back in, and Katboy Crew only need one good fight, and that can come through a well-timed Graviton Surge that lands on multiple players. And this is where maybe the momentum shifts. Ahi should have high energy. It's going to be Azu recharging. Immortality will keep Resurge alive for a while, and Sound Barrier maybe for a little while longer.
The sound barrier comes out to keep all of Resurge healthy throughout that grab. Drakey is able to find Pengolix, and Supportive finding Paul. So this is 2 quick kills coming out from Resurge already to try and stall this attack from Katboy Crew. Ooh. As Azu, despite being super high charge, will just get absolutely rolled by Drakey on the Doomfist. And that'll be another hold for Resurge. So some life from them, as they have several ults coming up, and Katboy Crew still working towards them, still trying to get that bank up for that one fight that they need.
You know, Resurge are in comeback territory for sure, because they got momentum under their wings. They got some wind in their sails as well. They got the grab coming in. It will land perfectly, and the windows fly through in terms of the damage.
Oh, the early grab window, and there's just nothing that Katboy Crew can do, as Camera's still working up to that beat, unable to get it for Ahi's Graviton Surge, as he's able to charge it much quicker than Camera is able to charge that beat there. and another hold from Resurge off the back of 2 very powerful ultimates, albeit. And Katboy crew coming up only 50% on this Graviton Surge, but Magnolia having that Meteor Strike and Camera having this aggressive beat now, nothing really to save it for, so he could be looking to try and aggressively beat
That's
him.
big.
Pangolix
Yeah, that's going to be a punish for sure. Drakey went too far. This is going to be Resurge in 5v6. Katboy crew have a big advantage. They need to be able to use this to convert on well.
Donk looking for the shatter. Oh, it's blocked up by Peepo, so they'll look to kind of soft disengage as they'll back up. Pangolix finding Store, and Magnolia, misses the punch onto the Baptiste there, but it seems like they're getting the kills. They're getting what they need. Drakey will drop the Meteor Strike to try and stay alive towards the end of this fight. Ahi, very high charge on that Zarya. He's their win condition. Keep Ahi alive. Let him carry. Let him do the damage that he needs to do, but it's just not enough as Pangolix will find supportive with the high noon, and Magnolia will find Ahi with the punch, and Resurge's do or die moments. They're just going stall characters to try and stall it out 99 to 99, and it looks like Katboy crew will take the first round here on Busan.
Was really close, considering that Resurge came back on 99%. It was actually an 0 to 99, and Resurge put it to last fight. Really made Katboy crew work for that one. And the 1-0 now in this final map of first to 2. Match point found by Katboy crew. 1 more required. Could this be it? Could this be actually Resurge maybe dropping down finally? Katboy crew have found themselves a nice momentum shift, especially on Mega Base when they had 99 in a row. I like Resurge were really struggling on that composition. Maybe a change to the comps is what's required here. Put Drakey back on the Echo. Get Donk back onto that ball. Play this ball, Echo dive again. Drop that supportive Tracer in there, and that's how you find the W. Looking towards Magnolia on Katboy crew, though. He got a lot of nice manual hacks onto Drakey, especially. That did give Katboy crew the ability to take him down.
These last 2 matches, they're so good at that. They've played so much throughout this entire season, as the manual hack will come out onto the Mega from Magnolia, so that Mega control is super important, as Katboy crew will be able to take it, kind of stabilize there, but Resurge fires back with damage of their own, able to take that, and Drakey finding Pangolix super early on, so that Tracer is down, but Ahi will lose his mech in return. Drakey, getting a little too aggressive, is found by Paul, as he tries to get that really important kill onto the Moira, but just unable to find it. Illuminus will find Magnolia, though, on the Sombra, so those manual hacks are now unavailable, as Donk is able to just kind of move freely. But Peepo will find Illuminus while he's trying to sort of contest the point, trying to stop the cap coming out from Katboy crew, and it seems that they've gotten a little bit greedy despite an advantage early on from Resurge. Katboy crew fires back with point presence and a really early Cole, actually, to try to just take this first cap.
You see Drakey going down there, unfortunately. I don't think he overstepped, but it's certainly Katboy crew just rushing into his face. Illuminus needs to think about going over towards Brig. That would put a lot of counter pressure onto Magnolia and also Pango, as well as also Peepo. So Brig would be excellent here for Resurge. On top of that, some more long-range healing to really pocket Drakey through the damage, and that's what would be very, very good for Resurgers. You do see Joe Badonk maybe overstepping. If there was a manual hack available, I think Magnolia actually did have one, but didn't go for it. Could have been a punish onto Joe.
Yet Resurge looking to get this recontest here. Now on this Mercy Lucio comp, which is a little strange, not exactly what you see often, but Katboy crew will respond with a Diva Bomb, unable to really find anybody. Peepo does have that Primal Rage available, as the beat is dropped from Camera as well to keep his whole team healthy. The hack, or not the hack, the copy is dropped from Drake to try and stay alive, onto the Sombra there to try and get an EMP of his own, but Ahi will find Paul, so a lot of healing now unavailable on the side of Resurge, or on the side of Katboy crew. The EMP comes out from Resurge off of that copied Sombra, as they're able to find Peepo off of that. Camera trading out for Jakey, and Illuminus dropping the beat to keep his whole team alive, and Ahi finding 2, as Resurge will get this flip in the middle of that fight.
And finally, some good pocketing onto Drakey as well, keeping him alive, making sure the Sombra copy can get that EMP, and the duplicated EMP getting Katboy crew down, especially the Peepo who got caught by that. Peepo couldn't use the Primal Rage to save himself. Katboy crew maybe could have been able to continue that fight, extend it a bit longer with the Primal. Another early manual hack from Magnolia onto Drakey, just putting the pressure back on the Resurge. Like I said, a Brig would be very, very good from Resurge currently. They do have a Valk available in this next fight. It's probably going to have to come back out, especially now with Illuminus down.
Illuminus unavailable, so that speed boost and those heals already gone on the side of Resurge. People will drop the Primal Rage, but Ahi finds Paul in response. So Moira now down from Katboy crew, so this is still a pretty even fight. Anybody's game so far. Drakey gets put into a corner with that Primal Rage falling very, very low, and will get taken down by Ozzy as he flies into the air. So really poor pocketing from Drakey. Like you said, he was getting those resources that he needed earlier on, but it seems he just wasn't able to do the work there, as it's going to be a slow bleed, and Resurge will be able to get about 60-something% here off of that defense, but Katboy crew will be able to flip off the back of that fight, and Pangolix finds 2 towards the end as well.
And the Katboy crew as well is going to have 5 ultimates, including the EMP, good defensive options, good offensive options. They have the capability now to send this to 99. If this takes 2 more fights to get to the 99, they can get there off the back of the fact that they don't need to use all 5 ultimates. They probably won't be forced to. Resurge will have some recontest tools, looking towards the duplicate again. That's probably been one of the more important ones. You do need to see supporters drop a big pulse bomb here as well, maybe force something out from Katboy crew, but this is looking very heavily favored for Katboy crew.
This EMP could be the deciding factor for this fight. EMP finds 4 from Magnolia. Illuminous will go down early on again. He's found so early. Supportive though, finding Paul in the backline to try and trade out for that loss. Ahi losing his mech off the back of the EMP from Magnolia. Camera will drop the beat to try and keep his team healthy to try and stabilize on this what could be the final fight here. People finding Drakey as well. Dropping the Diva bomb is Azu on the Diva to try and keep that mech as well.
I think this
and
is done.
It will go over to the side of Katboy crew. So this is do or die. Resurge is going to have to run to contest this point now.
He's going to have to touch as well. He's going to have to go in very quickly, self-destruct nearly straight away, and Drakey has to carry it. The good news for Resurge is Katboy crew is only down to 1 ultimate from the 5 that they have with Illuminous down again. It's another 6v5 situation. Resurge are always down 1. Drakey has duplicated over, and there's no self-destruct.
Illuminous found early once again, and so many kills on the side of Katboy crew. This looks like it's gonna be it, as Resurge in the playoffs now will fall to the losers bracket, as Katboy crew finds a huge upset onto the most dominant team in the entire league so far, going up 2-1 versus Resurge here. Very impressive game from them. And turnaround.
Well, they said it couldn't be done. They said Resurge couldn't be beaten. But today is the day that Resurge will go down. What a game that was. 3 full maps as well. Good early. I mean, you saw how good Resurge was early on. You knew they were going to be a fantastic team. The Katboy crew really swinging. You know, Katboy crew not to be dismissed at all, especially onto Busan. What a dominant display on Busan, considering to be fair, they had the early advantage on Mecha Base. They had that 99-0. Resurge nearly came back. And then on Sanctuary, it just really never stopped. We kept the momentum going. The Sombra plays kept on coming on through. It looked like the Drakey magic was starting to fade away. Drakey was so dominant on Rialto. He's just almost solo carrying at times. The whole team just carrying so hard. The difference between Rialto and Busan is staggering, because you look at Rialto and it was like 5v6. Yeah, Resurge still win. 5-man EMP, doesn't matter. Resurge still win. You go to Busan, it's the complete opposite. The 5v6s are still there. That's been consistent, but now they're heavily losing when they're in a 5v6, probably as they should.
And props to Katboy crew for absolutely proving me wrong. I said coming into Busan that maybe Resurge will look to mirror these compositions from Katboy crew, as they're mechanically strong players, as they could take these fights and perhaps win them just off of raw mechanical skill. And that's what happened. Resurge did try and take the mirror on Mecha Base there with that rush, and Katboy crew consistently outplaying them over and over again at their own game, as Katboy crew seemed really, really polished on this rush composition. Azu getting really high charge over and over again, finding those really big grabs where Camera was unable to find the beat in response to it, oftentimes in those fights. Just Katboy crew matching Resurge at their own game, and then coming out onto the final map of Busan there with their own composition, not the mirror that Resurge has been running with that Monkey Diva dive, the Moira Lucio, the standard that they've been running, and just beating them at their own game, beating them in the mirror, as well as beating them on Resurge's bread and butter comp. So Katboy crew absolutely proving that they belong in this upper bracket of the tournament and beating the top dog of this tournament so far.
Exactly, and now, you know, you thought maybe it was going to be Resurge versus Sydney Surfers in the upper bracket. Will now actually be Katboy crew versus Sydney Surfers, and Resurge, to I think Malding Inc.'s dismay, is going to go down, and Malding Inc.'s like, oh damn, we have to play these guys now, which is going to be maybe a little bit tough later on. That's all for another day, though. What we saw today in between these two teams was pretty fantastic. You know, I came in thinking that Resurge was just going to be pretty dominant. It looked that way early on. But as we got further and further forward, to me, I'm going to say it now, but it did start to look like a bit of a support gap coming on in. I noted Illuminous dying over and over and over. I thought George Boy's Mercy was kind of weak as well early on. Not that the Mercy towards the end was really that much better, to be fair. Yeah, it's the constant 6v5s. It's the constant 6v5s that Katboy crew can just find these early picks. And for Resurge, cool, you're winning 5v6s over on Rialto, but you're not winning them on Busan anymore, and eventually that's where the cookie crumbles for them, and they're not able to get the same carry performances out of Drakey. They're not getting the same sort of, you know, this resurgence, sorry to pun that name, but, you know, you're not getting this massive tenacity, perseverance coming back in, huge plays to be able to keep themselves in the game. That just kind of was missing for Resurge towards the end.
Yeah, Katboy crew just constantly are, especially in that last map, proving that they belong with a really dominant performance overall with the 2-0 on Busan. As we have, I believe, some interviews from the side of Katboy crew coming out. So here we have Azu, Paul, and Pipo all coming. Hello, well, thank you, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You got the impossible win. Was it really that impossible? Would you? I don't know. Is Katboy crew nervous or what? Or Resurge overrated? What's going on?
Well, I think it kind of helped that this whole week, Resurge has been talking about how they were going to beat us instantly, and I think most people on our team were like, "Yeah, we're probably going to lose this game." So we weren't really nervous. We had nothing left to lose, so we just played it. And when we started to win, we went, "Hey, wait, we can actually turn this around."
Yeah, we kind of played a Bastion comp on the first map, so we didn't really come in expecting to actually win.
We didn't expect to win. We were going in expecting to have map 2 pick. So I think that actually working out in the end kind of helped us because we got to go to Rialto and they're pretty good at Rialto.
I mean, you nearly wanted the Bastion, I'm going to be honest, but yeah.
Yeah. So now after taking this win, you've knocked out the top dog, right? This is Resurge has been #1 power rankings all season. Everybody says they're the only team that's capable. They're the only team that's kind of dominant. Everybody else has been kind of middle of the pack. So what do you say to those people that have said that this entire season? Was this just a fluke, or did you guys put in the work here to try and take this victory?
Well, we put in the work, I guess, but I don't know. Recurve, would you still say we're a bottom 5 team?
Didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Can't wait for the videos to come out with all right, listen, people. I got you on the podcast a little bit. I roasted you a little bit. It's my thing.
Oh, it's all in good fun.
I would like to take credit as the Flash Ops tournament just happened. I warmed your main tank up. So despite you can give me a lot for the comments earlier on the bottom 5 and such. But congratulations to you guys, really, on the incredible victory, the huge upset, and obviously people are going to consider you #1 now, I would say.
Well, I mean, what changed over the 2 maps? I mean, you didn't cap Hollywood. I think you guys should have capped Hollywood, but you guys just didn't TP back over or touch the point, despite holding Cafe. You just kind of waited to lose. But yeah, okay, so you lose Hollywood, cool. It was a bit of a stomp, but then you came and full held them on A on Rialto. Like what changed?
So I think Rialto is definitely like our second best map, our first being Temple of Anubis. So we come into that and we have a very decent push to almost the 3rd point, and then that's just the swing in momentum. Right after that we full hold, and then after that we have so much momentum that we're able to carry that in 2-0 on the last map.
Yeah. I think it was just a swing in momentum from our attack on Rialto that really helped us win it out in the end. Because without that attack, we definitely would have not had that energy to get through.
Oh, I think in terms of the maybe personal momentum, but in terms of the game momentum, the B and C didn't even end up mattering because you just finished it on A. There was just no chance there. So yeah, that was quite interesting to see because it felt like Resurge started running out of juice. You guys would have felt it as well, but on B, Resurge were coming back. You were winning fights on B, but they were then coming back on respawns and just kind of 5v6ing you guys. At one point you had a 5-man EMP and you still lost that fight on B. So it was a tough attack and they were coming back hard, but then on their attack, it just seems like everything fizzled out for Resurge. And then at that point, I don't know, you guys overpowered them. You started just pounding them. It was strange to me because Resurge looked good on the defense for the most part and then just completely fizzled on attack.
Yeah, we entered the flow state at the end there.
Yeah, we did. But it was like as soon as we saw Resurge start swapping off their ball diva dive stuff, we realized that we pushed them so far that they couldn't get enough done on their comp anymore. And we know that once they swap off that comp, they become a lot easier to beat. It becomes a lot more realistic. So when we saw that happen, we kind of took that as we're gonna win this map, and that helped, and that gave us a lot of momentum as well.
I would like to spotlight on your team so far. Mag, especially. Their hacks and EMPs were big across the entire series, and extreme props to them. Those manual hacks onto Drakey led you guys into so many 5v6 situations and many 4v6 situations, because Georgie Boy on the Mercy was caught out after Drakey dying to those manual hacks over and over again, as well pulling out huge 5-6 man EMPs over and over and over again, allowing you and Peepo to just have constant pressure onto the backline of Resurge. They weren't really able to breathe, as it seemed in that first map they were kind of controlling the tempo, controlling the pace, and you guys flipped the script on them just like that with just a simple focus manual hacks on Drakey, it seemed. Was that sort of the plan? What did you tell Mag to kind of switch the manual hacks and the priority onto Drakey, or was that just kind of a natural, like, something that happened?
Oh, that was all Mag. That was all Mag.
And I want to say this now because Mag punches themselves a lot. They feel like every time they make like a small mistake, they feel like they lost the fight. I just want to say this right now. Magnolia is one of like the secret carries of our team. Without Magnolia, I promise you we would be a lot worse than we are right now. Magnolia is so much for this team, and they popped the fuck off this match. It's either Peepo or Mag in my book for MVP of this match, and I give it to Mag like 9 times out of 10. They just did so much.
Capital D colon for sure. Nothing secret about the carry performance, I think, because to be fair, Mag came out really huge, especially I think the last map. That last map was a big tell. You guys had a 99-0 advantage on Maker Base, and then even on Sanctuary, where maybe at that point sub-map should be comp-wise pretty good for Resurge. A little bit surprised again that they, failed to take advantage, take momentum. You guys had a constant 6v5 on them on that particular sub-map. Like, you guys called Illuminus at the start of every fight, almost. Like, it just seemed like every single fight we came in, Illuminus was just dead. I also don't know why they were playing Lucio anyway. It was a bit weird, but you guys definitely found your advantages and kept your advantage.
I think it was between the first and second map, we actually considered if our main comp wasn't working, we'd swap to that composition. I think it's pretty good. I think it's definitely good into what Resurge is playing, because there's really nothing for you to be able to dive like they want to do. Everybody has so much mobility and they kind of can't touch us.
Yeah, I think they thought that the issue was their backline was getting dove too much, but it was actually just the hacks that are coming up from Mag that was shutting down the Echo, shutting down their Ball and Diva. I think that was the reason why we were winning fights. So I think the swap to the Lucio ended up hurting them because they didn't have damage. Like, they lost Discord. That's just my take, though.
Well, I would like to say just congratulations overall for that stunning victory over the top team here. And I wish you guys luck going forward. It looks like you're going to be playing SYS in the next game now. So that'll be, as they just kind of sauced me. I'm not gonna lie, kind of got rolled. So do me proud. I'm rooting for you guys. As next week, we're coming into the Katboy crew versus Sydney Surfers. We'll have Clients versus Drip Difference in the losers bracket, as well as now Research versus Malding Inc., which should be an interesting one in itself. Sorry, Josh, and you had a good run, buddy.
Good luck, Josh.
All right.
So thank you, Katboy. Let me throw him out. Thank you so much for coming in, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
There we go. I'm just gonna bring in Vic here as well, just so we can sort of go through what's happening tomorrow, because that's our games done for today. We've had some incredible games, honestly. Really, some of the best games we've had in BPL, which makes sense, playoffs. But some really good stuff coming out, especially that last game. What a banger. Let me show you the schedule for tomorrow. I think this is correct. I will double check if they need to be swapped around. It was sort of built with the assumption that Resurge would win, but there you go. This is the schedule for tomorrow, and I'll confirm it. I'll ping out tonight if anything needs to change. It's mainly if like Resurge have to start later or whatever. We'll start with Resurge versus Malding Inc. That's a lower bracket elimination game, and then we have our upper bracket finals. It's a weird order, I know. We'll have upper bracket finals that will be first to 3 versus of Katboy Crew versus Sydney Surfers. Then we'll have our other lower bracket round 3, another elimination game of Clients Drip Diff, and then we'll have the lower bracket semis, which will be the winners of those two. You can see it in bracket form if I can press the button quick enough. those are the games that are going to be happening tomorrow. So Katboy Crew Sydney Surfers, the 2 lower brackets, and then the one after that. And then Sunday we have our lower bracket finals and the grand finals. And then that's it. We will crown our season 2 champion in what, like 48 hours? Oof. Like it's nothing. We're almost there.
Get the party balloons out, you know. It's happening. You're nearly there. Damn, finals are around the corner. Hey, maybe Resurge make that San Francisco lower bracket run. They're coming back with a vengeance. Who knows?
It's certainly possible. I wonder what they do in a first to 3. See if they'd be able to turn that back around against Katboy or something like that. But that's it from us today. I want to say a few thank yous before we head out. Obviously, huge thank you to Avril for being here, giving us time to come and experience the interesting matches that we have here at BPL. So thank you so much. And thank you all the co-casters and all the casters we've had today with Recurve and Mona with Avril, and we had our 2 BPL homegrown casters this morning as well. This morning? You know what I mean. Thank you to all of my staff behind the scenes. This is just not possible without everybody we've had. All of our observers, Vic, Capiano, Liver, Mark, doing good work behind the scenes so you can actually see what's going on. All of our admin team, we had Pirates by and Fanta. All of the stuff behind the scenes. You've got graphics teams. Like, thank you everybody so much. It's been an amazing season. And it's been the amount of people behind the scenes should get as much credit as everyone wants to give it just to me. So thank you so much to everybody. But that's it. Oh, go on.
Can I just say one thing real quick? Sorry, hate to cut you off, Solomon.
No.
I do want to say, because this is my last cast probably, and I know I got games tomorrow, so I won't be able to talk too much. Thank you so much, Avril, for co-casting with me. It's an honor, really, so much. After everything, thank you all of Solomon and Vic, all of the production team, everybody for everything. And I'm sorry if my voice was a little cut. I just came from the Echo tournament. I was screaming my head off. I was streaming it actually. So if you want to see my voice die, but just really, it means a lot, all the kind words you guys have said about my casting and just everything this season. I know had a little bit after that game earlier on. I had a little bit of a losing it a little bit. You know, I'm good now. I just want to say thank you to everybody sincerely. Really, I appreciate it.
For sure, it's been great to have you as a caster. One of our best shooting to fame. Like it's been amazing. I'm glad you two got to cast together. That's it. We're done for tonight. Thank you so much. We'll be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern for more elimination games. We'll have upper bracket finals at 7, and then we'll continue off. In fact, we have Avast tomorrow night. We'll be in to do some casting as well, and we'll have Trid guest starring on Sunday. It's amazing. These amazing talents we can get in. So thank you, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Let me tell you about me. Take it down in 1, 2, 3. I don't like my boys too sweet. I don't worry about you. I just worry about me. So you better run. You don't know what I need. Take it down in 1, 2, 3. Phone is buzzing up, beep beep. I don't care about you. I just care about me. So you better run. Take your pretty outfit and go. Show yourself right out of my zone. Now before I lose my control. Grass is all